Deep in the mountains and dense forests, a young man in black was lying quietly on the grass, and the sun shone sparsely through the shade of the trees on his melancholy and handsome face. This feeling doesn't seem to be the reincarnation of the impure world. Am I still alive? Feeling the white light flashing outside his eyelids, Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his eyes, and his gloomy voice was mixed with doubt and confusion. But it's really unprecedented relaxation. Although he was in the wild forest, the surroundings were full of tranquility and peace. For a moment, Itachi, who was already accustomed to running around, had the idea of lying quietly. But even with such a small wish, God seemed unwilling to satisfy Itachi. Before he could lie down for a while, there were bursts of hurried footsteps behind him. Forget it. I've rested for so long anyway, and it's time to get up and move around. Itachi closed his eyes and sighed. And when he got up and opened his eyes again, the originally dark pupils had been replaced by 3 red magatama. The dark jungle was full of thorns, and at first glance it looked like a big mouth full of fangs. But the movement coming from it was getting closer and closer. Swish! Finally, in Itachi's expected eyes, a tall and thin black shadow jumped out of the bushes. Although the speed was extremely fast, it still couldn't escape the capture of the Sharingan. This was a man wearing an animal skin coat and holding a long bone knife. His wrinkled face and the thick beard on his chin made him look vicissitudes of life. He looks like an experienced hunter. Itachi quickly analyzed the man's origin through some minor details, but the dangerous breath that followed made his eyes fixed. It seems that there's a big guy following this man. To be honest, when Tark saw someone in front of him, he was very surprised and entangled in his heart. This can be seen from his rapidly changing eyes. What was surprising was that this place was clearly in the wilderness, and it was so deserted that it could be described as sparsely populated for miles around. How could a seemingly powerless boy suddenly appear here? What was tangled was that he had spent a lot of effort for several days and finally led the damn beast here. When he was about to enter the trap set in advance, he didn't expect an innocent passerby to appear halfway. If he didn't save him, he might live in guilt and self-blame for the rest of his life. But if he chose to save him, he would not be the opponent of the beast without relying on the trap. He might follow in his father's footsteps and become a dead soul under the claws of the beast. Alas, Tarek sighed heavily, and the scale in his heart finally fell on the side of conscience. He stood in front of Uchiha Itachi with a knife in his hand and said in a hurried tone, "Young man, although I don't know why you are here, the danger is caused by me. I will hold that beast later. You run away." Uchiha Itachi's eyes showed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that the man in front of him was so righteous. If it were an ordinary person, he would have chosen to use him as a cannon fodder to delay time, right? Do you think I'm scaring you? That's a wild and dangerous steelman lion. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Tarek was anxious, and the saliva in his mouth almost sprayed on Itachi's face. It's been said so clearly, why don't you leave quickly? Obviously, he was just a stranger to himself, but he was willing to do this. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help feeling relieved for Tarek's kindness, and then asked, "Is the lion you mentioned very powerful?" "Powerful." Tarek gave a very affirmative answer, with sadness in his eyes. "Even my father, the old hunter whose experience and strength far surpassed mine, lost his life in the game with this beast." Roar, roar. Just then, a faint roar interrupted the communication between the two. Then, a huge creature, several feet tall, gradually walked out of the shadows. A pair of golden vertical pupils, exuding endless killing and tyranny, first met the sight of Itachi and Tarek. Then came the sturdy body like a hill, with clear muscles under the golden fur, containing a terrifying power that could tear everything apart. But the most shocking thing was the circle of mane on its neck that looked like cast steel, flowing with a cold luster under the sunlight. Steel mane lion, it really lives up to its name. Itachi murmured indifferently, without any doubt about the hardness of the giant lion's mane. "I'm afraid it's also a killing weapon on this beast, no less than its sharp teeth and claws." The steel-maned lion stared at the two preys in front of it, and for a moment, he was not in a hurry to attack. There were bursts of cold light in his golden vertical pupils, as if he was brewing something. "Forget it, I led the steel-maned lion here, and I can't implicate innocent people no matter what." Tarek clenched the bone knife, made a decision in his heart, and stood up and rushed towards the steel-maned lion. I'll hold it back, and you find a chance to escape. Tarek's actions made Itachi a little helpless. Does he really look that weak? Is there nothing else he can do except find a chance to escape? However, Tarek is worthy of being a hunter who has been in the jungle for many years. When he bursts out with all his strength, his speed is not inferior to that of ordinary beasts. In just a few breaths, he rushed to the flank of the steelman lion and swung a knife at its weak defense. Itachi was not idle on the side either. He would not really run away because of Tarek's words. At this time, he also threw several shurikens at the eyes of the steelman lion. Swish, swish, swish. The angles of the 5 shurikens were extremely tricky, and the steelman lion could not dodge them by twisting its head. But if it took other ways to defend against the shurikens, the weak point on its waist would inevitably be hit hard by Tarek. Great! I didn't expect this kid to be so hidden. It would take at least 10 years of hard work to practice this hidden weapon. Seeing this, Tarek was extremely surprised, but he couldn't think too much because of the enemy at hand. The only thing he could do was to continue to increase the strength of his knife. You evil beast, go to hell. Faced with the seamless attack of the two, the steelman lion was not in a hurry. It gently raised its claws to block the shuriken in front of it, but ignored Tarek's attack. I succeeded. Tarek was extremely happy. He didn't expect that he could kill this beast with his own hands today. Uchiha Itachi stood still, just staring at the fur of the giant lion, with a magical glow in his 3 Magatama Sharingan. Dang! With a sound, Tarek's bone knife finally hit the steelman lion. But this blow that should have been fatal failed to cut its flesh. It was as if it was cut on steel. The huge recoil force made Tarek feel pain in his tiger's mouth. But at this time, compared with the horror and despair in his heart, what is this physical pain? How could this happen? Looking at the blade in his hand that had broken a lot of gaps, Tarek's eyes were full of emptiness, and he couldn't accept this result at all. After all, the beast's defense was not so strong before. The steelman lion snorted and seemed to have lost the intention to deal with the two people anymore, and raised the stone-like animal paw and slapped Tarek. So fast. Damn! Tarek's eyes were bloodshot. At such a close distance, he had no chance to dodge this blow that could kill him. At the critical moment, several more shurikens attacked. The steelman lion had to give up the idea of slapping Tarek to death and raise his claws to protect his eyes. But this time, it really angered the king of all beasts. In its eyes, Uchiha Itachi and Tarek were just toys to entertain in leisure time and a feast to fill its stomach when hungry. Such a low-level existence actually dared to throw things to harass it again and again. It was simply looking for death. Roar, roar, roar. The steelman lion opened its eyes wide and roared to the sky, shaking the leaves in the forest and the birds flying. Then it opened its bloody mouth full of fangs and pounced on Uchiha Itachi. When Tarek saw that the steelman lion had turned its target to Uchiha Itachi, his expression was not only not the slightest bit of joy of surviving a disaster, but full of regret. If he had not been overconfident and had not tried to ambush and kill the beast, innocent people would not have been implicated. Alas, it was my arrogance that led to the tragedy. Chapter 2. Confronting the steel-maned lion. As the formidable beast approached, Uchiha Itachi felt an unexpected surge of joy rather than trepidation. With the distance between the steel-maned lion and Tarek widening, he no longer had to worry about collateral damage. Fire style, great fireball technique. With lightning speed, Itachi formed hand seals, completing the incantation in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, he gathered an immense amount of chakra in his throat, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The fire quickly coalesced before him into a fireball larger than the steel-maned lion itself, emanating a scorching heat that carved a charred trench in its wake. What is this? Tarek stood in stunned silence, so astonished that he failed to notice the bone knife slip from his grasp. The beast, inherently fearful of flames, was no exception. Even the steel-maned lion, which had developed a modicum of intelligence, could not evade the inferno capable of consuming all life. Boom. The explosion of flames sent thick smoke billowing into the air. When it cleared, the steel-maned lion had vanished, and the spot it once occupied had transformed into a blackened pit. Such tenacious vitality. Sensing a faint trace of life still lingering, Itachi murmured. Turning his gaze to the still dumbfounded Tarek. If you wish to avenge your father, I suggest you act now. Itachi's low voice resonated in Tarek's ears, bringing his thoughts back to calm. He looked at the composed Uchiha Itachi, gratitude shining in his eyes. At the bottom of the pit, the steel-maned lion was no longer the imposing creature it had once been. Its body was scorched and battered, the iconic mane now tattered and lifeless. Lying feebly amidst the rubble, gazing upon the lion's pitiful state, Tarek felt a profound sense of satisfaction coursing through him. You malevolent beast! Today, I shall exact justice for the innocent souls who perished at your hands. For my father, filled with righteous indignation, Tarek plunged his knife into the lion's brow, severing its last breath of life. Having accomplished this, Tarek felt the weight of years lift from his heart, a sense of unprecedented relief enveloping him. He strode towards Uchiha Itachi, gratitude evident in his demeanor. I owe you my life, young man. Without your assistance, I would surely have perished beneath its claws. It was but a trivial act. There is no need for such gratitude, Itachi replied, shaking his head slightly. For him, slaying a steel-maned lion was a trifling matter, especially considering that Tarek had acted courageously first, and he had merely offered a modest helping hand in return. Tarek paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. Regardless, you are my savior. Though my home is not wealthy, I can provide plenty of game. I hope you will not look down upon my humble offerings. Itachi Uchiha initially intended to decline, but upon meeting Tarek's sincere and candid gaze, he reluctantly changed his mind. Then I shall graciously accept your hospitality. As dusk approached, Itachi followed Tarek along the winding paths of the village, immersing himself in the rich rural atmosphere, which stirred a fleeting sense of nostalgia for his homeland. Tarek, have you ever heard of a place called the Land of Fire? The Land of Fire? Tarek furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. Over the years, due to my trade in furs, I have traveled to various places, yet I have never come across the Land of Fire. Why do you suddenly inquire about it, young sir? That is my homeland. Ah, I see. That explains why your attire seems so unfamiliar. Tarek observed the black and red cloud-patterned robe enveloping Itachi, a look of understanding crossing his face. As they continued their journey, Itachi noticed several ragged children and elderly individuals in the village, which left him feeling perplexed. Given the construction quality of the houses, this place did not appear to warrant such poverty. However, despite his confusion, Itachi refrained from voicing his inquiries. Before long, the two arrived at a clean and modest courtyard. With a call from Tarek, the gate was promptly opened, revealing a youthful maiden clad in a simple dress. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, possessing a delicate and charming visage, complemented by flowing chestnut hair. Although still youthful, her figure was already well developed, and her fair skin made her presence quite striking. Father, you have finally returned. I was so worried about you while you were away. Upon seeing her father return safely, Erin's joy was palpable, and she flitted toward him like a little yellow oriole, chattering incessantly. Tarek affectionately stroked Erin's hair, for since the passing of his wife, the girl had become his sole remaining family and source of concern in this world. At that moment, Erin's gaze fell upon Itachi, who was trailing behind Tarek, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Father, who is this young man? This is Itachi Uchiha. Thanks to him, I was able to return safely after defeating the steel-maned lion. Upon hearing that Itachi had saved her father's life, Erin's admiration for the young man in the black robe grew significantly. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, a sudden realization struck her. She tugged at Tarek's sleeve, her voice trembling with astonishment. Wait, father, what did you just say? Did you say he defeated the steel-maned lion? Indeed, Tarek replied, noticing Erin's disbelief. He retrieved a portion of the steel-maned lion's hide from his bag. Although most of it had been damaged during the battle, a few pieces remained intact. The golden fur gleamed under the setting sun, unmistakably from the formidable beast. How impressive! Eileen let out an admiring gasp, her gaze towards Itachi sparkling with wonder. The lion he had vanquished was a creature that even her grandfather could not subdue. Her father had suffered many defeats at its hands, yet Itachi had triumphed. But that was not all. Faced with the adoring demeanor of Eileen, Itachi offered a shy smile. For despite his unparalleled talents, his greatest vulnerability lay in his modesty. Oh, the camaraderie of youth is truly delightful, Tarek exclaimed with a hearty laugh, then pointed at Eileen to introduce her to Itachi. Eileen is my daughter, possessing a rather extroverted and lively personality, always speaking her mind. Itachi nodded with a smile, his initial impression of Tarek and his daughter being quite favorable. If there were any criticism to be made, it might be that Tarek was somewhat loquacious. As night began to descend, Tarek continued to chat animatedly with Itachi at the door, prompting Eileen to pout and exclaim, It's quite late now, father. And you leave our savior standing at the door. This is simply unacceptable." With a sheepish grin, Tarek scratched the back of his head, acknowledging his daughter's words. "Indeed. I seem to have found a kindred spirit in Itachi, and my words have certainly multiplied." Under the fading sunset, Itachi observed the tender scene of fatherly affection and filial devotion, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was truly a beautiful tableau. During dinner, Tarek generously presented the venison he had hunted, while Eileen's culinary skills did not disappoint Itachi, ensuring that the evening was filled with laughter and merriment among the three. Later that night, with no fatigue weighing upon him, Itachi stood alone in the courtyard, contemplating the rosebud before him. At that moment, he felt as though the petals reflected the myriad scenes of the ninja world. "Itachi, do you also have an affinity for roses? Are you perhaps reminiscing about someone?" Eileen playfully inquired as she approached him unannounced. I wonder how they are faring now," Itachi replied, turning to face Eileen. His eyes clouded with a deep sense of nostalgia. Though he had gradually accepted the reality of his rebirth in a different realm after a day of reflection, the ninja world remained fraught with unfulfilled regrets and individuals he had let down. Chapter 3. The Tax Officer. "Damon, are they all in that place known as the Land of Fire? During dinner, I believe I heard my father mention that it is the homeland of Itachi. Isn't it?" Observing Itachi's gentle countenance and the fleeting melancholy in his eyes, Aaron felt a blush creep across her cheeks, inexplicably yearning to learn more about this youth who was of similar age to her. Itachi, however, was not focused on Aaron and thus remained oblivious to her changing expression, merely nodding slightly in response. Noticing his somber demeanor, Aaron instinctively clutched the hem of her dress, at a loss for how to comfort him. In truth, she could deeply empathize with Itachi's feelings, having lost her mother at a young age and thus experiencing the pain of longing. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that rendered her speechless. In her childhood, during moments like this, her father would hold her tightly in his embrace, but with Itachi, things were different. Lost in her thoughts, Erin's face reddened further, and upon realizing her momentary lapse, she quickly shook her head in an attempt to regain her composure. Meanwhile, Itachi's heart was far from tranquil. After all, the incomprehensible event of returning from the dead had occurred. Who knew what other unforeseen circumstances might arise? Yet, the most pressing question on his mind remained whether he could ever return to the shinobi world. At that moment, Aaron's voice suddenly reached his ears, pulling him from his reverie. "What is it, Miss Aaron?" he inquired, puzzled. "I just remembered a place my father once told me about, and I believe you would find it quite intriguing." Aaron teased, deliberately withholding further details, her eyes glinting with mischief. "What place?" Itachi instinctively asked. "The imperial capital," Aaron exclaimed, pleased to have diverted his attention. With a beaming smile, she continued, "It is the heart of the nation, teeming with dignitaries and well-traveled adventurers. Perhaps someone there might possess information regarding the Land of Fire." Understanding dawned on Itachi, and the melancholy in his eyes dissipated considerably. Even if there was merely a sliver of possibility, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. It seemed that this so-called imperial capital was a destination he must visit. With determination taking root in his heart, Itachi felt a newfound lightness, for what he feared most was not death or hardship, but rather the overwhelming sensation of being adrift. "I knew this would be beneficial. It brings me such joy to see you no longer despondent," Aaron remarked, her smile radiating warmth. "And with the steel-hide lion pelt you helped procure, our village should not suffer from starvation this year." "Thank you, Miss Aaron," Itachi replied, moved by the innocence and kindness of her words. However, his expression darkened again as he pondered her subsequent remarks. "Does the village often suffer such losses? And how does this relate to the beast's skin?" As clouds obscured the moon, the conversation between the two continued to echo through the courtyard, their voices rising and falling in a symphony of shared thoughts. The inquiries regarding Uchiha Itachi seemed to evoke a plethora of unfortunate memories for Eileen, causing her smile to gradually fade, replaced by a somber haze. The answers to these two questions can, in fact, be attributed to a single individual, the tax collector who governs vast regions, including our village. Damon. Upon mentioning Damon, Eileen's tone was tinged with indignation, revealing her profound dissatisfaction with that man. "Could you elaborate further?" Although Uchiha Itachi had not spent much time with Eileen, he understood that there would never be unfounded animosity in this world. Especially for a kind-hearted girl like Eileen, there must be many hidden circumstances he was unaware of. "Surely, you also noticed today the emaciated elderly and frail women and children wandering through the village." "Indeed, given the conditions of the village's housing. The villagers should not be suffering so acutely. Uchiha Itachi expressed his prior confusion. It should not be this difficult. Upon hearing this, Eileen's tone suddenly became fervent. Her head bowed as she clenched her teeth. Originally, everyone had lived a life of abundance through their diligent labor. But ever since that wretched Damon arrived a few years ago, all the beauty that once existed here has vanished. As Eileen recounted her tale, Itachi gradually pieced together the sequence of events, and a long-buried fury began to rise within him. It turned out that ever since the tax collector Damon took office here several years ago, he had begun to act recklessly under the pretense of the imperial authority. Not only did he significantly raise existing taxes, but he also introduced numerous unreasonable levies, ruthlessly exploiting the populace under his control. In the later stages, even taxes on livestock waste and burial fees for the deceased emerged, his methods of exploitation reaching a level of madness. Under Damon's draconian policies, the people here quickly fell into abject poverty. The only remnants of the village's former splendor were the reasonably constructed houses, as observed by Itachi. Eileen's family, having descended from generations of hunters, had accumulated valuable furs and bones, and with Tarek often bringing back decent game, they managed to scrape by. The reason they believed they would not starve this year due to the furs was that Damon had a penchant for collecting rare animal pelts. The pelt of the steel-maned lion was both beautiful and resilient, naturally enticing Damon. However, that cunning man was unwilling to risk his subordinates and promised the villagers that whoever could present a pristine steel-maned lion pelt would be exempt from all village taxes for half a year. Tarek, having lived in fear of the beast ever since his father met a tragic end at the claws of a steel-maned lion, mustered his courage to hunt it down. Fueled by the hope of avenging his father, spurred on by Damon's promise of tax exemption for the entire village, there should be a limit to exploitation. Damon's actions left the populace with no means of survival. Itachi sighed softly, acknowledging that such injustices would exist wherever there were social classes, though Damon's excesses were indeed egregious. In the village, young and vigorous individuals are a rare sight, and it is likely that this predicament is intertwined with Damon. Due to their inability to pay sufficient taxes, many have been seized by Damon and forced into servitude to repay their debts. The loss of such vital labor has resulted in dwindling harvests, leading to numerous fatalities each year due to starvation. Eileen's demeanor grew dim. Despite successfully comforting Itachi through their exchange, she found herself ensnared in a profound sense of despondency. She was reluctant to display this unfavorable state before Itachi, yet the thought of the suffering Damon inflicted upon everyone rendered her emotions uncontrollable. When will Damon come to collect taxes again? Itachi abruptly inquired. Although he was not adept at offering solace, he possessed his own methods of resolution. In the past, tax collections occurred annually, but under Damon's regime, they had shifted to a triannual schedule, with the next collection due in 3 days. Those ruffians were remarkably punctual. Eileen scoffed dismissively, but soon her expression shifted as a realization dawned upon her. She swiftly turned her gaze to Itachi. You don't intend to confront Damon, do you? Absolutely not. You saved Father's life today. I cannot allow you to take on this burden for us. Though she had heard from Father of Itachi's remarkable prowess, Damon was backed by influential elites and commanded a multitude of henchmen, making him a formidable adversary. Eileen's impassioned speech, however, did not sway Itachi. Frustration surged within her. Do you not wish to venture to the imperial capital to glean news of your homeland? Offending Damon would render all hopes of that impossible. Itachi, touched by Eileen's concern for his potential troubles, felt a blend of gratitude and resignation. With a gentle light in his eyes, he raised his hand to smooth Eileen's slightly disheveled hair. Do not worry. I am well aware of my path. Just promise you won't act impulsively when the time comes. Feeling the delicate touch of Itachi's fingers, a flush of crimson crept onto Eileen's cheeks, and she surprisingly refrained from further protest, appearing quite obedient. Chapter 4. The day of taxation arrives within the opulent mansion of the town. A corpulent, balding man reclined in his chair, listening intently to the report of his subordinate. My Lord Damon, in the last quarter, we collected various taxes amounting to 30,000 taels of silver, 2,000 dan of grain, and over 400 head of cattle and sheep, totaling an equivalent of 60,000 taels of silver. Upon concluding his statement, the man retrieved a small booklet from his bosom, presenting it respectfully to Damon. After deducting the portion owed to the state, the remainder has been delivered to your residence in the imperial capital. All transactions are recorded herein. I kindly request your review. Indeed, Kier, you have performed admirably, Damon remarked as he perused several pages, initially finding no discrepancies. Yet, his brow soon furrowed in concern. What is the situation with this village? Why are the taxes and contributions lower than in other regions? My lord, have you forgotten? The hunter Tarek from that village discreetly presented you with several rare animal hides in exchange for a halving of their tax obligations, Kier explained. Ah, yes. That indeed rings a bell, Damon acknowledged, his memory rekindled. He then inquired, has he procured the hide of the steel-maned lion yet? That remains uncertain, but my lord. Should Tarek acquire the hide, will you truly grant them another tax reduction? A cold smirk curled Damon's lips at Kier's question, a glint of cunning dancing in his eyes. If he manages to bring me the steel-maned lion's hide, then his value to me would diminish. As for the taxes, they are to be submitted in accordance with imperial decree. I possess no authority to grant exemptions. My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. Kier flattered, thumping his chest. As it happens, the day of taxation arrives in 3 days. I shall investigate whether Tarek has indeed obtained the steel-maned lion's hide. Damon nodded, gesturing for Kier to depart. Just as Kier was about to step out, Damon called him back. Bring more men when the time comes. If Tarek has truly acquired the hide, ensure that his village compensates for any previous shortfalls in their contributions. In the ensuing days, all remained tranquil within the village. Each day, the weasel accompanied Aileen in tending to flowers and preparing meals, his remarkable skills consistently eliciting wonder from the young lady, making their days quite pleasant. This idyllic existence continued until the day of taxation arrived. On that morning, as the first light of dawn began to spread across the horizon, Tarek and his daughter had already risen early, preparing breakfast. Soon, tendrils of smoke began to curl from their hearth. Good morning, Uncle Tarek, Miss Aileen. The weasel greeted as Aileen busied herself adding firewood to the stove. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm, especially for hunters, Tarek replied, swinging his axe with a jovial demeanor. Through her days spent in the company of the weasel, Aileen gained a deeper understanding of this seemingly mature youth, discovering that he possessed a remarkable level of prudence and meticulousness in his actions. However, in moments of peril, he proves to be remarkably dependable. Just a few days ago, while the two ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, they were ambushed by a pack of wolves. Yet, with just a slight display of skill, Yao effortlessly resolved the predicament. His mastery of fire techniques left the young lady utterly captivated, her eyes glimmering with admiration. How vexing. He is merely a year or two my senior, yet he carries himself with the composure of an old sage. Though she silently lamented this, a faint blush crept onto Aaron's delicate face. Aaron, is it exceedingly warm by the stove? Why is your face so flushed? Her concerned father, Talek, quickly inquired upon noticing his daughter's unusual demeanor. Startled by his words, Aaron resembled a frightened kitten, casting a furtive glance at Yao's reaction while hastily waving her hand in denial. And no, I am not blushing. Please, father, don't say such things. Ah, I see. Talek, initially perplexed, immediately discerned his daughter's feelings upon witnessing her response. He then turned his gaze towards Yao, observing the young man more closely. Indeed, Yao was undeniably handsome, powerful, and possessed a humble demeanor. As an aging father, Talek felt a sense of comfort knowing that if Aaron could rely on such a man in the future, he could depart this world with peace. Talek's thoughts echoed in his mind, and his satisfaction with Yao grew. As a seasoned ninja who constantly flirted with danger, Yao's perception was exceptionally keen. Aaron's subtle glances had not escaped his notice, let alone Talek's unabashed scrutiny. Uncle Talek, is there something on my face? Yao asked, exasperated, unable to tolerate the unwavering gaze of the bearded man, regardless of Talek's straightforwardness. If Aaron were to be questioned so, she would likely be too embarrassed to respond. Yet, Talek, with his thick skin, showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he jovially draped an arm around Yao's shoulder. My dear nephew, I have a question for you, and I implore you to answer truthfully. Of course. Do you find Aaron to be beautiful? Talek's abrupt inquiry caused the atmosphere in the kitchen to become palpably tense, silence descending as if a pin could be heard dropping. Aaron's eyes were suffused with profound shyness, her cheeks visibly reddening, yet remarkably, she did not interrupt Talek. Even Yao, typically so composed, found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Talek's rather bold question. In that brief moment, Yao had contemplated numerous possibilities. Perhaps Talek would ask why he, at such a young age, had mastered such exquisite skills, or how he could conjure flames, but he had never anticipated this query. Within the room, only the crackling of flames consuming the firewood broke the silence. Aaron's heart raced uncontrollably, her small hands clenching a straw tightly, leaving indents from her nails. For the first time in her life, she experienced a blend of anticipation and fear. If I may say so, Miss Erin is indeed a remarkably beautiful and gentle girl. After much contemplation, Yao finally expressed his heartfelt words in response. Upon hearing such a reply, Erin's heart blossomed with joy, yet out of youthful modesty. She merely lowered her head and mumbled, It's not as good as you say, but what I say is true, Miss Erin, Yao replied sincerely. His smile as warm as the winter sun, completely captivating Erin. All right, that's wonderful. Tarek observed the increasingly intimate atmosphere between the two and couldn't he help but exclaim 3 praises, his old face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. However, he wisely chose to refrain from pursuing the sensitive topic any further. Before long, noon arrived, and the village, as usual, welcomed a group of unexpected visitors. Lord Kier. Please wait a moment. Tarek will be here shortly, someone said. Get lost. Kier kicked down the kneeling elder before him, his tone domineering. I've been waiting here for nearly half a tea's worth of time, and still haven't seen him. I suppose your village is yearning for heavier taxes this year. A large crowd had gathered nearby, including some young individuals, a few of whom, with fiery tempers, wished to step forward but were restrained by those around them. Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten what happened to those who resisted before? Such murmurs echoed through the crowd, revealing their palpable fear of Kier. Seeing the agitated youth bow their heads, Kier felt increasingly triumphant, glancing at the multitude of soldiers behind him, his face filled with intoxication. This is the power of authority, he thought. As for these powerless villagers, it mattered not how much they were oppressed. Faced with Kier's extreme oppression and blatant humiliation, the people could only swallow their anger, suppressing their tears as they silently endured. At that moment, Tarek and his daughter, along with Yao, finally received word and arrived at the scene. From a distance, Yao had already heard Kier's voice, and upon seeing the man himself, a look of disdain flickered in his eyes. The arrogance of these imperial bureaucrats was utterly excessive. Chapter 5. The outbreak of conflict. The voice of the weasel was unremarkable, yet it resonated deeply with Tarek and Erin. This fellow Kerr showed no hesitation in perpetrating cruelty against the populace, wielding the banner of Damon to exert his authority and instill fear. Commander Kerr, might I inquire if the prior promises made by the tax official still hold weight? Tarek suppressed his revulsion, feigning a demeanor of respect. Despite his profound disdain for Kerr and his ilk, Tarek understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. Displeasing those in power would undoubtedly lead to further tribulations for all. Kerr, of diminutive stature and possessing a face reminiscent of a rodent, appeared almost dwarfed beside the forthright and robust Tarek. The sight of Tarek bowing submissively before him filled Kerr with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Having always been shorter than his peers, he relished the feeling of being revered and feared in his newfound position of power. Oh, have you perhaps procured the hide of the steel-maned lion? Kerr raised an eyebrow, his countenance swelling with arrogance. If you can present what Lord Damon requires, then of course, the previous agreement stands, as demonstrated during the last tax collection, does it not? Very well. Tarek, without a moment's hesitation, produced a wooden chest he carried with him, stating, This is what the tax official desires. I trust you will honor your commitment. Upon receiving the chest, Kerr opened it to inspect its contents. Once confirming it contained the steel-maned lion's hide, he slowly closed the chest and handed it to the soldier behind him. The villagers nearby, though humiliated, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Last time, it was Tarek who had bravely intervened, offering treasures to Damon, which had resulted in the village's tax burden being reduced from 3,000 taels to 1,500, thus sparing many from the fate of starvation. Alas, even with the reduction, life remained exceedingly arduous. Erin, observing the anxious villagers, let out a weary sigh. She and her father had exerted their utmost efforts, yet this was the best outcome they could secure. In my opinion, this man is unlikely to be benevolent. The weasel remarked, shaking his head slightly. From Kerr's eyes, he discerned nothing but insatiable greed. Expecting such a person to honor a promise was akin to chasing a mirage. What? Are you suggesting they would take the hide and then renege? Erin's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that such shameless individuals existed in the world. Meanwhile, Kerr, mockingly surveying his surroundings, finally cleared his throat and declared, I announce that your village's tax obligation for this quarter is, for 1,500 taels. Considering the current lack of cash, as per usual, you may settle this debt with grain, livestock, or labor. Commander Kerr, we had an agreement. How can you? Kerr glared at Tarek with a menacing look. Do you dare defy Lord Damon's will? You. Tarek was seething with rage, appalled by Kel's audacity. He longed to deliver a decisive blow to the scoundrel. However, given the soldiers surrounding them, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. At this point, even the dullest of villagers could sense that something was amiss. The other party was brazenly reneging on their promises. In an instant, the crowd erupted in an uproar. They had taken Uncle Tarek's furs without fulfilling their end of the bargain. They were nothing short of rogues. This greedy bunch had no intention of allowing anyone a chance to survive. The village had already been ravaged by them. And now they demanded higher taxes. Where was the justice in that? We absolutely refuse to comply. I will fight you, beast. Amidst the chaos, a man wielding a pitchfork suddenly surged from the agitated crowd, hurling insults as he charged at Kel. Tarek, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in horror, wishing to intervene. But before he could utter a word, two long spears pierced the man's body. The soldiers, exuding an air of grim determination, mercilessly withdrew their spears. Splattering blood in a gruesome display, the metallic scent quickly permeating the air. Ordinary people inherently fear bloodshed and violence. Upon witnessing the man's fate, they fell silent, the threat of death rendering them unable to voice their concerns. Those damn peasants. Under the protection of the soldiers, Kel remained unharmed. Yet the memory of his earlier panic ignited a fierce anger within him. Bring me his head. Hang it from a tree. Anyone who dares to obstruct shall suffer the same fate. The two soldiers at his side, upon hearing this command, drew their long knives without a flicker of emotion and approached the fallen man. Tarek, observing this horrific spectacle, felt his countenance darken like a stormy sky. He clenched his fists, striving to suppress the fury rising within him, but as a man of flesh and blood, how could he endure such extreme oppression? You heartless beast. Tarek's eyes blazed with rage as he swung a fist the size of a sandbag towards Kel's face. You. Kel, taken aback by Tarek's audacity, had no time to evade the blow and could only watch helplessly as the fist connected with his face. The disparity in their physiques was already significant. And with Tarek's rage fueling his strike, Kel was sent tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, his formerly sharp and gaunt face swelling rapidly. Bastard! Regaining his composure, Kel shouted in fury, then pointed at the surrounding soldiers. What are you waiting for? Kill this rebellious peasant at once. In the next moment, several spears surged towards Tarek from all directions. Should they strike true, they would surely pierce him with a myriad of holes. Father. Seeing her father's life hanging by a thread, Eileen's eyes filled with uncontrollable tears. She had never fathomed that the situation could escalate to this in such a short span of time. Clang, clang, as Tarek stood on the brink of death. A figure clad in black robes suddenly appeared at his side. With a swift motion, Itachi wielded his kunai to deflect the barrage of spears aimed at him, and then quickly pulled Tarek away to safety. Tarek's head buzzed in that fleeting moment. He had come closer to death than at any other time in his decades of life. I was truly terrified. I thought you were going to die, father, Eren exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she clung tightly to the relieved Tarek. That was too close. I'm so grateful Itachi saved me. Tarek's expression mirrored his fear. For had it not been for Itachi's intervention, he would now be a lifeless corpse, pierced by countless blades. It's all right, Eren, Itachi reassured her, shifting his gaze toward Tarek. Uncle Tarek, please take care of everyone. The rest is up to me. Rest assured, I won't let you down, Tarek vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Itachi nodded slightly, and in that brief moment of turning, the haunting pattern of his three-tomo Sharingan began to manifest, emanating a fearsome crimson glow. The black cloak with red clouds fluttered in the wind, and his expression remained stoic and devoid of emotion as he stood alone before Kel's forces, exuding a commanding presence. Rebellious scum, openly defying the Imperial Army. Are you seeking insurrection? Kel's face burned with arrogance as he leveled this accusation at Itachi. Insurrection? Itachi's expression hardened. I believe dealing with someone like you is merely aiding the nation in eradicating its parasites. Kel, infuriated, muttered under his breath, sensing that Itachi was far from ordinary. Despite the intimidation of his inquiries and the 50 Imperial soldiers arrayed behind him, Itachi remained unervingly composed, which only deepened Kel's unease. He quickly commanded his soldiers to form a battle formation. Tension crackled in the air, both sides poised for confrontation. Itachi, you must win. Eren clasped her hands tightly over her heart, silently praying for Itachi's victory. To think that a mere youth could dominate the morale of 50 Imperial soldiers. Tarek was profoundly impressed. Itachi was accomplishing what he had always yearned to do but had never dared to attempt himself. With a darkening gaze, Kel unsheathed his long sword and bellowed, "If I am intimidated by you alone today, how will I maintain my standing in this region?" He commanded, "Charge. Crush him." At his order, the soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, their gleaming blades forming a deadly arc as they converged upon Itachi. A bloody battle was now inevitable. Chapter 6. The assassination of Kur. A torrent of icy brilliance surged forth, yet Itachi possessed unparalleled martial prowess in the enhanced dynamic vision bestowed by his Sharingan. The harmonious amalgamation of these abilities endowed him with unmatched combat capabilities. The seemingly insurmountable assaults directed at him posed no threat whatsoever. Too slow. His crimson pupils rapidly scanned the surroundings, dissecting the movements of his adversaries. With remarkable agility, Itachi deftly maneuvered his body, effortlessly neutralizing the initial wave of attacks. Even seizing a soldier's blade from his waist with ease. What? Kur gazed in disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he clenched his fists. Unable to fathom such human reflexes and actions, Eileen and Tariq exhaled in relief, although they were aware of Itachi's strength. The sheer number of enemies had instilled a sense of uncertainty in their hearts. However, Itachi's recent display undoubtedly served as a reassuring balm for their anxieties. It had been quite some time since he last wielded a blade, and he found himself nostalgic. Itachi weighed the long sword in his hand, reminiscing about his early days in the Umbu of Konoha. At that time, he had yet to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, and his repertoire of jutsu was far less extensive than it would later become. His swordsmanship was his primary means of dispatching foes. Clang. Itachi focused ahead, nonchalantly raising his sword to parry several spears thrusting at him from behind, then swiftly executed a surprising horizontal slash that instantly severed the throats of 3 assailants. After eliminating the ambushing enemies, Itachi began his proactive assault. The long sword in his grasp seemed to come alive, cutting through the soldiers' vital spots at various unexpected angles. His black and crimson figure darted through the throngs, mercilessly reaping the lives of one soldier after another, resembling a bloodthirsty Asura, in stark contrast to Itachi's godlike prowess. The soldiers wielding spears appeared clumsy and inept. No matter how they lunged or jabbed, they could not inflict a single scratch upon him. Some of the more astute soldiers realized the advantage of engaging in close combat with swords, thus discarding their spears in favor of blades to challenge Itachi. Yet, despair soon enveloped them once more. Their swordsmanship paled in comparison to Itachi's, lacking any semblance of technique or strategy. Many fell before him, unable to withstand even a single strike. Once formidable in demeanor, these soldiers now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, powerless to resist Itachi's relentless massacre, accepting their fate in utter despair. Itachi is incredible. Eileen watched the magnificent figure ahead, her eyes brimming with admiration, her heart racing uncontrollably. Truly, the youth is formidable. Tariq, in heartfelt awe, lamented that compared to Itachi, his own meager skills were hardly worth mentioning. The other villagers, too, ignited with hope, silently cheered for Itachi. Though they did not know him, they understood that he was fighting for them. In merely a short span of time, the soldiers led by Kur had suffered considerable losses. The remaining few were crumbling under Itachi's unyielding assault at an astonishingly rapid pace. How could this be? Kur could scarcely believe his eyes, his voice trembling with terror. 50 Imperial soldiers. How could they fall so easily? What manner of monster is this? Moments later, the few remaining soldiers, witnessing the scattered limbs and pools of blood, found their psychological defenses utterly shattered by their fear of Itachi. They hastily discarded their weapons and fled, only to be captured by the ever-watchful Tariq. Seeing his subordinates in disarray, did Kur think to slip away unnoticed? As he turned to escape, a low voice and an icy chill emanated from behind him, paralyzing him with fear, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Itachi stood behind Kur, his expression cold, his blood-stained visage coupled with those crimson Sharingan eyes, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. With the soldiers either dead or fleeing, Eren and the villagers, who had been watching from a distance, gathered around, forming a tight circle around Kur and Itachi. At that moment, Kur felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling in his heart. After much hesitation, he turned tremblingly towards Itachi, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. "My lord, it's all a misunderstanding. Please, do not take my life." As he spoke, Kur even sank to his knees, crawling towards Itachi in desperation. He attempted to grasp Itachi's leg, but just as he was about to make contact, he was kicked away. "Look at you now, in such a wretched state, utterly disgraceful. Do you still wish to tarnish the hero's garments?" Eren scolded, hands on her hips, her finger jabbing at Kur's nose. her face a portrait of disdain and revulsion. That very kick had come from her. Lord Kerr, your current state is a far cry from when you first arrived. Tarek chimed in, a smirk on his scruffy face, which only added to the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, Kerr's demeanor was exactly as Aaron described. Faced with the specter of death, he abandoned all dignity, weeping and groveling before his adversary, resembling a pitiful, broken creature. Yet, the scene that followed left everyone astonished. Kerr actually knelt before Tarek, forcing a smile as he said, "You are right, Lord Tarek, but I am merely following orders. Please, speak a good word for me, grant me mercy." As he spoke, a hint of a whimper crept into his voice, eliciting a wave of nausea among the onlookers. "If you spare me today, I promise to persuade Lord Damon to permanently reduce your village's taxes by 50%. No, wait. To never collect taxes from your village again." Seeing that Tarek ignored him, Kerr continued to plead with the gathered villagers, even painting grand promises in the air. But all he received in return were gazes filled with resentment. Having harbored a great deal of resentment, especially after witnessing Kerr's brutality and shamelessness not long ago, how could they possibly trust this scoundrel's deceptive words? How could they easily let this wretched being go? Just moments ago, he had derided them as lowly beings. And now he appeared to be even less than a beast. His words were as insignificant as flatulence. Even a 3-year-old would not believe his fabrications. Such a degenerate must not be spared. He had even threatened to desecrate the corpses. He deserved to die. Allowing him to return might invite unspeakable vengeance upon us. After pleading for help, all they received were jeers and demands for his execution, which ignited a furious bloodshot glare in Kerr's eyes. He could no longer contain himself. He shed his facade. "You wretched peasants. You are openly defying the Empire's edicts. Now you consort with the butchers of imperial soldiers. Do you wish for death? Mark my words. One day, I shall sever the heads of each and every one of you." Kerr's demeanor grew increasingly deranged, his body swaying erratically, incessantly cursing like a madman. With a swift motion, Y, having grown weary of Kerr's insanity, slit his throat. As the lifeless body thudded to the ground, tranquility returned to the scene. Although the villagers had previously shouted fiercely, the sight of an imperial official dying before their eyes plunged them into a silence wrought with unease and fear. It was then that Talek stepped forward, his expression fervent as he addressed the crowd. "Fear not. Since Y has rid us of Kerr today, he shall undoubtedly do the same with Damon tomorrow. From this day forth, we shall no longer endure the oppression of those scoundrels. Indeed, with Y among us, we shall surely escape Damon's tyranny. Our village now holds a glimmer of hope, all thanks to Y." The villagers, though only partially understanding, erupted in thunderous applause upon hearing they would no longer be subjected to oppression, their words filled with gratitude and recognition for Y. For these downtrodden souls, who had been treated as mere weeds by their rulers since birth, subjected to humiliation and even the deprivation of life, Y's emergence was undeniably a beacon of hope piercing through the depths of darkness. Chapter 7. Infiltration. As dusk fell, the villagers gathered to celebrate a long-awaited bonfire party. The outdoor tables were laden with an array of delectable delicacies and fine wines, and every face radiated a glow of contentment. Itachi and his companions, including Eileen, sat cross-legged by the fire, each cradling a half-empty cup of fruit wine. This beverage, rich with exotic flavors, offered his palate an exhilarating experience. It had indeed been a considerable time since he had savored such exquisite wine. It was utterly delightful. Eileen, swaying slightly, leaned against Itachi's shoulder, a charming blush of intoxication adorning her delicate features. As he glanced at Eileen, now comfortably uninhibited, and then at the elder Tarek, who was fervently drinking without abandon, Itachi couldn't help but smile. Previously perplexed by the stark contrast between Eileen's and Tarek's personalities, he now realized he had misjudged. The inebriated Eileen bore an uncanny resemblance to Tarek. Before long, the festivities began to dwindle, with some departing and others succumbing to drunkenness, leaving Itachi as the sole individual still possessing clarity of mind. He gazed into the flickering flames of the bonfire, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Thanks to the substantial supplies acquired from the Kurl caravan, such a grand banquet could be hosted tonight. Yet, Itachi understood that Kurl was merely a pawn executing orders. Unless the root of the problem was addressed, all this joy would be fleeting, and nightmares would inevitably return. This celebration was an invitation extended to him by all the villagers, including Tarek and Eileen, rendering him unable to decline. However, he found himself compelled to depart prematurely. After raising his cup to drain it of its contents, Itachi suddenly rose, feeling the coolness of the night air. He gently draped a blanket over the already intoxicated Eileen, ensuring her comfort before slowly making his way into the night. As his footsteps faded into the distance, tranquility reclaimed the surroundings. Eileen, who should have been deep in slumber, gradually opened her eyes. Though still veiled in a haze of intoxication, her watery gaze retained a glimmer of clarity. With a small hand tightly clutching the corner of the blanket, she softly murmured a name. Pushing open the creaky courtyard gate, Itachi strode directly towards the soldiers bound there. Upon hearing his approach, they instinctively looked up, but their faces drained of color when they recognized him, trembling in fear. "Where is Damon now?" Itachi inquired bluntly. Stating his purpose without preamble, the soldiers were taken aback. What had they just heard? This man was inquiring about Lord Damon's whereabouts. Could it be that he intended to confront Lord Damon? One soldier gasped in horror. Clearly, questioning was proving too slow a method. Itachi, disinterested in responding to a mere foot soldier, seized the man by the throat and invoked the genjutsu of his Sharingan. The others watched in terror as their companion gradually lost his composure under Itachi's influence, prompting them to retreat hastily, desperate to avoid his gaze. In but a moment, Itachi had acquired all the intelligence he sought, and the circumstances aligned closely with his expectations. Damon was indeed doomed tonight. Within the opulent mansion of the town, Damon paced the grand hall with his hands clasped behind his back, intermittently craning his neck towards the entrance, his corpulent visage betraying a countenance rife with anxiety and unease. Where could he be? Where has that cur gone? Damon's expression darkened further, and he could not suppress the curses that escaped his lips. That dog servant has caused me such distress. When he returns, I shall give him a thorough thrashing. Could it be that the scoundrel absconded with my money? No, that could not be. A thought suddenly flickered in Damon's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The soldiers accompanying him were all his loyal men. They would never collude with Kerr to abscond with the funds, and the meager tax revenues would hardly suffice to bribe so many. While Damon remained absorbed in pondering Kerr's whereabouts, he was blissfully unaware of the impending calamity that loomed over him. In a concealed corner outside the mansion, two cloaked figures were intently observing the guards patrolling the entrance. "Sister Leona, why does the boss insist we deal with this Damon, despite not having received any commission?" In the dim light, Rabbick's languid face appeared intermittently, his short green hair lending him an air of irreverence. The woman he referred to as Sister Leona was a striking beauty with a voluptuous figure. Her slightly curled golden locks added a touch of wild allure to her appearance. "Because Damon has committed too many heinous acts since his rise to power," Leona replied coolly, her golden eyes glinting with lethal intent. "He ruthlessly exploits the populace, executing dissenters with brutal methods at the slightest inconvenience. He has single-handedly reduced the population of 6 villages under his rule by 30% in merely 3 years. Do you think such a man deserves to live?" "I see," Rabbick said, his earlier languor dissipating as his expression grew grave. "Then let us send this scoundrel to his demise tonight." Leona nodded in agreement, and the two commenced their operation. Having previously discerned the guards' troop deployment and patrol patterns, they infiltrated Damon's estate in less than 10 breaths. Yet, even the most perceptive assassins can sometimes overlook the watchful eyes lurking in the shadows. Just as they departed, Itachi appeared at the very spot where the two had lingered. Was their sole intention to eliminate Damon for the sake of the people? Who were these two truly? A flicker of contemplation crossed Itachi's eyes. Yet he could not ascertain their motives at that moment. Thus, he swiftly followed the trail of their recent actions into the mansion, moving swiftly along the eaves. Itachi soon discerned a separate courtyard guided by the barely perceptible sounds of disturbance that eluded the senses of ordinary men. The guards at the entrance lay sprawled on the ground, their lifeless eyes devoid of any emotion, indicating they had been silently dispatched. The strength of their assailants was unmistakable. The method of murder displayed here is undeniably quite professional. Itachi let out a faint whisper, covering the corpse before stepping into the courtyard. A potent stench of blood assaulted his senses, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the scattered bodies strewn across the ground. Some had been neatly severed by sharp instruments, while others lay mangled beyond recognition, their deaths marked by unimaginable brutality. At that moment, a subtle yet profound sense of danger surged within Itachi. Upon activating his Sharingan, he discerned several nearly invisible threads converging towards his body, seemingly intent on silently ensnaring him to his demise. Chapter 8. The first encounter with the night raid. The silken thread gradually approached him, akin to a python stealthily drawing near its prey. Yet, upon Itachi's awareness, it instantaneously transformed into a predatory hawk, its speed of contraction increasing severalfold. Sensing the target's vigilance, it hastened its capture. Itachi evaded with remarkable agility. His movements reminiscent of a nimble sparrow, tracing black arcs through the air. The glimmering threads grazed his skin and the edges of his garments, narrowly missing their mark without inflicting harm. Such impressive skill. I never anticipated that the Daemon's estate would harbor such a formidable opponent. Had it not been for the preemptive barrier I set, you might have gone undetected. Rabeck, with a playful smirk adorning his face, emerged slowly from the shadows, clearly regarding Itachi with a sense of disdain. I am not affiliated with the Daemon estate. My purpose here today is solely to eliminate this individual. Itachi's gaze fixed upon the man with a crown of verdant green atop his head, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flickering in his Sharingan. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed within the room, followed by a continuous, agonizing wail. As Leona mercilessly ravaged the now unrecognizable Daemon, she called out towards the outside. Hurry up, Rabeck. You should be able to finish this before I shatter every bone in this guy's body, right? Of course, Rabeck replied confidently, his eyes gleaming with a newfound intensity as he focused on Itachi. To appear here silently in the dead of night, while claiming to be unrelated to the Daemon estate, is an attempt at deception far too juvenile. It seems I have underestimated you yet again. Sighing, Itachi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, pondering whether it was permissible for them to infiltrate while he could not. If you wish to survive, you should flee with all your might. Rabeck sneered, then launched his attack. 5 razor-sharp threads shot forth under his deft control, twisting towards Itachi at bewildering angles in an attempt to ensnare him. Realizing that combat was unavoidable, Itachi resolved not to remain passive. Aware that the two were there to assassinate Daemon, he refrained from taking their lives, opting instead for less lethal weapons like kunai and shuriken to retaliate. Easily deflecting all the slicing threads, Itachi swiftly hurled 5 shuriken, then formed hand seals to execute the shuriken shadow clone technique. With the addition of chakra, the flying shuriken multiplied into several phantoms. In an instant, the original 5 transformed into an astounding 30. What? Witnessing this astonishing scene, Rabeck's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a swift return to composure as he began maneuvering his artifact, commanding the threads to counterattack. Clang, clang. In that moment, weapons and threads clashed, producing a myriad of dark red sparks in the air, creating a dazzling display, while the relentless sound of metal against metal echoed continuously. Despite Itachi's exceptional skill in the art of shuriken, the fact remains that shurikens are merely ordinary weapons forged from commonplace materials. Naturally, they cannot rival the divine instruments of the human realm, such as the imperial tools. After a brief confrontation, they were swiftly severed by the threads released, falling to the ground. Your techniques are indeed impressive. This much must be acknowledged. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have suffered grievous injuries after that exchange. Rabeck panted slightly, lavishing praise upon Itachi's shuriken techniques. Yet, he quickly shifted his tone, declaring, however, "Since you have encountered me, Lord Rabeck, your every attempt at resistance is destined to be futile. It appeared that you were concealing certain hidden measures." Observing Rabeck's unwavering confidence, Itachi maintained an air of calm. As though he had everything under control, Rabeck feigned composure while locking eyes with Itachi. Through the previous exchanges, he had come to sense the depth of his opponent's prowess, along with the evident presence of even more formidable techniques yet to be unveiled. However, he could not afford to show any signs of weakness. He needed to buy some time. His fingers discreetly twitched behind him, and Rabeck fixed his gaze intently on Itachi, his throat tightening with tension, cold sweat soaking through his garments. Itachi, intrigued, observed Rabeck. Enhanced by the Sharingan, he could distinctly perceive a unique energy fluctuation entwined around Rabeck's fingers. Could it be a special weapon akin to the Yata mirror? Itachi pondered various possibilities in his mind. As their dialogue unfolded, Rabeck finally completed his entire deployment, a sense of tension dissipating as a confident smile returned to his face. Did you not just suggest that I ought to have some hidden measures? Congratulations, you were correct. But what of it? Itachi replied with an unperturbed demeanor, making no defensive gestures. You underestimate me, Rabeck retorted through clenched teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. You have forced my hand. Secret technique, 1,000 threads cage. With a flourish of his arms, hundreds of threads surged forth, launching from all around Itachi. The speed of the threads was astonishing, their trajectories cunningly devised. They assailed from all directions, including above and even beneath Itachi's feet. In an instant, a dense web of threads had formed a comprehensive cage with no escape, completely enveloping Itachi within. Now, with merely a flick of Rabeck's fingers, they would rapidly constrict, reducing the ensnared prey to mere fragments. Victory was at hand. Witnessing Itachi ensnared in his trap, Rabik's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Soon, another formidable adversary would succumb to his unparalleled scheming. Now you are the fish, and I the butcher. If you have any last words, hasten to deliver them. Rabik jeered at Itachi while manipulating the threads for constriction. Yet the weasel in the cage seemed impervious to fear, despite being in a dire predicament. It subtly raised the corners of its mouth, bestowing a mysterious smile upon Rabik, coupled with its pair of mesmerizing Sharingan, gleaming with an otherworldly crimson glow. It exuded an aura of unfathomable enigma. Rabik, incensed, resolved to tighten the threads and teach this creature a lesson. As he tugged at the strings, the razor-sharp threads began to constrict rapidly. However, the moment they pierced Uchiha Itachi's skin, Rabik's pupils abruptly constricted. Viscous blood oozed from the wound, transforming into droplets that fell to the ground. Rabik's gaze flickered as he beheld the multitude of glistening threads surrounding him. The confidence that once adorned his face was now replaced by sheer terror and panic. What exactly is happening here? Chapter 9. Extending an invitation just moments ago. I clearly witnessed you ensnared within my intricate web. How could this be? Why am I now trapped in the very cage I devised? Rabik found it hard to believe the unfolding events, yet his trembling voice betrayed the terror within. An individual of extraordinary intellect, Rabik, nevertheless, found himself unable to comprehend the unique illusionary techniques that existed in this realm, rendering his attempts at analysis futile. Itachi Uchiha stood silently, his expression indifferent as he observed Rabik. Every stratagem you employed has long been deciphered by me. The moment you chose to confront me, your fate was sealed in failure. Rabik, upon hearing this, could not help but smile wryly, the confidence he once possessed now stripped away. I am now your defeated foe. You may slay me and avenge your master, Daemon. I have told you before, I am not Daemon's subordinate. Itachi Uchiha felt a growing reluctance to explain further. Yet the incessant suspicion directed at him chilled his tone. Were it not for the fact that you were here tonight to rid the world of its scourge, you would already be a lifeless corpse. So, you two are here to eliminate a threat? Rabik seized upon this crucial point in Itachi's words, an expression of dawning realization crossing his face. That clarifies everything. This, my good fellow, was all a misunderstanding. Once he confirmed that everything was merely a misapprehension, even Rabik's thick skin could not conceal the embarrassment that washed over him. After all, he had been merciless in his earlier actions. Had his opponent not been so formidable, he might have met a tragic end. Seeing his opponent relent, Itachi decided not to press further. Very well, knowing I will not take this opportunity to strike, you may retract those perilous threads of yours. You truly are a formidable individual. You seem to anticipate my every thought. Rabik offered a reluctant smile, secretly lamenting that his innermost secrets had been laid bare before his adversary. The reason he had delayed retracting his threads was the fear of being attacked during the process, rendering him unable to evade or retaliate, leaving him to await his demise. However, as long as the intricate web remained intact, it would provide him a measure of protection as long as he did not disrupt the tightly woven lines. Thus, in Rabik's original plan, he intended to wait until Leona had finished her tasks or sensed something amiss and emerged from the room before he began to retract the threads. Carefully, he withdrew the lines affixed to his body, gathering them with a sigh of relief. That was indeed a close call. Had I taken a moment longer to regain my composure, I might have been torn apart. Itachi observed closely as Rabik maneuvered his threads, intrigued by the marvelous finger apparatus he employed. This device, exquisitely crafted and remarkably functional, was it a form of specialized weaponry? My good fellow, as a wielder of imperial tools far superior to my own, you inquire of me regarding this? Rabik exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly believe that the other party could employ such bizarre techniques without relying on the power of an imperial tool. Thus he had already tacitly accepted that the opponent was a formidable wielder of imperial tools. Just as Itachi was about to continue his inquiries, Leona emerged from the room, carrying the lifeless Daemon. Upon seeing Rabik and an unidentified man standing together, a hint of confusion crossed her charming face. What on earth? I've already crushed the remaining bones of Daemon, and you all haven't even started fighting yet? Although the conversation was interrupted, Itachi noted the crucial term imperial tool and regarded the woman before him with keen interest. Having already engaged in combat, Rabik lowered his gaze and, after much hesitation, sighed. I have been defeated. Huh? Leona's confusion deepened as she absent-mindedly brushed her hair. Then why are you still alive? At this remark, Rabik was instantly infuriated. Storming up to Leona, sister, do you hear what you're saying? What do you mean? Why am I still alive? Is defeat synonymous with death? Isn't it? Rabik was left utterly speechless, and after a desolate sigh, he pointed at Itachi. If you were an enemy, of course, I would be dead. But he isn't. I came here tonight to assassinate Damon, only to be outmaneuvered. Since you are also here to rid the world of evil, we are kindred spirits. I am Leona. And this is Rabik. Leona cheerfully introduced herself to Itachi, extending her delicate white hand. Itachi Uchiha. Itachi grasped Leona's hand, and just then, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting the collar of his robe that half concealed his face. His countenance, slightly melancholic, bore strikingly handsome features, chiseled like a blade, with eyes deep and mysterious, reminiscent of the night sky, glimmering with a cold light. As Leona gazed at the young man before her, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and her lovely eyes sparkled as if stars were dancing within them. For a moment, she held Itachi's hand, forgetting to release it, observing Leona's demeanor. Rabik felt a chill run down his spine and quickly leaned in to whisper, "Compose yourself, dear sister." Upon receiving the reminder, Leona snapped back to reality and released Itachi's hand, her gaze playfully fixed on him, as if she were concocting some scheme. Itachi glanced at the grotesque, bloated corpse sprawled on the ground. Is this fellow Damon? Why, yes, Leona replied, her expression shifting slightly, awkwardly nodding her head, secretly regretting the impression she would leave on Itachi as a cruel and twisted individual. A ruthless figure, unrestrained in his wickedness. It was only fitting that he met such a painful end. Itachi meticulously counted Damon's transgressions before turning his attention back to Rabik and Leona. So, what brings you two? Who are so diligently ridding the world of evil? Upon hearing Itachi's inquiry, Leona's expression grew serious, her hands instinctively finding refuge beneath her ample bosom. Regarding this matter, we cannot disclose any details. However, all our actions are aimed at eradicating the darkness and corruption that plague this world. So it is. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. At that moment, Leona suddenly smiled, rather familiarly placing her hand upon Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, and said, "To dare to confront the powerful tax collector alone speaks volumes of your noble heart and sense of justice." Uchiha Itachi let out a perplexed hum, unable to fathom the thoughts of the woman before him. Therefore, would you consider joining us? Become our ally. Chapter 10. A Bountiful Harvest. Join us? Itachi Uchiha questioned the reliability of his own ears. Was it customary to invite an unfamiliar individual to join an organization upon their first encounter? Or was it that the people here acted without any discernible principles? What could possibly justify such a proposition? He regarded Leona with a cautious gaze. Unperturbed, Leona smiled and replied, "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed that we share similar aspirations and goals. Keep dreaming." This fellow is not as easily swayed as Tasmi, Rabik thought to himself, rolling his eyes. As events unfolded, Rabik's predictions came to fruition. Even as Leona's alluring lips grew weary from her persuasive efforts, Itachi remained impervious to her charms. "I currently have no intention of joining any organization, so you need not waste your breath further," Itachi stated, his expression reflecting a hint of exasperation. This woman was undeniably tenacious. In the brief exchange, he had already declined her invitation thrice, yet Leona seemed far from ready to relinquish her pursuit. It appears that no amount of reasoning will suffice. In that case, with a clap of her hands, a radiant golden energy enveloped her entire being. "I shall simply compel you to return with me and nurture our bond gradually." As she spoke, two pointed beastly ears sprouted from her head at an observable pace, her hands transforming into claws, and her aura surged dramatically. It seems akin to a technique that enhances physical prowess. Itachi observed Leona's transformation, contemplating numerous possibilities while maintaining his composure, just as he had when confronting Rabik. Through their exchanges, Itachi had gleaned a fragment of Leona's character. She was resolutely determined and would not relent until her objectives were achieved, even if it involved dubious methods. Clearly, having found verbal persuasion ineffective, she was prepared to resort to force. "Hey, what are you doing, boss?" Rabik, unable to remain passive, stepped forward and grasped her arm, lowering his voice. "What do you think?" "It's quite evident," Leona retorted, shaking off Rabik's grip and fixing her intense gaze on Itachi. "I intend to take him back with me." "You're abducting him, boss." Rabik sighed in resignation, but he added a cautionary note. "Itachi is formidable. I advise against courting disaster." "That guy. I'm glad I spared him earlier," Itachi thought with a sense of satisfaction. In the world of ninjas, he was a renowned powerhouse, feared by countless skilled adversaries due to his exceptional ninjutsu and the Sharingan. Yet, since arriving here, he had been either underestimated or dismissed, and despite his calm demeanor, He could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Leona's golden eyes sparkled with a combative glint. But you know, the stronger the opponent, the more I relish the challenge. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. Uchiha Itachi spoke in a somber tone, the power embedded within his eyes poised to unleash. The moment Riona made a move, he would activate the illusion he had covertly cast upon her since their first encounter. However, at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the courtyard, as if someone were hastening towards their direction. The perceptive individuals exchanged glances, instinctively retracting their unleashed auras in unison. It seemed that tonight's plans would not unfold as desired. Itachi remarked indifferently. Riona swiftly returned to her usual demeanor, helplessly shrugging her shoulders. Had their delay aroused the suspicions of the guards? There was nothing that could be done now. But upon our next meeting, I shall not let you escape. Is that so? Uchiha Itachi responded with a rare smile, expressing his anticipation for their next encounter. Rebuke, let us depart. Riona's decisive nature was vividly displayed at that moment. Having made her decision, she immediately ceased her entanglement with Uchiha Itachi, calling to Rebuke as they exited the courtyard. As the two figures swiftly vanished into the night, Uchiha Itachi did not rush to leave. Instead, he cast his gaze towards the interior of Damon's residence, murmuring to himself, there should still be time. Shortly thereafter, a squad of soldiers charged into the courtyard. Yet, the intruders had long since disappeared, leaving only chaos and corpses in their wake. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi trudged along, burdened by a heavy sack, journeying through the starry night. By the time he returned to the village, the dawn was breaking, and remnants of last night's festivities were scattered across the ground. After such a long trek, fatigue weighed upon him. Itachi mused softly. As he approached the small courtyard of the Taluk family, pushing open the courtyard gate, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. Uchiha Itachi beheld Eren, who was rubbing her eyes beneath the eaves, her expression one of rare astonishment. Eren, you? Wrapped in the blanket that Itachi had draped over her the previous night, Eren pouted and asked, where have you been? Why have you returned only now? Damon is dead, Itachi stated flatly. Oh, Eren initially responded with a hint of indifference. But her eyes soon widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Damon is dead. Is it true? The existence of Damon had always loomed over them like a great weight. Now, with that burden suddenly lifted, the girl found it hard to believe. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi nodded, gradually walking towards her, his tone softening as he inquired, have you been awake all night? Having endured a sleepless night, Eren's excitement waned, and she resumed her tired demeanor, nodding drowsily. She then pointed towards a nearby room, saying, it's wonderful to see you back safely. I just added beneath the bathtub. You should hurry. Eren was genuinely exhausted, having consumed alcohol the previous night. She had felt drowsy, but concern for Itachi's safety had kept her awake, and now, after a long night, all she wished for was to lie down in her bed. Observing the girl as somewhat unsteady, delicate figure and the warmth wafting from the house, Uchiha Itachi could not help but close his eyes and smile, his expression growing increasingly gentle. In the days that followed, Uchiha Itachi remained in the village to recuperate, while also observing the Empire's stance on the demise of Damon. Should the Empire choose to retaliate, he was prepared to devise appropriate measures to ensure the safety of the villagers. However, as several days passed without any sign of action from the Empire, he gradually let down his guard. One day, Uchiha Itachi approached Eren and her daughter, carrying a heavy bag, typically known for his stoic demeanor. He surprisingly wore a faint smile. Although Damon had been vanquished, the villagers had endured years of oppression, and their lives were undoubtedly still fraught with difficulty. This is the wealth I gathered from his estate, he said. Please take it to help improve the situation for everyone. As the delicate string securing the bag was loosened, a dazzling stream of golden light poured forth, captivating the eyes of those present. Eren stared in astonishment at the pile of treasures, her lips parting slightly in disbelief. Itachi, you truly struck a remarkable fortune that day. Chapter 11 Farewell. The fervent reactions of the two were entirely anticipated by Uchiha Itachi. After all, for those who dwelled at the bottom rungs of society, possessing such a wealth of treasures was a notion that had previously only graced their dreams. Yet now, it lay before them in tangible reality. How could they not be exhilarated? Such immense kindness, how can I ever repay you? Tariq grasped Uchiha Itachi's hand tightly, his eyes shimmering with gratitude as he proclaimed, the favor you bestowed upon us today shall forever be etched in the hearts of all 800 souls in our village. Uchiha Itachi offered a faint smile. Truth be told, a portion of these riches rightfully belonged to them, and he had merely reclaimed them from Damon along with the interest. Truly, it is a blessing for our village to have encountered a young hero such as yourself. Tarek found it difficult to contain his exuberance. Tonight, we must celebrate in grand fashion. I shall retrieve the ancestral jar of aged brew, and we shall indulge in hearty libations together. Thus, Tarek, armed with a shovel, jubilantly stepped out of the house, leaving Uchiha Itachi and Eren alone in the courtyard. Yet, the once exuberant Eren suddenly wore a shadowed expression. Even Uchiha Itachi, with his calm demeanor, found himself momentarily perplexed, prompting him to inquire, was everything not well just a moment ago? Eren, what troubles you? A veil of gloom enveloped Eren's face as she lowered her head, biting her lip in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, she replied, Itachi, are you preparing to leave? Just then, a gentle breeze caressed the air, stirring a few damp strands of hair around Eren's eyes. Yes, Uchiha Itachi hesitated briefly before affirming. While I hold a deep fondness for this place, circumstances compel me to depart. I understand, Eren replied, valiantly suppressing the tumult of reluctance within her. She managed a forced smile as she added, when you behold the wonders of the outside world, do not forget us. Uchiha Itachi gazed into the girl's eyes, where her sorrow was unmistakable. Memories of their moments together flickered through his mind, causing his conviction to waver slightly. Although his body had regained its peak condition, could he truly alter the tragedies that had yet to unfold, armed solely with his strength? Would he not ultimately betray yet another innocent soul? When do you intend to depart? Eren's inquiry jolted Uchiha Itachi from his reverie. After a moment of reflection, he answered, tomorrow morning. However, regardless of whether I glean news of our homeland in the imperial city, I shall return to visit you. Very well, I shall await your return with everyone. Eren responded with a strained smile before turning away. Please inform my father that I lack an appetite for dinner. I shall retire for the evening. As he watched her retreating figure, Uchiha Itachi extended his hand, yearning to call out to her. Yet, even as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, they remained unspoken, swallowed back into silence. After spending more than half a month together, how could he fail to perceive the sincerity of her feelings? Yet, the uncertainty of his future loomed too heavily, destined to submerge his racing heart into the depths of despair. If this time the desired outcome remains elusive, then let the obsessions of a past life drift away with the wind. At night, Tarek remained blissfully unaware of the news regarding Itachi Uchiha's impending departure. He appeared quite exuberant at the drinking table, consuming bowl after bowl of liquor. Before long, his face turned as red as a ripe tomato, as he boasted to the young man beside him about his various glorious tales from his youth. Itachi, though not loquacious, took on the role of a listener, quietly refilling Tarek's bowl whenever it ran dry. In that moment, they seemed less like a youthful lad and an older man separated by more than a decade, but rather like old friends who had known each other for years. As the night deepened, Tarek, weary yet resolute, knocked on Eren's door. Upon opening it, Eren's expression shifted to one of confusion, for Tarek rarely sought her out at such a late hour. Father, why are you still awake? Let me prepare a cup of sobering tea for you, Eren said, moving to assist him into the room, but he remained rooted in place. Child, Itachi is preparing to leave, isn't? Tarek gazed at his daughter, and through the haze of inebriation, clarity began to emerge in his eyes. How did you know? Eren asked, surprised. Tarek did not respond directly. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the nearly finished coat on the table, his myriad thoughts ultimately coalescing into a deep sigh. I would not have known, but from the moment you opened the door, I sensed it. When is that boy planning to depart? Tomorrow morning, Eren replied, her countenance dimming at the mention. No wonder your light was still on at this hour. That coat has been in preparation for quite some time, hasn't he? Tarek pointed to the table. Eren nodded, then explained, after Itachi defeated the soldiers, I noticed his clothing was somewhat damaged. So I intended to sew him a new one from that silver wolf pelt, but progress has been slower than I hoped. Tarek sighed again, his heart a tumult of emotions as he observed his daughter's demeanor. Had this been before Itachi's defeat of Kerr and the execution of Daemon? Tarek might have felt a sense of comfort, for he had once held high hopes for the bond between his daughter and Itachi. However, having witnessed Itachi's extraordinary demeanor and prowess, Tarek, as an ordinary father, found his sentiments wavering. A young prodigy like Itachi was destined to soar as an eagle across the vast skies. And while Eren was indeed striking in appearance, her origins and limited worldview rendered her unable to walk the same path as Itachi. Furthermore, after encountering such an exceptional man, how could she ever settle for an ordinary individual in the future? Tarek pondered deeply, yet seeing the remnants of innocence upon his daughter's face, He could not bring himself to unveil that harsh reality. One must always retain a thread of hope in their heart. Truly, Itachi is rather inconsiderate. Tarek assumed an irate demeanor, departing without uttering a single word to me. I shall not see him off in the morning. Observing her father's tempestuous figure retreating, Aileen couldn't help but smile wryly, raising her hand to gently rub the corners of her eyes. After an extended period of meticulous needlework under the glaring lights, her eyes had begun to feel strained. Yet, the thought of Uchiha Itachi's tattered robe reignited a fervent determination within her. Clenching her small fist in encouragement, she reassured herself. Just a little more to go. I can do this. Chapter 12 Arrival at the imperial capital. The gray-white city walls towered into the clouds, imposing and magnificent, stretching endlessly in both directions. The grandeur of this structure was truly breathtaking. In comparison, the countless passers-by appeared as insignificant as ants. A young man clad in a silver-gray trench coat paused before the city gate, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Is this indeed the imperial capital? The outer facade alone is of such caliber. It truly aligns with what Aileen had described. After a lengthy journey, Uchiha Itachi had finally arrived at this epicenter of a millennium-old prosperous empire, the imperial capital. After paying a toll at the city gate, Itachi officially stepped into this ancient metropolis. In a tavern on the street, Uchiha Itachi sat at the bar, casually ordering an unknown drink, and began to silently observe his surroundings. The tavern owner was a balding middle-aged man who, regardless of the topic of conversation, could engage in lengthy discussions with his patrons. Before long, the bar's customers had dispersed, and Itachi seized his opportunity. Within the imperial capital, were there individuals or organizations well-versed in foreign affairs? Itachi approached the owner directly. This inquiry involved some secrecy. The owner, while polishing a glass, neither confirmed nor denied knowledge, merely displaying a somewhat troubled expression. In truth, the cunning proprietor saw Itachi as an outsider and sought to swindle him. Understanding the owner's intent, Uchiha Itachi produced a gold coin from his pocket and slid it across the table towards the owner, stating, "Is this sufficient?" Upon seeing the gold coin, the owner's demeanor instantly transformed. He eagerly set down the glass he was cleaning and grinned at Uchiha Itachi, saying, "Your generosity is truly commendable. As for your inquiry regarding knowledge of foreign affairs, I recommend you head to the Pioneer Association. There, you will find over 80% of the nation's explorers and travelers. They will undoubtedly meet your needs." After mentally noting the address provided by the owner, Uchiha Itachi departed from the tavern. During his search, he spotted a familiar face on a wanted poster on the street, a slight smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "Interesting," before continuing on his way. After an afternoon of relentless pursuit, Itachi finally halted before a 4-story building. This must be the place. He glanced at the plaque bearing the words Pioneer Association and confidently pushed the door open. However, with greater hope often comes greater disappointment. Roughly an hour later, Uchiha Itachi left the Pioneer Association with a tinge of frustration. The individuals within were indeed, as the tavern owner had described, well-traveled explorers and adventurers. Unfortunately, none among them had visited or even heard of the Land of Fire. Even when he sought out the association's president, the response was no different. Afterward, Itachi Uchiha traversed nearly every possible location in search of pertinent information, yet his efforts yielded no results. Alas, such is fate. Merely being granted the chance to live again is a divine blessing. Perhaps it is time to relinquish the obsessions of a past life. As the sun set, Itachi wandered aimlessly through the streets, his heart heavy with reflections, and it seemed that a certain shackle within him had been released. As night fell, Itachi chose to forego the comforts of his inn and instead ventured out to behold the nocturnal splendor of the capital. The fruitless inquiries of the day had transformed his perspective, rather than pursuing the elusive path of return. He found himself yearning to understand more about the world in which he now resided. Armed with formidable skills, he contemplated the possibility of effecting change in the current corrupt society, liberating more individuals from their suffering. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the periphery of the bustling district. Approaching a secluded riverside, Itachi slowed his pace, his gaze reflecting the stark duality of the scene before him. A narrow river served as a dividing line. One side teemed with opulence and revelry, while the other languished in darkness and decay. A striking contrast that underscored the pervasive inequality. If such disparity existed within the capital, what could be expected of the surrounding villages? The root of this plight lay in the corruption of the elite. The elite? A flicker of insight ignited within Itachi's mind, giving rise to a feasible notion. Just then, an ornately adorned carriage came to a slow stop at the roadside, capturing his attention. Beside it huddled 2 ragged beggars, their plight particularly poignant on this frigid night. Oh, could it be that some dignitaries would deign to interact with beggars? Itachi wondered, quietly edging closer, eager to discern the intentions of those within the carriage. Meanwhile, the two beggars instinctively recoiled at the sight of the carriage, their soiled faces etched with fear. In the capital, anyone who could afford such a vehicle belonged to the ranks of power or wealth, and these individuals shared a common disdain for those of lower status, particularly for beggars who were deemed even beneath that tier. There have been instances where nobles, incensed by a beggar's proximity to their carriage, had reacted with fury, deeming their carriage sullied, and commanded their guards to beat the innocent beggar to death. Thus, in the capital, both beggars and the lower class instinctively distanced themselves from the carriages of the affluent. As the carriage door swung open, a striking young woman clad in a light blue gown descended, her bright eyes revealing a hint of compassion upon seeing the young beggar siblings. "Madam, there are so many beggars in the capital. Your solitary efforts cannot suffice to alleviate their plight," a guard behind her reminded. Accustomed to such matters yet unable to refrain from offering counsel, Vera sighed helplessly, for as the wife of the Minister of Internal Affairs, she could not stand idly by while the citizens under her husband's governance perished from the cold. Upon hearing the title of minister, the older boy's eyes lit up with excitement, and he hurriedly crawled closer, stammering, "Could it be that you are the wife of the most upright minister of the empire?" Vera gently nodded, feeling a sense of pride, as it seemed her husband's image loomed large in the eyes of the common people. How pitiful, she thought, as she sighed once more and retrieved a few silver coins from her handbag. "Take these and purchase 2 warm garments. Otherwise, you might not withstand the chill of the capital's night." The boy, upon seeing this, was overwhelmed with emotion, inching forward on his knees and preparing to receive the coins with eager hands. But at that moment, calamity struck, with a swift sound. A flash of cold light sliced through the necks of 2 guards positioned behind Vera, their bodies collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth. "Protect the lady." The 6 guards surrounding her, shocked by the sudden violence, quickly drew their weapons and rushed towards Vera. Yet, a flurry of hidden projectiles, unbeknownst to them, emerged swiftly, claiming their lives in an instant. In mere moments, among the 9 attendants, only Vera remained, trembling alone in the wind. Chapter 13. The Unraveling Awe. Vera gasped in shock at the sudden turn of events. How could this be? The sight of 8 bloodied corpses terrified the once pampered noblewoman, causing her graceful form to tremble uncontrollably with fear. Hee. The boy emitted a chilling, sinister laugh, wiping the blood from the blade of his knife. Having heard of the lady's compassionate heart, often aiding the destitute, it was evident that today's encounter confirmed those whispers. Who are you?" Though Vera was feeble and defenseless, she was not foolish. It dawned on her that her adversaries had long since plotted this scheme, merely waiting for her to take the bait. "Such curiosity deserves an answer, my lady." The boy grinned ominously, tearing away the mask from his face to reveal a pale visage adorned with the tattoo of a black centipede. His voice turned hoarse as he spoke. "I am the leader of Lord One's 5 Poisons Guard, the Black Centipede." As the chilling words echoed, the beggar girl behind him shed her disguise, revealing her true self, her face marked with a menacing red serpent tattoo. Soon after, the 3 other members of the guard emerged from the shadows. Thus, the 5 poisons, Black Centipede, Red Serpent, Poison Scorpion, Gray Toad, and Gecko, assembled in full force. Despair washed over Vera's face. The name of Lord One's 5 Poisons Guard resonated like thunder among the elite of the imperial capital. It was said that each member was exceptionally skilled and well-versed in the arts of poison, particularly adept at assassination, often eliminating Lord One's enemies without a trace. Furthermore, they had never been caught, and for so long, no one had laid eyes upon their true forms, those who were already dead. So, they are the minions of Onest. You vile creatures who aid tyranny and harm the loyal will surely meet a grim fate. Vera summoned her courage to scold them. Yet despair crept into her heart as she thought, "It seems my end is nigh." "Your words are rather unjust, my lady." The Black Centipede chuckled coldly. "Your husband has repeatedly submitted petitions to impeach Lord Onest, stirring up turmoil in the court. Our actions are merely to restore tranquility to the realm." Hidden in the shadows, Itachi Uchiha was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a casual stroll would lead him to such a scene. From what he gathered, the Internal Affairs Minister seemingly occupied a position atop the power pyramid of the nation. Yet, he dared to act against the minister's wife, indicating that those behind him wielded considerable influence in the court. Otherwise, such audacity would be unthinkable. However, the despicable act of abducting a spouse amidst this conflict was utterly contemptible. This insidious tactic bore a striking resemblance to that of Danzo. Itachi scoffed inwardly, his internal scales gradually tipping towards intervention. After much needless chatter, the Black Centipede grew weary of conversing with Vera. For them, the completion of their mission was paramount. Grey Toad, Gecko, do you not see the lady is too terrified to move? Hurry up and assist her. Upon hearing the conversation, the two men exchanged lewd smiles and approached Vela with eager anticipation. This noblewoman, renowned throughout the imperial capital for her beauty and figure, was destined to suffer the same fate as those who opposed Lord Onest. Before her demise, they intended to relish the fleeting warmth of her allure. Deeming it not a waste of such exquisite beauty, Vela's tears welled in her eyes, even in death. She loathed the thought of enduring the indignities inflicted by these treacherous scoundrels. Just as their unwelcome hands were about to make contact with her delicate, fair skin, two shurikens suddenly shot from the shadows, aimed directly at the vital points of the two assailants. The ambush mirrored the earlier assault on Vela's guards. Yet these men possessed commendable skill and deftly evaded the lethal projectiles. Who dares to attack us from the shadows? Show yourself. Grey Toad, trembling with anxiety, clutched his chest and began to shout, completely forgetting his earlier treachery when he had hidden away to ambush Vela's guards. Vela's beautiful eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope. As long as there was even the faintest possibility of salvation, she refused to fall into Onest's clutches. I apologize for interrupting your little escapade. Who are you? Step forward. The unseen voice instilled a sense of unease in Grey Toad and his companions. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Itachi appeared like a wraith behind the most boisterous Grey Toad, a glimmering kunai poised threateningly against his visibly pulsing neck. What? Grey Toad's body shuddered, cold sweat instantly beading on his back. How could this man have appeared behind me without a sound? What kind of monster is he? I advise you to refrain from any rash actions, Uchiha Itachi warned coldly, holding Grey Toad in a vice-like grip. The others, though startled, quickly regained their composure. For they had 4 more allies, all of whom surpassed Grey Toad in strength, save for Lizard. Moreover, as a member of the 5 Poisons Guard, Grey Toad possessed more than just a few tricks up his sleeve. Indeed, in the next instant, Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted. The skin on Grey Toad's neck had become grotesquely pockmarked, resembling that of a toad, with several ominous gray blisters bubbling forth. The sight was utterly repulsive. Meanwhile, the arm that had made contact with Grey Toad began to exhibit rapid spread of a dark toxin. Within mere seconds, the terrifying poison had coursed through Uchiha Itachi's entire body. He let out a muffled groan, collapsing to one knee, his lips turning black as he murmured, "This poison is truly insidious." Among the 5, Red Serpent was the only woman, possessing an enchanting beauty, yet harboring a heart of malice. Seeing Uchiha Itachi incapacitated, her eyes glinted with wicked intent. Grey Toad, don't kill them outright. I could use a test subject for the poison, and this handsome young man seems quite fitting. Fine. But I want to torment this lad with toad venom first. Grey Toad replied with a wicked grin. Witnessing Uchiha Itachi's agony, Vela could hardly contain her emotions, covering her mouth in a desperate attempt to suppress her impending despair. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Uchiha Itachi, who had been completely subdued by the toxin, suddenly began to dissolve into a spectral form, transforming into a flurry of black crows that scattered into the air. What was happening? The Black Centipede gasped in shock. In his over 30 years of life, he had never witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon. The remaining 4 were equally astounded, particularly the Grey Toad, whose eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets, left speechless for an extended moment. After all, he had just been in close proximity to Itachi, and his years of experience as an assassin assured him that this was unequivocally a living being. Chapter 14. Confronting the 5 poisons. Seizing the moment while the 5 were preoccupied with the crow's clone, the true form of Uchiha Itachi, concealed in the shadows, swiftly moved beside the dazed Vera, lifting her and retreating far into the distance. The target had been rescued. The Black Centipede, the leader of the 5, immediately noticed Itachi's maneuver and swiftly unleashed a slender shadow from his sleeve, lunging towards Itachi's back. All was well. Itachi set Vera down and, with a swift turn, delivered a fierce slash that cleaved the approaching shadow in 2. A greenish liquid sprayed forth, revealing the true nature of the shadow to be a venomous centipede. Vera stared in astonishment at the unfolding events, the continuous twist leaving her unable to discern reality from illusion until she saw the 5 Poisons Guards pursuing them, confirming her escape was indeed real. Let us flee, Vera hastily suggested. These individuals possess formidable strength, arguably the strongest force beneath the Empire's dual pillars. You alone cannot contend with them. Is that so? That is indeed most suitable. Upon hearing this, Itachi felt a surge of excitement. His interest piqued by the prospect of testing the caliber of the top experts in this realm. He shifted his gaze towards the gray toad and the others, swiftly forming hand seals, gathering his chakra before exclaiming, "Fire style, Phoenix fire technique." Dozens of blazing fireballs erupted from his mouth, illuminating the darkened surroundings with their brilliant light. The black centipede and his companions, awestruck by the onslaught of flames, hastily employed their own techniques in defense. Various toxic mists emanated from the five, coalescing into a dark ink-colored poison wall to counter the fiery assault. The flames clashed violently with the toxic gas, igniting a fierce storm and generating countless swirling clouds of toxic smoke. However, as the tumult subsided, the outcome of their confrontation was surprisingly even, with neither side gaining the upper hand. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the toxic smoke in an instant. Seeing that their combined attack had resulted in a stalemate, a grave expression settled upon the faces of the gray toad and his companions, while the black centipede remained unfazed. "Do not worry," he said, his eyes glinting with determination. "He is but one man. If we divide our attacks, we shall surely overcome him. Gray toad, you three lead the charge, while Scorpion and I will support you." "Understood." Gray toad replied, recognizing that since their adversary had intervened to rescue someone, he was undoubtedly an enemy of Lord Onest. Capturing him could yield even greater rewards. With that, the three launched their assault on Itachi from 5 different directions, accompanied by a barrage of poison projectiles. Unperturbed, Uchiha Itachi deftly maneuvered his hands, sending forth dozens of shuriken. With a series of intense metallic clashes, all the projectiles were successfully intercepted mid-flight. Meanwhile, the swiftest among them, the red serpent, had already reached Itachi. Its curved blade aimed directly at his heart. With a clang, Itachi blocked the lethal strike, but to his surprise, a small red snake suddenly emerged from the opponent's collar, its mouth full of venomous fangs lunging towards him. Success. Upon witnessing the scene, the crimson serpent could not help but feel a surge of triumph. Envisioning the weasel collapsing in agony, tears streaming down as it begged for mercy. Yet, while such fantasies were splendid, the reality proved to be starkly different. At a critical moment, a flash of crimson light suddenly ignited in the weasel's eyes, its vertical pupils morphing into the form of 3 interlocking tomo. In an astonishing turn, the diminutive serpent reversed direction and bit down fiercely on the crimson serpent's neck. How could this be? As the venom seeped in, the crimson serpent's movements slowed, and its gaze momentarily lost focus. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the weasel's kunai had already sliced through its throat. Even at the moment of death, the crimson serpent could not comprehend why the venomous creature it had nurtured for years would betray it at such a crucial juncture, ultimately passing away with unclosed eyes. As the body fell, the gray toad and gecko pressed in on either side of the weasel, brandishing their weapons while simultaneously unleashing their venomous pets for a surprise attack. The 3 tomo in its pupils spun rapidly. Empowered by its exceptional dynamic vision, the weasel effortlessly evaded this round of assault and then propelled itself backward, creating distance from the gray toad and its companion. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A colossal dragon-shaped flame, far larger than a phoenix flower, blazed uncontrollably in the night, advancing toward the gray toad and gecko with an unparalleled might. "This is bad," the gray toad exclaimed in horror. Recognizing that this technique was at least 10 times more potent than the previous one, a direct hit would prove fatal. Cold sweat trickled down the gecko's forehead. It was clear that this attack could not be endured, thus it had to evade. Their thoughts aligned in an instant, but as they attempted to dodge, they were horrified to discover a formidable adhesive force binding their feet, immobilizing their movements. "What is happening?" The gray toad looked down, realizing that mysterious circles of purple runes had appeared beneath them, the source of the binding force undoubtedly stemming from these. "You too shall come to an end here," Uchiha Itachi remarked icily, aware that his adversaries held a numerical advantage. Without resorting to the powers of his Mangeki Sharingan, he was left with no choice but to adopt a strategy of taking them down one by one. Indeed, the forbidden techniques of Kanehagakure are remarkably formidable. This binding curse, requiring prior preparation, not only concealed its execution but also rendered the target helpless once ensnared. Even the mightiest of beings could scarcely escape. "No." The gray toad and gecko cried out in despair as their bodies were consumed by the dragon of flames. On the scorched and ruined ground, not even a complete corpse remained. Only clouds of ashes danced in the wind. In a brief clash, the notorious 5 Poisons Guard had lost 3 members, leaving only the leader, the black centipede, and the scorpion standing in confrontation with the weasel. Vera gazed at the weasel in shock. Yet the latter's attention was directed toward the black centipede. It was evident that saving the two was an option, yet the choice was not made. Suggesting confidence in the hidden techniques displayed earlier, their demise stemmed from their insufficient strength and recklessness. The black centipede wore an expression of disdain, followed by a cold snort as he remarked, "Moreover, it is our duty as assassins to fulfill our missions, compared to the task at hand. Their lives hold no value whatsoever. Brother, why waste any more words on him?" The scorpion, visibly impatient, added that since their target was already ensnared in their deadly trap, eliminating him would allow them to capture their objective and retreat. Deadly trap? Itachi's expression sharpened, as he had not overlooked the subtle movements of the black centipede and his accomplice. They had merely collaborated to activate an oddly shaped bell, summoning a multitude of venomous creatures that now surrounded him. To presume that such a rudimentary tactic could subdue him was indeed a fanciful notion. Suddenly, Vera, who had been hiding behind Itachi, gasped in terror, trembling as she pointed to the ground around them, exclaiming, So many centipedes and scorpions. And snakes. Women are inherently frightened by such grotesque creatures, and for someone as delicate as Vera, facing this multitude of venomous beings without fainting was quite remarkable. Countless dark and menacing creatures clustered around the two, creating a chilling sight that sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 15. The Lord of all poisons, do not be alarmed. These insects shall not harm you. Itachi reassured the utterly terrified Vera, his composed demeanor instantly calming the noblewoman's frayed nerves. The black centipede, observing Itachi's nonchalant attitude, could not suppress a derisive laugh, for it seemed he had yet to grasp the gravity of his predicament. In response, Itachi merely shook his head, resolutely forming the seals for the great fire release. Knowing that creatures of the earth dread fire, their schemes were destined to fail. Let us see then. The haughty duo, affronted by such disdain for their abilities, promptly summoned their poisonous bell. The eerie chime resonated as though imbued with some arcane power, inciting the dark swarm of insects into a frenzy. The cacophony of countless insect legs echoed ominously, their movements accelerating with alarming speed as they brandished their venomous pincers, charging toward Itachi and Vera. As they drew near, the mass of poisonous creatures piled high, reaching up to Vera's calf, while many leaped violently, aiming directly for their faces. In an instant, the ground and even the air above them were awash with a relentless tide of venomous insects. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Vera's legs weakened, and had Itachi not steadied her, she would have surely collapsed to the ground. One must concede that the ability to command such a multitude of toxins is no small feat. Itachi's gaze flickered. He had initially intended to employ a wide-ranging fire release to repel the swarm before they could approach. However, under the manipulation of the black centipede and the scorpion, the insect's speed had surged, enveloping them entirely in a matter of moments. Given the current circumstances, deploying the fire release was no longer prudent. The proximity could inadvertently harm Vera, and should any of the elusive insects manage to sting, dire consequences would ensue. "You foolish creature," the black centipede scorned, sensing their adversaries trapped in a dire situation. "Now, your troublesome flames are rendered useless. You shall pay for your arrogance." With that declaration, countless venomous insects enveloped Itachi and Vera completely. The woman must be left with a breath of life. She still holds value. As for this bothersome lad, the world shall bear no trace of his existence. Their laughter resonated with triumph as the scorpion reveled in the impending demise of their foes. Yet, just as the two relished their cunning, blinding red glimmers burst forth from the gaps within the swarm. Following this, an earth-shattering force erupted. The myriad of poisonous insects was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments raining down like droplets from the sky. A red chakra skeletal frame encased Itachi and Vera, and as chakra surged within, its size and form continuously morphed. It culminated in the creation of a titanic half-skeleton towering 10 meters high, finally coming to a halt. At that moment, Itachi's eyes transformed. The three tomo were replaced by the mesmerizing three-bladed kaleidoscope, from which a formidable power emanated. Was it this very thing that shielded me? Vera widened her eyes, gazing at the surrounding crimson skeletons, curious to reach out and touch them, yet hesitant to do so. Her timid demeanor amused Weasel. What on earth? Before her stood a colossal skeletal giant, reminiscent of a demon, and Scorpion was utterly astonished, stammering without managing to utter a complete sentence. What extraordinary power! It was unimaginable that such imperial artifacts existed in the world. Although Black Centipede was equally stunned, his eyes gleamed with an insatiable greed and covetousness. The bell that he and Scorpion had just used to summon toxins was one of the ancient 48 Imperial artifacts, the Lord of all poisons, the sound of insect control. It was forged from the brain marrow and toxic cores of numerous perilous species, combined with various rare materials. It was said that as long as the wielder was powerful enough, they could manipulate all poisons of the world for their own use. However, such formidable Imperial artifacts also possessed evident drawbacks. To gain this item's acknowledgement, one must merge with toxins and possess considerable strength, or it would be futile. Moreover, the higher the degree of toxin fusion with the respective poisons, the greater the control one would wield over the artifact. This was one reason why all members of the Five Poisons Guard practiced toxic arts. Unfortunately, the deceased Grey Toad trio were far too weak to gain the artifact's recognition. Even the barely qualified Black Centipede and Scorpion needed to collaborate just to manage a meager activation. In comparison, the power exhibited by Weasel was not only of higher intensity, but also seemingly devoid of the numerous side effects associated with the sound of insect control, which certainly piqued Black Centipede's interest. To think that you possess such a formidable Imperial artifact, although I am unaware of its exact nature. Since it has revealed itself before me, I shall gladly accept it after eliminating you today. A covetous glimmer danced across Black Centipede's pale visage. Scorpion, standing nearby, displayed little change in expression, as if everything Black Centipede uttered was entirely reasonable. This was due to the unspoken fraternal bond shared between them, beyond their hierarchical relationship. It is astonishing that a mere encounter with a group of adversaries could force me to such lengths. Indeed, the Imperial City is teeming with hidden talents. Weasel spoke coldly. Yet your current state reminds me of a particularly repugnant individual. As for the Imperial artifact Black Centipede mentioned, this was the second time Weasel had heard of it, and a flicker of intrigue stirred within him. Nonetheless, dealing with the enemy remained paramount. Heh! Black Centipede's cold laugh turned his already pallid face more sinister. Your nonchalant demeanor is increasingly infuriating to behold. The Grey Toad trio you just dispatched were merely the weakest among the Five Poisons Guard, unworthy of even participating in insect control. How could my and Scorpion's might be compared to theirs? How infuriating it is that as the lowest among Lord Onest's Five Poisons Guard, we were just humiliated by that thing. Upon hearing this, Scorpion, who had been momentarily dazed by Susanoo, regained his senses and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him for his earlier lapse in composure. Is this all they have? With a cold snort, the hand, composed of crimson bones, descended heavily with a resounding clap. In an instant, a cloud of dust was stirred up, and as the haze dissipated, a vast depression marred the ground where the strike had landed, littered with the shattered remains of countless poisonous insects. The Black Centipede and venomous Scorpion were forced back by the shockwave of that blow. After regaining their balance in a rather disheveled manner, the two exchanged a knowing glance and, in perfect harmony, summoned the myriad poisons of their domain. Yet this time, the beleaguered swarm was bereft of its former formidable presence. Chapter 16. Sacrifice, Swarm Brother. The Horde is utterly incapable of breaching that creature's defenses. Our efforts are merely a futile expenditure of the poisons we painstakingly cultivated. Observing the venomous creatures rushing to their demise like moths drawn to a flame, the Scorpion's eyes glimmered with a trace of sorrow. What do you understand? The Black Centipede retorted, casting a scornful glance at his younger sibling's petty demeanor. If we can eliminate that brat today and seize his Imperial artifact, I might just attain a reputation on par with General Bude. At that point, it will not be the Empire's dual pillars, but rather a triumvirate. Hence, what does it matter if we sacrifice some of our poisons? To ensure the potency of our ultimate move, these creatures must be offered. I understand, brother, the Scorpion nodded. Then resumed coordinating the swarm with the Black Centipede. With their combined prowess, they could command only 2,000 venomous beings. In the recent clash with Susanoo, no fewer than 1,000 had perished, leaving fewer than 500 viable creatures on the battlefield. Yet under the influence of the commanding voice, these creatures had shed their fear, recklessly charging at Susanoo, undeterred by their overwhelming disadvantage. Being ensconced within this crimson giant truly brought a sense of security. Vera, nestled within Susanoo's absolute defense, felt her initial panic gradually subside. Something feels amiss, Itachi remarked, dismissing Vera's sentiments, his gaze betraying a hint of concern. After Susanoo's onslaught, the outside resembled a graveyard for the venomous creatures, their lifeless bodies and severed limbs blanketing the ground, leaving only a few survivors visible. Strangely, the Black Centipede exhibited neither anxiety nor alarm upon witnessing this scene. Instead, he wore an expression of unwavering confidence. due to his frail constitution. Itachi possessed a limited chakra reserve, thus avoiding prolonged engagements whenever possible. Today marked his first encounter with a formidable adversary from this realm, and he had initially intended to gauge his opponent's strength. However, he now wished to conclude the battle, as extended use of Susanoo would greatly deplete his ocular power. Has the crafty fox exhausted his tricks? It seems this battle is nearing its end. Itachi shifted his stance, and the red Susanoo began to advance towards the adversaries. As the distance closed, the black centipede increasingly sensed the formidable aura radiating from Susanoo. Suppressing his inner trepidation, his eyes glimmered with growing avarice. Brother, strike now. The scorpion, fixated on Susanoo's movements, lacked the composure of the black centipede, fearing that before he could unleash his devised strategy, he might be reduced to a mere pancake by that crimson giant. Recognizing the critical moment, the black centipede cast aside all other thoughts. Nodding solemnly before pointing directly at his heart, the scorpion followed suit, and soon after, both inflicted wounds upon themselves, dark purple blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Itachi observed their self-mutilating actions with confusion, genuinely perplexed by their bizarre conduct. Cackling, the black centipede clutched his chest in excruciating pain. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he proclaimed, "Indeed, you are formidable. Even the renowned General Bud, one of the nation's esteemed dual pillars, would find it challenging to subdue you. Yet, alas, you have crossed paths with me." The scorpion, grinning wickedly beside him, suddenly choked on his words as a dagger pierced his heart. His eyes widened in disbelief, the searing agony rendering him speechless. He could only turn his head with great difficulty to glance at his elder brother. Both Itachi and Vera were taken aback by this unforeseen betrayal just moments ago. They had fought side by side as brothers, and now one had turned against the other. The cost was indeed steep, but dear brother, your sacrifice shall not be in vain. A flicker of guilt crossed the black centipede's face, quickly replaced by a cold and ruthless demeanor. From the very beginning, he had deceived the scorpion. The execution of their trump card did not necessitate the destruction of the mother worm within the heart, but rather the sacrifice of a bug master's life. The scorpion was merely the key to activating the ultimate weapon in his moment of desperation. With a swift motion, he withdrew the dagger, casting not a glance at the fallen body, and fervently commanded, "Insect explosion." As the words left his lips, the mountain of lifeless venomous creatures on the ground seemed to be revitalized with energy. Countless insect corpses began to swell at an alarming rate, a sinister green light emanating from their bodies. An explosion? Is this truly your final resort? Through his Sharingan, Itachi could distinctly perceive energy points within the corpses of these toxic creatures expanding at a rapid pace. However, what magnitude of explosion could possibly breach Susanoo? As the critical point approached, dark energy surged into the sky, though the explosion's force was far inferior to Itachi's fire release. The corrosive potency of the venom melted away the ground beneath. Taking a deep breath, Vera hesitantly lowered her hands from her face, relieved to see Susanoo still standing firm. She had feared for her life, only to discover that the repulsive toxins could still explode. His efforts were merely in vain, Itachi casually remarked, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the black centipede. Should the one you pierced to death realize that this was the extent of your capabilities, I suspect he would die with regret. In response to Itachi's mockery, the black centipede wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unfazed as he coldly chuckled. There's no other way. Only with the Bugmaster's demise can I successfully detonate the toxic corpses. But I intend to stand atop the Imperial capital in the future. I cannot falter here. If I cannot triumph over you tonight, both of us shall perish. Therefore, I have no choice but to sacrifice the pawn to protect the king. Sacrifice the pawn to protect the king? What is going on? Vera, still bewildered, grasped only fragments of the unfolding events. This man had been manipulating his brother all along, spinning a web of lies about self-inflicted harm to trigger the insect explosion, which was the very reason behind their recent self-mutilation. The stark reality is that the one who wields control over the insects must perish before he can command the corpses to explode. Thus, seizing the moment when his brother was unprepared, he plunged the dagger into his heart. To such a self-serving individual, the brother was merely a sacrificial pawn in a desperate situation. From the moment Yao's used the black centipede to slay the scorpion and subsequently orchestrated the explosion of the venom, he had already begun to piece together the unfolding events. Observing Vera's confusion, he decided to articulate his deductions. As understanding dawned upon her, she nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze towards the black centipede growing increasingly scornful. Say what you will, the black centipede sneered, realizing there was no pretense left to maintain. After all, he would ensure that Yao's would not leave alive tonight. Surely you do not believe that my contingency was merely the explosion you just witnessed? Take a look around you. Although the scenery may not be remarkable, it is. After all, your final glimpse of this world. Chapter 17. Wind release, a significant breakthrough as the remnants of countless poisonous insect carcasses rapidly dissolved. Vast clouds of pale green toxic mist began to rise from the ground. Itachi, positioned at the very epicenter of the earlier explosion, found himself completely enveloped by this noxious fog. Could it be? Is this toxic gas your true trump card? Itachi's gaze shifted slightly. Memories of his previous encounter with the 5 poison guards resurfacing in his mind. In that clash, a similar toxic mist had formed, but at that time, the prevailing winds had dispersed it before it could reach him. Now, however, due to the change in his position, the winds would not blow the mist away. Rather, they would accelerate its advance toward him. What a brilliant scheme. As Itachi comprehended the situation, a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes when he regarded the black centipede. Such a meticulous battle strategy was not something an ordinary person could easily discern. Haha, the black centipede, confident of victory, couldn't help but smile smugly. You finally grasped the situation. I must admit, your strength is indeed formidable. Against raw power, we are no match for you. Thus, from the moment I incited the gray toad and the others, I had already been preparing for this very moment. Your defensive capabilities may be strong, but you cannot possibly resist the infiltration of air, can you? There will be no reversing winds to disperse the toxic mist this time. I estimate that within mere moments, the mist will permeate your defenses and claim your life. The scales of failure seemed to gradually tilt in Itachi's favor. Since being lured into a trap by the black centipede and his allies, Vera's predicament had oscillated dramatically, her emotions akin to a roller coaster, leaving her somewhat numb at this point. You have a plan, don't you? Vera inquired with hopeful anticipation, knowing that her captors would not allow her to perish. Yet she would rather embrace death than be taken captive and used as a pawn against the loyal. Indeed, Itachi nodded lightly, unaware that this gesture appeared to Vera as more reassuring than any angel from a fairy tale. Did you not claim that there would be no winds to aid me? Itachi looked toward the black centipede, forming a new seal with his hands. But are you so certain that I will rely solely on fire and not employ wind as well? At this proclamation, the black centipede's expression shifted dramatically. What could it be? The mere thought of the subsequent words sent chills down the black centipede's spine, rendering him speechless. Wind release, a remarkable breakthrough. As the weighty declaration fell, Itachi inhaled deeply, unleashing a tempest of boundless fury. The razor-sharp winds swept across the land, dispersing the toxic mist in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Even the scattered remnants of the poisonous insects were thoroughly cleared away. The black centipede was battered by the oncoming gale, causing him excruciating pain. He struggled to open his eyes, managing only to create a small gap behind the shield of his palm. After what felt like an eternity, tranquility finally returned to the world, and Itachi dispelled his Susanoo, reverting his Sharingan back to its 3-tomo state. Even after being reborn in peak physical condition, wielding the power of the kaleidoscope still imposed a considerable burden on him. It can still be done like this. Vera gazed at her transformed surroundings, her lovely face alight with astonishment. The myriad extraordinary powers that unfolded before her utterly reshaped her understanding of what it meant to be strong. How infuriating! The meticulously prepared backup plan was effortlessly dismantled, and at that moment, the black centipede truly found himself at a loss. Fully aware of the chasm that separated him from Itachi, after a furious curse, he turned to flee. His agile form darted away, covering dozens of meters in mere moments. In this life-and-death situation, the black centipede couldn't help but glance back at Itachi's position, relieved to see him still standing still. Having narrowly escaped with his life, he resolved to return and report to Lord Onest, ensuring he would never again provoke such a terrifying foe. After today's battle, the black centipede was thoroughly cast into the shadows, with all his tactics effortlessly countered by his opponent. Under the overwhelming disparity of strength, he could only hope to never encounter Itachi again. Hurry, he must escape. Vera, with her keen eyes, immediately grew anxious. If this individual managed to flee, it would spell endless trouble. In her excitement, she disregarded her modesty as a married woman and reached out with her delicate, snow-like hand, grasping Itachi's arm. However, this action left her utterly bewildered, for Itachi instantly transformed into a swirling mist with a resounding pop. Meanwhile, The black centipede had already fled over 100 meters away, his vigilance gradually waning, as he did not believe anyone could traverse such a distance to pursue him. How naive he was, if it were up to him. He would never allow his opponent the chance to escape. With this thought, the black centipede felt a surge of pride, but the next moment, a familiar voice echoed behind him. Yet the outcome was the same, was it not? The iconic three-tomo Sharingan glimmered ominously in the darkness, and Itachi's figure materialized behind the black centipede like a specter. In that fleeting moment after using wind release, Itachi had already slipped from the black centipede's line of sight. Retreating into the shadows, what remained in place was merely a shadow clone. Itachi's tone was calm, devoid of any hint of malice, yet to the black centipede's ears, it resonated with a chilling dread far more potent than the ominous summons of Yama. You. The black centipede's eyes widened in despair, but before he could utter another word, a kunai pierced through his heart. With a soft thud, the kunai was withdrawn, a trail of blood glistening upon it, as the black centipede, bereft of life, collapsed to the ground with a heart full of unwillingness. Having dealt with his final adversary, Itachi returned to Vera's side, for having chosen to step forward. He would see his role through to the end. You were shaken, my lady. Gazing up at the youthful and refined Itachi, Vera was suddenly flooded with a dreamlike sensation as she reflected on the night's harrowing events. Initially ambushed by the notorious Five Poisons Guard under Minister Ernest, her escort proved utterly inadequate against such formidable foes, plunging her into a dire predicament. Yet, in her moment of utmost despair, an astonishingly youthful yet powerful figure emerged. This sequence of emotions oscillating between hope and despair ultimately led to her complete salvation. Vera could scarcely believe that the fearsome Five Poisons Guard had been so easily vanquished, while the young man before her remained utterly unscathed. Despite his tender years, he possessed such formidable strength. It was truly terrifying upon reflection. Nevertheless, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude for your chivalrous assistance. Had I fallen into the hands of those scoundrels, death would have been a more preferable fate. Vera expressed with a grateful smile. Observing his foreign attire, she also entertained a budding notion of becoming a patron to this remarkable individual. Chapter 18. The Interior Minister in the Eastern District of the Imperial Capital. A grand and imposing mansion stands tall, guarded day and night by a battalion of armored soldiers, ensuring the safety of its esteemed occupant. Within the brightly lit hall, a man is tightly embracing the shaken Vera, continuously reassuring the frightened noblewoman. My dear lady, the situation is grave. In the future, please do not act out. You must take all the guards I have arranged for you. I understand. Before her beloved husband, Vera resembles a gentle and submissive kitten, for the recent incident indeed stemmed, in part, from her decision to reduce her accompanying guards without consulting him. Ah, husband. At this moment, Vera suddenly recalled something, breaking free from Shaw's embrace to point towards Itachi who stood nearby. In my moment of excitement, I forgot to introduce you. This is Uchiha Itachi. Thanks to his timely intervention tonight, he defeated the Five Poisons Guards sent by Onest. Or else I would have been abducted. What? The Five Poisons Guard? Shaw's expression shifted to one of shock, initially believing it to be a mere ordinary attack, only to discover that such a formidable force had been dispatched. Yet, considering his ongoing feud with Onest, it was not entirely unexpected. What astonished him, however, was the sight of this youth, appearing no older than 19 or 20, who had managed to vanquish the notorious Five Poisons Guard and rescue his wife, an achievement that seemed almost unbelievable. Nevertheless, Shaw understood that Vera would not fabricate such a tale. And after a brief moment of astonishment, the seasoned interior minister swiftly regained his customary composure. Truly remarkable, a youthful hero capable of defeating the Five Poisons Guard. You possess an admirable demeanor and an extraordinary presence, Shaw remarked while appraising Itachi with evident approval. It was but a trifling effort. You flatter me, my lord. Itachi responded with humble grace, simultaneously assessing this high-ranking minister. Dressed in formal attire, Shaw's figure appeared notably statuesque, unlike many officials burdened by excess weight. His countenance, soft yet imbued with resolve, and his piercing eyes radiated integrity, evoking a sense of warmth and trustworthiness. Itachi quickly formed a favorable first impression of Shaw as an official steadfast in his principles. Haha. Shaw chuckled heartily, his gaze towards Itachi growing increasingly amiable. Your youthful accomplishments and modest demeanor are indeed rare. Today, you have saved Vera, and we owe you a monumental debt of gratitude. In matters within my capability, do not hesitate to ask, Itachi. Seeing her husband's favorable impression of Itachi, Vera's face blossomed with a genuine smile. After all, Her invitation for Itachi to accompany them was not solely to express her gratitude. She also wished to introduce this remarkable young man to Shawl. She believed that with her husband, the interior minister, extending such an invitation, Itachi would naturally be inclined to seek a position of some significance. In this distinctly stratified nation, it seems there is nothing more enticing than holding an official position. Yet, Itachi shook his head, indicating, "I appreciate your good intentions, but my actions today are not motivated by reward." Upon hearing this, Vera was taken aback. After all, this was a promise made by a high-ranking official of the empire. A rare opportunity for a commoner to ascend to greatness. In this land, there are many who possess strength yet occupy lowly positions, tirelessly striving to attain a social status commensurate with their abilities. For only then could they truly consider themselves part of the elite. Otherwise, they would be relegated to a fate akin to that of the 5 poison guards, subservient to the powerful, engaged in unsavory deeds for their masters. Yet now, such a remarkable opportunity for social elevation lay before Itachi, and he nonchalantly chose to forego it. Shawl observed every nuance of Itachi's demeanor as he spoke, relieved to ascertain the sincerity of his intentions. In his position, especially with a ruthless adversary like Onest, caution was imperative. Thus, even towards the savior of his wife, he could not afford to lower his guard. Fortunately, Itachi had demonstrated his integrity through his actions. How could a man devoid of desire be a treacherous villain or a spy sent by Onest? At that moment, Shawl's thoughts aligned with Vera's. Contemplating the prospect of championing Itachi, a young hero of both courage and wisdom, who would not be coveted. "Are you perhaps dismissing my commitment?" Shawl feigned anger, then spoke with resolute conviction. "Very well. Tomorrow at the morning court, you shall accompany me. I will personally commend you to His Majesty." This response startled Itachi. Such a reaction was clearly beyond his expectations. However, considering the dire plight of the starving populace outside, he refrained from outright refusal. Entering the court as an official could indeed serve as a pathway to aid the suffering masses. As Itachi hesitated, Vera seized the moment, asserting, "As you have witnessed today, the audacity of the traitor is unparalleled, and the plight of loyal ministers has reached an extraordinarily difficult juncture. Thus, whether it be my husband or the realm at large, we are in dire need of a just man such as yourself." "What you speak resonates with my own thoughts," Shawl replied, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he extended his hand to Itachi. "So, Itachi, will you join me in rescuing the people from their tribulations?" Gazing at the impassioned Shawl, Itachi felt a ripple of emotion stir within his otherwise calm demeanor. In him, he discerned a remarkably familiar reflection, one of integrity, kindness, and selflessness. "I am truly honored by your and the ladies' esteem, and I shall not decline any longer." Regaining his composure, Itachi chose not to refuse this time. "However, there is one matter I still do not understand. I would be grateful if you could enlighten me." "Speak," Shawl responded without the slightest hesitation. "Today, I heard Madame mention Minister Onest several times. Who exactly is this individual?" Upon uttering these words, a momentary stillness enveloped the hall. "Humph." Shawl, unusually perturbed, let out a cold snort, and with a hint of indignation, remarked, "Onest, the Chancellor of the Empire, wields immense power in the court, thanks to the trust bestowed upon him by the young emperor." "The young emperor?" Yao keenly seized a crucial piece of information. If that is the case, this man's influence could indeed be described as all-encompassing. Precisely. At this point, Shawl's emotions became somewhat agitated. As the most trusted minister of His Majesty, he not only fails to perform his duties, but also exploits his power to disrupt the court and bring misery to the populace. A treacherous individual such as he, even if he holds sway over the realm, I, Shawl, shall resolutely oppose him. Shawl stood tall, radiating righteousness, his typically gentle demeanor now replaced by a fierce glint in his eyes. "I see now," Yao murmured softly. "A noble spirit, unafraid of tyranny, is truly admirable. If all officials in the court were like you, the capital would not be plagued by starvation and despair as it is now." As Yao spoke, thoughts of Eileen and Talek, far beyond the capital, as well as the simple villagers who are victims of harsh governance, flooded his mind. Were they not all victims of oppressive rule? And his former homeland, the Land of Fire, though it boasted the greatest village in the ninja world, Konoha, ensuring relative stability, the lives of the common people remained exceedingly arduous. The root cause of such a phenomenon was indeed the decay of the ruling class, was it not? "I have merely done what is expected of an official," Shaw replied, gently shaking his head, a trace of melancholy surfacing in his eyes. Choosing not to pursue the topic further, Chapter 19. Onest at that moment, a hurried attendant rushed into the hall and swiftly approached Xiao. My lord, there is an urgent matter. I implore you to review this at once, so arrangements can be made promptly. As he spoke, the attendant handed a bloodstained letter to Xiao. Both Yao and Vera, perceiving the gravity of the situation, remained silent and discreetly stepped aside. However, upon opening the envelope, Xiao's brow furrowed at the mere glance, and his expression grew increasingly grim. This treacherous scoundrel is utterly intolerable, and these fence-sitters, what spineless cowards they are. Xiao clenched the letter tightly, his voice laced with deeply suppressed fury. The sight of Xiao's distress unsettled both Yao and Vera, who sensed an ominous foreboding. If a mere letter could provoke such a reaction from this powerful official, the matter must indeed be of grave significance. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense, with everyone, save for Vera and Yao, rendered mute by anxiety. Meanwhile, in a grand hall of the imperial palace, a starkly contrasting scene unfolded. Lord Onest, the ministers who have united in impeachment are already in attendance. Once we exploit Xiao's Achilles heel, his beloved wife, we can easily cast him into an abyss from which he cannot escape. The foolish Xiao, oblivious to the shifting tides, must not be allowed to evade justice this time. With his removal, dissenting voices in the court will be silenced. And we shall toast to your success, my lord. A group of sycophantic officials, with shifty eyes, clustered before a corpulent man, showering him with flattering remarks. It is said that his fair wife is renowned as a beauty in the capital. Onest leered obscenely, his gray-white hair and beard trembling slightly, as he began to inappropriately chew on a piece of succulent raw meat. His gluttonous visage, tearing at the flesh, bore no resemblance to a high-ranking minister, but rather that of a savage beast. The stench of the raw meat wafted through the air, causing the officials to feel nauseous. Yet they feigned indifference, constrained by Onest's intimidating presence. Just as Onest finished devouring the meat, a guard's report shattered their sycophantic rhythm. My lord, the Five Venoms guard has reached a conclusion. The guard knelt, trembling, his head bowed low, unwilling to meet Onest's gaze. These five buffoons are becoming increasingly inefficient. Onest turned his gaze, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction, the chilling aura he exuded suffocating the guard. Did you all hear that? Everything is now in place. Tomorrow marks the day of Xiao's downfall. Onest spread his arms wide, reveling in the moment, his mind conjuring images of Xiao's despair and helplessness. Upon witnessing the scene, the officials naturally began to shower flattery upon him. But at that moment, Ernest seemed to recollect something, his expression tinged with confusion as he inquired of his guard. By the way, since the mission has been accomplished, why have they not brought the target back for my report? Where are those scoundrels? The guard swallowed hard, hesitating before responding. My lord, the Five Poisons guard has not returned. However, our men discovered the corpses of the five at the intersection of the bustling district and the slums. Oh, so they are dead, Ernest mused, stroking his chin, feigning indifference. Yet, his demeanor swiftly shifted as he froze in place. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the guard. What did you just say? The Five Poisons guard is dead? Indeed, my lord. It is absolutely certain. The guard, having steeled himself, raised his voice boldly, understanding that regardless of his fear, if Ernest sought to vent his wrath on others, he would not escape unscathed. Our men have confirmed repeatedly. Aside from the heavily burned bodies of the gray toad and gecko, we have positively identified the other three as the black centipede and scorpion. Ernest was taken aback. He had never anticipated that dispatching his strongest forces to apprehend a defenseless woman would yield such an outcome. With the strength of those five, even against one of the Empire's finest, General Bud, they would have had at least a 50% chance of victory, provided their abilities remained concealed. Yet now, his trusted guard informed him that such formidable individuals had perished in what should have been an effortless task. Moreover, with the loss of the Five Poisons guard, a formidable asset that instilled fear, those officials who had succumbed to his tyranny would inevitably harbor dissent. At that juncture, his authority and influence within the court would be severely undermined. The surrounding officials were equally stunned. Just moments ago, they had been deliberating on how to exploit Shore's wife for their own gain, and now they were met with the news of mission failure. What a predicament. My lord. A shifty-eyed official timidly approached Ernest. Should we proceed with our plans tomorrow? With a swift motion, Ernest slapped the questioning official across the face, the force of the blow sending him sprawling to the ground, a few teeth flying from his mouth. If you cannot capture his beloved wife, what leverage do you have to compel that wretched Shore to confess? Although His Majesty currently trusts me, I have yet to reach the point of absolute obedience. Acting recklessly serves no purpose. Ernest loomed over the fallen official, seizing his collar and lifting him with palpable fury in his eyes. Do not ask such foolish questions again. Otherwise, I shall crush your skull. Faced with the terrifying visage of Ernest, akin to a ravenous beast, the stricken official, fearing further provocation, nodded vigorously, disregarding the pain in his mouth. Ernest, now exasperated by the presence of these fools, waved his hand dismissively, wishing to send them all away. Before long, the expansive hall was left with only Ernest and the 2 guards. The woman's escort was alarmingly weak, lacking the capability to eliminate the 5 poison guards. As a man of considerable intellect and a prominent power figure, Ernest quickly discerned the inherent absurdity of the situation. He then instructed the kneeling guards below him. Go at once and investigate. It is imperative that we uncover the identity of those who acted tonight. Chapter 20. The Court Assembly. The guards, as if granted a great amnesty, promptly exited the grand hall upon receiving their orders. Once alone, Ernest, appearing somewhat fatigued, reclined upon the throne, his eyes brimming with profound uncertainty. Could it be that old curmudgeon, Bud, has taken action? Yet, I have always maintained a cordial distance from him. None of this makes sense. The clouds shroud the moon, and tonight in the imperial capital, many are destined to lose their sleep. The following morning, within the majestic and solemn court hall, a diverse assembly of officials stood in ranks, subtly hinting at a division among the council. However, one individual stood apart, eschewing the ranks below to take his place directly beside the imperial throne. Ernest gazed down upon the ministers, a hint of self-satisfaction lurking beneath his plump visage. It was indeed remarkable that a man of unremarkable lineage could rise to such a lofty position above thousands. At the forefront, Shore stood with a grave countenance, leading a faction of officials clad in the attire of a first-rank minister, exuding an air of understated authority. Watching the array of officials behind them, Itachi gained an intuitive grasp of the weight Shore held within the court. The number of officials aligned with his faction nearly constituted a quarter of the entire assembly. Such formidable strength possessed the power to sway the direction of state policies. No wonder the so-called Minister Ernest would resort to despicable tactics, such as abducting a wife, to compel compliance. Itachi, this illustrates the current state of affairs within the court, Shore remarked, his gaze fixed ahead, his expression unwavering. Indeed, Itachi nodded thoughtfully, then mused. That white-bearded gentleman up there is Ernest, isn't he? Precisely, Shore confirmed, then shifted his gaze towards the officials to his left, all of whom were his allies. Itachi followed his gaze, taking in a substantial number of officials whose power rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Shore. Boom, boom. At that moment, a solemn and resounding chime echoed through the hall. The once raucous assembly fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and even Shore hastily straightened himself, his demeanor serious as he faced forward. Itachi, intrigued, looked up, eager to behold the visage of the so-called emperor. Esteemed ministers, I apologize for the delay. With a melodious and youthful voice, a child clad in imperial regalia emerged from behind the curtain, cradling a diamond-studded scepter, a symbol of supreme authority. We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live our emperor. Once the young emperor settled upon the dragon throne, a cacophony of jubilant accolades erupted from below, akin to a roaring tsunami. You may rise, my lords, the young emperor proclaimed, an innocent smile gracing his face as he perceived only the reverence of the officials before him. After the formalities concluded, Itachi, alongside Shore, straightened his posture. His thoughts drifting, at this age, he must have just graduated from the Ninja Academy in Konoha. It is absurd that the supreme ruler of such a vast nation is but a child barely past 10. It is akin to appointing a freshly graduated genin as Hokage, utterly ludicrous, beyond reason. However, this is not the worst of it, after all. The nation still possesses loyal and virtuous ministers like Shore. The true calamity lies in the presence of the ambitious and treacherous oneist at the young emperor's side. With such a combination of a youthful ruler and a power-hungry usurper at the pinnacle of authority, it is hardly surprising that the state has descended into decay. The young emperor, still in his tender years, often finds himself at a loss during court sessions, overwhelmed by anxiety and uncertainty. Once again, he casts a pleading glance towards his esteemed minister for assistance. Oneist, well-versed in the emperor's vulnerabilities, immediately leans in and begins to whisper fervently. Observing this scene, Yo gains insight into Shore's predicament. The young emperor's excessive dependence on Oneist inevitably skews his judgment in favor of the latter when weighing opinions. Meanwhile, having summoned reinforcements, The young emperor clears his throat and announces, due to the recent busyness of state affairs within the palace, today's court meeting shall be conducted simply. If any ministers have matters to present, please do so. Otherwise, you may withdraw. As soon as he finishes speaking, a minister from one's faction eagerly leaps forward, beaming as he bows before the young emperor and proclaims, "Your Majesty governs with exceptional wisdom. Peace reigns across the realm, and the populace thrives in prosperity, all singing praises of your benevolence. In such favorable circumstances, we, your loyal ministers, need only fulfill our respective duties to ensure the stability of your empire and the well-being of the people. Therefore, we have no matters to present." With a leader among them, the remaining officials quickly follow suit, their words dripping with flattery and obsequiousness. "Humph. What you just uttered about the state of the nation is utter nonsense." A voice of rebuke interrupted the sycophantic praise emanating from behind shore. The regent, Lance, stepped forward from the ranks, his eyes blazing with indignation as he glared at the conspiratorial ministers. He then bowed deeply to the young emperor and said, "Your Majesty, these individuals deceive both you and the court, perpetually obscuring the truth with their fabricated accounts of the state. I implore you to punish them for their treasonous deceit." Seeing Lance's challenge unfold, the young emperor felt a familiar weight upon his brow. This scenario had almost become a routine during his morning audiences. Each time, a group of ministers would emerge, extolling his virtues and painting the kingdom as a paradise, only to be met with Lance's rebuttals, followed by demands for punishment. As the chief minister, whose counsel should I heed? The young emperor once again sought one's guidance. "Your Majesty's openness to dialogue marks you as a wise sovereign," Onest began, offering a disingenuous smile before continuing. "Did you not witness the prosperity during your recent tour? The nation flourishes, and the people enjoy unprecedented wealth, all thanks to your leadership. However, given the vast expanse of the empire and the multitude of subjects, it is inevitable that some remote areas have yet to fully reap the benefits of your policies." Which lends some credence to Lord Lance's objections. One's carefully crafted conciliatory remarks preserved his faction while outwardly granting his rivals a semblance of dignity. Before the young emperor, he consistently maintained the facade of a fair, just, and benevolent elder. It is indeed the first minister's words that hold merit. The young emperor, in profound agreement, nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Lancelot and remarked, "Your Majesty's words carry weight, yet I comprehend your earnest intentions. I shall endeavor to embark on more inspections in the future." Lancelot, wishing to continue his petition, was halted by Shaw's piercing gaze and could only reluctantly concede, "I understand." Shaw's countenance darkened, for the outcomes of each trial were far from satisfactory. The young emperor's favoritism towards Wunstert left him with an incessant feeling akin to striking a fist against a cotton pillow, neither painful nor invigorating, yet undeniably frustrating. As for the inspections the young emperor spoke of, they were nothing more than a jest, conducted according to Wunstert's designs. What could possibly be witnessed? Merely a fade of a prosperous era. Chapter 21. The controversy of bestowing titles. The tentative exchanges between both parties concluded abruptly, resembling a tiger's head and a snake's tail, as the scattered murmurs within the court gradually subsided. At this moment, Shao strode out of the ranks, slightly bowing to the young emperor. "Your Majesty, I have another pressing matter to present." "Pray, speak, my esteemed minister," the young emperor replied, acknowledging Shao. "Last night, my wife was attacked by a gang of rogues on her way home, and all the accompanying guards perished." Despite Shao's calm demeanor, the courtiers could detect a hint of anger in his tone, causing some who were privy to the underlying circumstances to fall silent, fearing they might be named by Shao. Inwardly, Wunster chuckled, realizing that Shao likely intended to use last night's incident to launch an attack against him. But even if the matter were brought to light in the court, what could it change? With the entire 5 Poisons Guard deceased, there was no evidence to contradict him. He could easily assert that the so-called 5 Poisons Guard was merely a fabrication of rumors, with no connection to him whatsoever. In the brief span of time, Wunster had devised several arguments to absolve himself of suspicion. Yet, this time, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. What? Such a calamity could occur under the very feet of the emperor. The young emperor stood, visibly startled. "Is your wife unharmed after this ordeal?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My wife is largely unharmed," Shao replied, bowing in gratitude. He continued, "It is fortunate that a passing hero intervened, defeating the gang of rogues and ensuring my wife's safety. Such a valiant individual who single-handedly vanquished the rogues deserves great commendation." Upon hearing this, the young emperor's face lit up with admiration, and he inquired, "Where is this hero now?" I wish to reward him handsomely, regardless of status, the young emperor, being just over a decade old, inherently held a fondness and admiration for figures of heroism. After the young emperor spoke, a smile finally graced Shower's face as he gestured toward the figure behind him. Your Majesty, this is he. Commoner Uchiha Itachi humbly bows before your Majesty. Itachi stepped forward, slightly bowing to the young emperor in a formal gesture of respect. Wonister gazed at the youthful visage of Itachi, his eyes filled with surprise. As a profound doubt arose within him, was it truly this frail lad who had vanquished the esteemed Five Poisons guard that he held in such high regard? What scheme was Shower concocting? At this moment, Wonister found himself engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, the young emperor could no longer contain his excitement. Leaping from the dragon throne like an eager frog. You are the one who saved the wife of Shower. Indeed, a young hero. What reward shall I bestow upon you? After his declaration, he appeared to be in a quandary, as this was the first time he had proactively offered a reward to someone beneath him, leaving him uncertain of what to give. Your Majesty, the current state of nighttime security in the imperial capital is rather dire and in urgent need of reformation. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent to appoint Itachi as the Inspector General of Public Security in the imperial capital, overseeing the guards of various departments to eradicate the insidious chaos. Such a decision would not only demonstrate your Majesty's discerning eye for talent, but also ensure that Itachi's capabilities are duly recognized, thus achieving a harmonious balance. Sharp-witted Shower immediately grasped the young emperor's psyche and stepped forward to offer his counsel. The position of Inspector General of Public Security was a conclusion he arrived at after careful consideration, as it would allow him to command a portion of the military forces in the capital, thereby compensating for the inadequacies in his faction's hard power. Indeed, what Lord Shower articulated holds great merit, with a youth of Itachi's caliber serving as the Inspector General. The security situation in the capital would undoubtedly witness a remarkable transformation. It is my sincere hope that your Majesty grants this request. Following this, a multitude of officials behind Shower began to echo his sentiments, striving to elevate Itachi to the position of Inspector General. Alas, a sense of foreboding gripped Wonist as he realized the potential consequences. Should Itachi ascend to the role of Inspector General, Shower's influence in the capital would swell immensely, coupled with the most formidable military power, which would decidedly not serve his interests. The young emperor, inherently indecisive, was swayed by the collective support of his ministers and, with a mere wave of his hand, proclaimed, "Very well. As per the counsel of my esteemed ministers, I hereby appoint Uchiha Itachi as the Inspector General of Public Security. Your Majesty, please hold." Just as the matter was on the verge of being finalized, Wonist could no longer restrain himself. Lord Prime Minister, His Majesty has already made his decision. Is it truly appropriate for you to question it? Shower cast a disapproving glare at Wonist, his tone laced with accountability. Do you harbor a differing opinion, Minister? The young emperor's innocent visage bore a trace of confusion, for Wonist had never opposed his decisions before. The atmosphere grew tense. And caught between the two factions, Itachi reflected on the nature of power struggles. Allowing one's adversary to grow stronger is tantamount to weakening oneself. Having only just made an appearance before the higher-ups, it would be wiser for him to leave this situation in the capable hands of Lord Shower. Resolute in his thoughts, Itachi chose to remain silent, adopting the role of an observer. No, Wonist shook his head. I do not question your Majesty's judgment. Rather, I believe this accolade is not fitting for Uchiha Itachi at this juncture. Humph. Shower scoffed, challenging. Then what, in the esteemed Prime Minister's view, should be done? Let us not be hasty. Shower, perhaps we should first hear what the Prime Minister has to say. The young emperor intervened, disliking the palpable tension among his ministers, stepping forward to act as a mediator. Your Majesty's openness to discourse truly reflects the wisdom of a great sovereign. Wonist began, as was his custom, showering flattery before continuing. In my view, we should not only confer titles of merit, but also bestow corresponding noble ranks. Otherwise, how can an esteemed official be recorded as a commoner in the household register? Such a notion would be a source of ridicule. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise spread across the faces of many ministers. At such a critical juncture, should not Wonist be doing everything in his power to obstruct Shower's men from securing official positions? Why then does he proactively propose to bestow additional titles upon them? This is indeed perplexing. It appears to be a classic case of deflatter before striking. Unlike the multitude of obtuse officials, both Itachi and Shower are exceptionally astute, and they simultaneously discerned Wonist's true intentions. His earlier proclamations of goodwill were merely a smokescreen, The real drama awaited. One's subsequent reaction confirmed their suspicions. As he solemnly declared, however, Uchiha Itachi is still quite young, and it may be difficult for him to fulfill the responsibilities of a high-ranking position. Perhaps it would be wiser to assign him to a grassroots role for the time being? Chapter 22. The Art of Indirection. The young emperor exhibited a moment of hesitation, as he required time to comprehend the implications of Ernest's words. However, Ernest seized the moment, persisting in his discourse. Coincidentally, the captain of the Imperial Capital's Security Division has recently fallen victim to an ambush by treacherous assailants, leaving the position vacant. It would be exceedingly fitting for Uchiha Itachi to fill this role. Your Majesty. At this juncture, Ernest's fervor intensified. Though Uchiha Itachi is youthful, his prowess is indeed remarkable. I am confident that upon his appointment, he shall avenge the former captain, Oka, and eradicate this insidious threat of nocturnal attacks that plagues your reign. Nocturnal attacks? Itachi's gaze momentarily faltered, as fleeting figures danced in his mind, one a carefree man with a crown of verdant grass, the other a voluptuous blonde beauty. He recalled how they had persistently sought to recruit him into their ranks. Meanwhile, Shaw's demeanor contrasted sharply with Itachi's ease. His expression darkened. The organization of nocturnal assailants represented the foremost menace within the empire, and Ernest wielded this as a pretext, leaving Shaw bereft of a suitable counterargument. How could he, as an official of the empire, express a desire for Itachi to forego the opportunity to eradicate traitors and alleviate the emperor's burdens? The young emperor found Ernest's proposal compelling, as he had been informed on multiple occasions that such organizations were birthed to oppose the imperial authority. The existence of nocturnal assailants and the emperor could not coexist. Ultimately, after much internal conflict, the young emperor acquiesced to Ernest's counsel. Furthermore, he decreed that Itachi should be ennobled as a baron, rewarded with a residence and a grant of 10,000 pieces of silver. Listening to these seemingly trivial honors, Shaw lowered his head in despair, realizing that he had ultimately underestimated the game. In both public and private realms, he wished for Itachi to ascend to a higher station. Yet reality fell short of his hopes. The rank of captain of the security division was, after all, rather modest. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious, a true paragon of wisdom. Your prosperous reign shall undoubtedly surpass all that has come before, Ernest remarked, observing his longtime rival's crestfallen countenance, as the frustrations that had burdened him throughout the night dissipated in an instant. Originally, he had been dispatching subordinates to investigate the identity of the assailant, only to find that Shaw, in his own cleverness, had presented the opportunity before him today. With both parties laid bare, no matter Itachi's extraordinary capabilities, Ernest was confident in his myriad of strategies to gradually outmaneuver his opponent. Today's machinations were merely the beginning. Before long, this tumultuous court assembly drew to a close amidst the respectful farewells of the assembled ministers. Accompanied by Shaw, Itachi arrived at the residence bestowed upon him by the young emperor. Crossing the opulent threshold, he was greeted by a vibrant garden adorned with a riot of colors, set against the backdrop of a cascading rockery, resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. At the center, a fountain stood, flanked by an exotic three-story structure. This would be his new abode. Inhaling the fragrant blossoms of the courtyard, Itachi felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, marveling at how the empire's dignitaries truly knew how to indulge in the pleasures of life. It is merely a baronial estate, yet it exudes such opulence. Aside from its architectural expanse, it is commendable in every aspect, rivaling even the grand residences of the daimyo in the Land of Fire. Truly, it is a dwelling bestowed by His Majesty, surpassing my expectations. After surveying the surroundings, Itachi spoke softly. The servants arranged by Onest had all been dismissed, leaving only the two of us, thus there was no need for formalities. Shore smiled faintly, perceptibly revealing Itachi's subtle thoughts. Oh, now I understand. Itachi nodded thoughtfully, realizing why such a vast estate held not a single servant in sight. Although he had been bested by that old man in the court today, from a personal perspective, the outcome appeared not so unfavorable. There was a hint of self-mockery in Shore's expression. Despite his reluctance to admit it, the reality was undeniable. The young emperor had increasingly favored Onest. Previously, during consultations, perhaps half of the matters would be heeded as per Onest's counsel and the other half as per Shore's. However, the court had almost transformed into a one-man show dictated by Onest. Whenever that old man spoke, the young emperor seldom declined, repeatedly offering counsel and facing repeated setbacks. This loyal minister could not help but feel a sense of disheartenment within. Itachi, sensing the shift in Shore's emotions, chose not to offer words of comfort. for he preferred actions over futile reassurances to demonstrate his intentions. In Itachi's heart, he firmly believed that every individual must adhere to their destined path in life. Each person is accompanied by a mission they are meant to fulfill upon entering this world. In his previous life, he sacrificed his clan to safeguard Konoha and used his own life as the key for his brother to unlock the Mangeki Sharingan. Such was the fate of Uchiha Itachi. In this life, upon realizing he could not return to the ninja world, he remained steadfast in his belief that he would be entrusted with a new mission. Within the high walls of the palace, one has just concluded the imperial affairs for the young emperor and stepped outside to alleviate his weary nerves. Observing the young emperor, who was joyfully playing under the guidance of the palace maids, the astute chief minister displayed a look of disdain. A child is simply a child. As long as he is allowed to play freely and find joy each day, he will heed your every command. Indeed, my lord. The current governance relies entirely upon your support, remarked his confidant, Mark, deftly offering flattery. A hearty chuckle escaped Onest, and then, as if recalling something, he inquired. By the way, what has that Uchiha Itachi been up to since returning to the estate? Is Shore accompanying him? Mark replied with a wry smile. We had arranged for our personnel, but he replaced them all. I see, that was to be expected. Onest mused thoughtfully. Speaking of which, my lord, Mark ventured. Unable to suppress his curiosity, why did you appoint that individual as the captain of the guard? Although this position is not high-ranking, it does hold actual power. Would it not be more advantageous for us to provide him with a nominal post instead? Did I not already mention this in the morning assembly? The profound smile of Ernest was indeed an invitation for him to deal with the night raid. My subordinate, though well-meaning, remained somewhat perplexed. While it is stated thus, it appears that there exists no substantial reason for these two factions to clash, especially considering that the wrongdoing was committed by the former captain, Oka. Surely, the night raid would not direct their ire towards the newly appointed captain. As for the notion of Uchiha Itachi proactively seeking trouble with the night raid, my subordinate finds that notion even more implausible, as he is, after all, a man of Shal. Chapter 23, The Secrets of the Empire. Moreover, my lord, if that fellow appears to comply on the surface while covertly defying us, we shall find it challenging to pinpoint his flaws. Ernest cast a disdainful glance at the oblivious Mark, lamenting how he had ever deemed this fool worthy. Yet, despite his disdain, certain matters still require individuals of unwavering loyalty and reliability to execute them. You shall seek someone to act in his name and carry out deeds that incite the wrath of the populace. Naturally, he will then find himself embroiled in trouble. When the clam and the snipe contend, this lord shall reap the benefits as a mere fisherman. Truly, a brilliant scheme. Upon hearing this, Mark felt as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes and slightly bowed, saying, Shall I arrange this immediately? I assure you that within half a month, the name of Uchiha Itachi will be notorious. Ernest nodded slightly, gesturing for Mark to withdraw. As the latter's figure vanished around the corner, Ernest once again donned a kindly smile as he approached the young emperor. Your Majesty, it is nearly time for dinner. As night fell, Itachi reclined on the expansive, soft bed of the baron's residence, his gaze fixed intently upon the chandelier above, a contemplative expression in his eyes. Little did he expect that in just 2 days since arriving in the imperial capital, he had transformed from a commoner into a newly minted noble of the empire, now holding the position of chief of the guard. For many local youths who had ventured to the capital in pursuit of their dreams, what I possess now must surely be their lifelong aspiration. Yet, Itachi understood that his smooth ascent was not solely due to his own strength. It was also significantly attributed to Shal's recommendation. To encounter a benefactor so promptly upon arrival suggests that in this rebirth, my fortune surpasses that of my previous life. With a subtle glance towards the window, a faint smile graced Itachi's lips. Reflecting on the past, his current situation was exceedingly favorable, devoid of internal strife and external adversaries. His physical condition was at its peak. As long as he refrained from overexerting his Mangeki Sharingan, he could maintain this optimal state for decades. As for Ernest, whom Shal deemed a formidable opponent, he posed little threat to Itachi. Given the right circumstances, he could easily control him with the Sharingan, turning him into a puppet under his command. At that time, Shal's policies for the benefit of the nation and its people could be smoothly implemented, allowing countless impoverished citizens to escape their dire circumstances. Despite possessing formidable strength, Itachi preferred to resolve issues with intellect, for such an approach conserved considerable energy. Lost in thought, he quietly drifted into a peaceful slumber, and after nearly a month in this serene environment, his sleep quality had greatly improved. The following morning, Itachi reported to the capital's guard office for duty. With Shaw's powerful backing, the personnel there treated him with a semblance of respect, addressing him as captain. Surrounded by a throng of officers, Itachi entered his office, which was spacious enough that even 6 or 7 burly men would not create a sense of crowding. The decor exuded a certain elegance. It was not opulent, yet it certainly did not lack refinement. Everything appeared perfectly balanced. "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated," he remarked. Itachi nodded gently, then naturally settled into the armchair in front of the bookshelf. "Captain, there's no need to say such things. This is simply our duty," the leader chuckled awkwardly. Aware that as a low-ranking official, ingratiating oneself with superiors is an essential skill. By the way, Itachi suddenly shifted the conversation. "I recall from the documents that the regional guard captain oversees 500 guards and has 8 direct subordinates. Yet, I see only 7 of you. Where's the missing one?" "Oh well." The leader, Hans, appeared somewhat flustered, his rounded lips moving without producing a sound. "Feel free to speak openly about any underlying issues. I merely inquired casually, so there's no need to be anxious," Itachi remarked nonchalantly, effortlessly alleviating Hans's apprehension. "Actually, this relates to the fallen former captain, Oka," Hans admitted, his expression awkward as discussing the previous captain in front of the current one felt rather uncomfortable. "Oh, please elaborate." Itachi's demeanor remained unchanged, though curiosity tinged his tone. The former captain, Oka, had a volatile and irritable temperament, often subjecting his subordinates to harsh penalties for minor infractions, making everyone dread his presence. However, he treated his comrade's orphan, Seiryu, with exceptional care, rarely losing his temper in her presence and patiently instructing her in combat techniques. Their relationship was both hierarchical and akin to that of a mentor and apprentice. After Oka's death, Seiryu became quite despondent, and upon hearing of your impending appointment, she requested a transfer, Hans continued. "I see," Itachi murmured, contemplating that perhaps Seiryu's deep-seated attachment to her mentor made it difficult for her to accept an unfamiliar person taking his place. "Indeed." Hans scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "By the way, aren't you at all upset? After all, Seiryu's actions might draw some unwanted attention your way. Requesting a transfer just before the new captain takes office is rather disrespectful. To outsiders, it appears as though Seiryu is proclaiming through her actions, you, Uchiha Itachi, are unworthy of occupying my mentor Oka's position. I, Seiryu, would rather leave than serve under you." Of course, this was merely the perspective of the uninformed. "There's no reason to be angry about such matters," Itachi replied calmly. "You truly are a magnanimous person," Hans observed, somewhat taken aback. While internally reflecting that had this occurred under Oka, he would have undoubtedly flown into a rage and sought revenge against the one who embarrassed him. In response to Hans's praise, Itachi merely shook his head with a smile and articulated a statement that left Hans somewhat puzzled. At the very least, that child named Seiryu adhered to her convictions, did she not? In the following days, Hans and the others grew increasingly deferential towards Itachi, as if they had come to genuinely accept their new captain. However, Itachi found it curious that the workload of the guard department seemed rather minimal. He is not required to attend work daily. Aside from occasionally sorting through a few documents in the office, he essentially has no other responsibilities. However, this arrangement affords him a certain leisure, and recently he borrowed a tome from Shower titled The Imperial Secret Records. This volume meticulously chronicles the millennia of clandestine history of the Empire, as well as the enigmatic regions and creatures of this world, including the imperial artifacts that have long captivated his interest. Such information is inaccessible to the general populace and lower-ranking officials. It is a privilege reserved for high-ranking dignitaries like Shower and Wanist. Chapter 24. The unforgiving end. The setting sun filtered through the partially drawn curtains, casting a soft golden hue over the office. Itachi, with a tranquil demeanor, perused the imperial secret records in his hands, engrossed in the uncharted territories, oblivious to the swift passage of time. After a considerable while, he sensed the dimming light within the room and slowly closed the book, rising to approach the window. According to the records, the power of these imperial artifacts was undeniably formidable. Some, if wielded properly by the user, could confer combat prowess rivaling that of a quasi-shadow level. Itachi sighed, lamenting the passage of time, which had rendered the accounts of the 48 imperial artifacts incomplete. Their abilities were potent and enigmatic. Engaging with a wielder under such obscurity could lead to dire consequences, even for him. At the heavily fortified entrance of the security office, the guards, upon spotting Itachi's approach, hastily opened the iron gate, their demeanor exceedingly obsequious. Itachi merely nodded in acknowledgement, continuing on without pausing. Yet, He could not shake the peculiar sensation that arose from their sycophantic smiles, an inexplicable oddity that nagged at him. It was as though everyone within the security office, including Hans, treated him with a uniformity that felt rehearsed. Perhaps he was overthinking it. These individuals might simply maintain such a demeanor towards their superiors. As night fell, in a secluded alley of the imperial capital, a blood-stained girl sat trembling on the ground, her once melodious voice now quavering in sheer terror. Before her loomed a towering man clad in a trench coat, standing nearly 3 meters tall, far exceeding the bounds of normal human stature. How delightful! Truly delightful! Your beautiful head will become one of my most prized possessions, Zank rasped, rubbing the double-edged blades entwined around his arms, his eyes gleaming with a savage, bloodthirsty red. No, please, I don't want to die. The girl's plea dripped with despair as she desperately dragged her injured body in a futile attempt to escape. But her tendons had long been severed by Zank, leaving her to push herself across the ground with her frail arms. Zank, enraptured by the sight of his prey's misery, let out a sinister laugh. With a swift movement, he blocked her path once more, raising his bloodied blades high. Help! Someone save me! In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. After a lengthy period of idleness, Uchiha Itachi finally received his first assignment since taking office. The matter has incited widespread panic among the populace of the imperial capital. As the captain of the capital's security team, you must ensure the perpetrator is brought to justice. I understand. Upon the completion of the orders, the messenger departed from Itachi's office without a backward glance, leaving the latter seated in his wooden chair, shrouded in a gloomy demeanor. A deranged serial killer? Over the course of 5 days, more than a dozen heinous acts were committed, and as the captain of the guard, I remained blissfully unaware. How utterly ridiculous! A cold chuckle resonated within Itachi. It appeared he had underestimated the cunning of Onest, realizing that his role as captain was somewhat unmerited. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Hans, who had eavesdropped on their conversation, gazed at the retreating figure of the messenger, his face clouded with despair. Cursed be it! Hans struck the wall with a fist, not even minding the blood seeping from his knuckles. Muttering to himself in a troubled tone, "Damn Onest, how could he betray me like this? Everything is laid bare. What shall I do now?" Within the palace courtyard, Onest, unusually absent from the side of the young emperor, paced alone in the garden, his murky old eyes betraying a sense of agitation. At last, as his impatience mounted, the dispatched messenger returned. "My lord, Uchiha Itachi has received your command and is expected to take action against Zank imminently." Upon hearing the report, Onest's restless demeanor finally subsided, though he muttered with contempt, "Damn Zank, that brainless madman. Why return after escaping all those years ago? Slaughtering those wretched commoners is one thing, but to kill officials as well. It's utterly preposterous." It transpired that within just a few days, the deranged killer who had returned to the imperial capital had executed Zank. Whether it was a mere whim or a thirst for greater bloodshed, he had commenced targeting nobles and officials. Ironically, this individual wielded imperial artifacts, rendering him exceedingly formidable. The guards of ordinary power brokers were no match for him, often meeting their demise in a deluge of chaos. In the span of merely 3 days, 7 officials had lost their heads, and, regrettably, all 7 belonged to Onest's faction. Had it not been for the knowledge of Zank's unpredictable madness, killing purely based on whim, Onest might have suspected that Zank had allied with Shower. How else could one explain the uncanny coincidence of Zank specifically targeting officials from his ranks while leaving those aligned with General Bud untouched? My lord, do not be angered. This may not be entirely unfavorable. The messenger stepped forward, lowering his voice. After all, Uchiha Itachi is a man of Shower. Sending him against Zank could prove advantageous. Should Uchiha Itachi falter and perish at Zank's hands, it would effectively deprive Shower of a valuable warrior. Indeed, that notion seemed plausible. With the messenger's words offering a glimmer of clarity, Onest's spirits lifted considerably, accompanied by a sudden pang of hunger, prompting him to retrieve a succulent piece of beef to gnaw upon. The messenger, besieged by the pungent odor of raw meat, suppressed his nausea, feigning indifference as he awaited Onest's indulgence. Truly, meat should be savored at its freshest to attain its utmost deliciousness. Onest let out a hearty belch, the stench almost overwhelming the messenger. "My esteemed companion, what are your intentions regarding Hans?" "Hans? Who is that?" Ernest inquired nonchalantly while picking his teeth. "He is the deputy captain Hans from the security office, whom you previously instructed your subordinate to ensure kept Uchiha Itachi in the dark." "Oh, now I remember." Ernest responded with sudden clarity. The arrangement was merely to facilitate his confidant in tarnishing Uchiha Itachi's reputation. After all, should such matters reach the ears of the principal, it would undoubtedly hinder the progression of subsequent plans. Now that the individual has lost his utility, there is no need for further concern. Let him fend for himself. Chapter 25. The appearance of Zank as night descended upon the once bustling streets of the imperial capital. An eerie stillness enveloped the area. The row of shops that typically thrived was now dim, with only a few establishments still illuminating the darkness. Occasionally, hurried pedestrians would pass by, their footsteps echoing against the silence. The return of Zank, the infamous executioner, had instilled a palpable sense of dread among the populace, causing merchants to close early and ordinary citizens to refrain from venturing outside unless absolutely necessary. Under the awning of a still-open ice cream parlor, a striking young girl with flowing black hair sat poised, her ruby-red eyes occasionally glancing into the shop as if awaiting something momentous. "The three-color ice cream has arrived," came a voice tinged with resignation as 2 cups of enticingly colorful frozen treats were placed before her. "Thank you," she replied, her tone indifferent as she began to indulge in the dessert before her, embodying the essence of a seasoned foodie. Tasmi, observing her, sighed in resignation and, driven by curiosity, took a couple of tentative bites himself. However, burdened with concerns, he found himself unable to appreciate the delicacy's sweetness. "Are we truly going to catch Zank by waiting here?" he inquired. "Patience," she responded while tackling the sizable 3-color ice cream. To confront a formidable adversary, one must maintain ample strength, which requires proper nourishment. Watching her shove a scoop of ice cream into her mouth, Tasmi felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief wash over him. Had he not just accompanied her to sample 7 different food stalls, he might have been inclined to believe her whimsical assertions. Yet, recognizing her as a seasoned veteran while he remained a novice in the organization, he suppressed his impatience and continued to keep her company. Unbeknownst to them, a pitch-black crow with crimson eyes perched above them on the eaves. Meanwhile, within a nearby dumpling shop, a pair of penetrating eyes fixated intently on the duo. Are those planning to ambush Zank also part of the assassination organization, targeting only the elite? Itachi pondered as he set down the dumpling in his hand. Initially, when he had brushed past the girl, he merely noted the familiarity of the katana at her waist. However, upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the infamous demon blade Muramasa, reputed for its lethal precision, mentioned in the Empire's secret records. The wielder of this cursed sword was none other than the renowned ace assassin of the resistance organization, Night Raid, an imperial fugitive of the highest order, Akatsuki. Yet, at that moment, Itachi harbored no ill will towards the two. Instead, he recalled the words spoken by Leona during their encounter at the Daemon Estate. "Our existence is to eradicate all darkness and corruption from this world." Through the Empire's intelligence network, Itachi had gleaned some information about the Night Raid organization. Despite their formidable prowess, they were but a handful, and the loss of even one member would be an insurmountable blow to their ranks. Yet, despite this, Night Raid is willing to risk their safety for the well-being of ordinary citizens, confronting Zank, a notorious criminal that should be the concern of the Empire's officials. Upon this realization, Itachi found himself redefining his perception of Night Raid. Perhaps they truly are a faction with a noble stance and pure intentions aimed at eradicating evil. Meanwhile, after finishing her ice cream, Akame felt somewhat unsatisfied and suddenly stood up, leaving a bewildered Tatsumi in her wake. "Hey, Akame, what are you planning to do?" he asked, perplexed. The ice cream was quite delicious. Akame replied with an innocent expression, "I insist you have another." With that, she turned and gracefully strode back into the shop, leaving Tatsumi utterly flustered in the wind. This senior seems utterly unreliable. However, before Tatsumi could further express his frustration, a sudden flash of white caught his eye and straightened his focus. "Shayu, is that you?" Tatsumi exclaimed, gazing at the longed-for companion before him. Yet, in response to Tatsumi's excitement, Shayu merely brushed her hair and smiled coyly before darting down an alleyway. With his blood boiling at the sight of a comrade who had perished under the torturous hands of a depraved noble, Tatsumi could not let her escape so easily. He quickly dismissed thoughts of Akame and dashed after the white figure. This scene unfolded entirely before Itachi's eyes, and through the influence of his summoned raven. Even Tatsumi's shouts echoed back to him unchanged. "Shayu? That seems to be the name of a companion. She must be a girl," Itachi murmured softly. Yet, the figure that had just appeared before Tatsumi was undoubtedly a tall man, which hinted at something peculiar. Could it be the Imperial arm user, the one who beheaded Zank? Suddenly, a thought surged into Itachi's mind. Zank, a former executioner who had defected from the Empire, the records he possessed clearly documented this individual. The man's unusually tall stature was strikingly similar to the Zank in the files. Additionally, that perplexing power, in a world devoid of illusionary arts, could only be attributed to an imperial arm. These matching characteristics were more than sufficient to confirm that the figure who had just appeared was indeed Zank. With a firm conclusion in mind, Itachi ceased his hesitation, tossed a few silver coins on the counter, and exited the shop in pursuit. By the time the smiling Akame emerged from the store with 2 cups of colorful balls in hand, Tatsumi's presence had vanished from the table, and a wave of anxiety washed over the expressionless assassin girl. In the next moment, Akame discarded her ice cream and swiftly vanished into the night, brandishing her cursed blade. Muramasa. Tatsumi, you are our comrade. Please do not get into any trouble. In the desolate square, panting heavily, Tatsumi gazed at Shiyu, who stood before him, and finally opened his arms in a joyous embrace. Shiyu, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. Tatsumi was overwhelmed with joy, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. Shiyu, a partner of many years and his longtime secret crush, evoked such profound elation in him that only he could truly comprehend the intensity of this regained happiness. Yet, just moments later, a look of confusion crossed Tatsumi's face, as he sensed something was amiss in the sensation of his embrace. Why was she so robust? Shiyu, it seems you have fared quite well during our time apart. You've gained some weight. As Tatsumi jested and lifted his gaze, a chilling, mocking voice echoed in his ears, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 26, Tatsumi vs. Zank. What fervor! Even I am astonished to present you with such a spectacle. Zank's lips curled into a mocking grin, stretching from ear to ear. Good evening. Tatsumi abruptly looked up, only to be confronted by a madly twisted, unfamiliar visage and a pair of blood-red eyes. Startled, he leaped back several meters. How could this be? Shiyu had transformed into a suspicious stranger of dubious demeanor. Hehehe. Zank, with a shadowy gaze, spread his arms wide and sinisterly proclaimed, compared to a strange uncle. I prefer to be addressed as beheading Zank. His ominous voice struck heavily against Tatsumi's heart, like a tolling bell. So it is. You are indeed beheading Zank. With a swift motion, Tatsumi unsheathed his longsword, its pristine blade gleaming with a lethal aura under the moonlight. He glared fiercely at Zank, who had revealed his identity. His own presence drastically heightened compared to before. Yet, just as Tatsumi's momentum surged, Zank spoke again, filled with mockery. Shall we wait for your separated companions? But do you truly have that much time? I believe that is what you're thinking. Upon hearing this, Tatsumi's expression faltered, and the pressure from Zank intensified. The reason was simple. The words spoken were precisely those swirling in his own mind. How could he see through my thoughts? What is happening? Tatsumi rapidly analyzed the situation while his gaze was drawn to the bizarre eye situated at the center of Zank's forehead. What is that peculiar eye? Could it be the imperial tool of that fellow? Ha. Zank laughed proudly, once again penetrating Tatsumi's thoughts, unabashedly declaring, correct. That is indeed the imperial tool, 5-sight omniscient, the observer. The ability that just discerned your thoughts is one of the 5 sights, insight, by merely observing the expressions of others. Even the subtlest changes in their countenance, one can glean their innermost thoughts. It is the ultimate manifestation of observational prowess. As a reward for answering correctly, should I turn your head into a decorative piece? Zank spread his hands, a look of rapture crossing his face. This act of toying with his prey before striking was a significant source of his delight. No need for that. But you, indeed, are exceedingly verbose. Tatsumi retorted sharply while bolstering his vigilance against Zank. Because conversing is my passion, Zank eagerly interjected, immediately slipping back into his incessant chatter. By the way, the ability I used to locate you just now is farsight, regardless of whether it's night or in fog, be it near or far. I can see it all with crystal clarity. However, while Zank spoke, Tatsumi seized the opportunity, launching himself forward unexpectedly, the sharp blade aimed straight at Zank's neck. Clang! The terrifying force of the sword struck the ground, carving a deep chasm into the earth. Yet Tatsumi was taken aback for his ambush. A full-force strike aimed at his opponent had missed its mark. Did he truly believe that he could overcome me by launching a surprise attack while I was speaking? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Sidestepping with grace, Zank landed firmly on the ground, his expression increasingly triumphant. He pointed to the 5-sight omnipotent on his forehead, declaring, Before me, all your intentions have been discerned. Any assault you attempt is rendered meaningless. The merciless taunt echoed in Tatsumi's ears, causing him to grit his teeth. Yet his combat spirit only intensified. Although Zank spoke the truth, Tazmi was far from a coward who would hesitate to strike in the face of a formidable foe. In the next instant, Tazmi surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, moving with such velocity that dust swirled in his wake. Zank scoffed dismissively. He felt no pressure from Tazmi's fierce advance, for he had already anticipated every one of his opponent's intentions. With a powerful step forward, he executed a downward slash from above, then reversed his blade to strike upward. A direct thrust was followed by a horizontal cleave. As the distance between them diminished, the clash of swords became a frenzied dance of combat. Zank, reveling in the chaos, deftly dismantled Tazmi's strategies while effortlessly parrying the strikes coming from all angles. Yet, Tazmi maintained his relentless assault, aware that he could not afford to relent. Zank's swordsmanship was on par with his own. But with the aid of the almost cheat-like five-side omnipotent, Zank's overall prowess far surpassed his. Faced with such an adversary, the only path to survival lay in an all-out offensive. Should he grant even the slightest respite to his opponent, Tazmi would find himself doomed. However, in the face of such a vast disparity in strength, mere bravery was destined to yield no results. After an intense exchange, Tazmi's stamina began to wane, while Zank remained unyielding. Recognizing the dire situation, Tazmi understood that continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to his defeat. Thus, he resolutely abandoned all thoughts of retreat, discarding every defensive maneuver, and launched an unadulterated offensive against Zank. The blade shimmered with a blinding brilliance as he thrust forward, fully exposing his vulnerability in the process. Should this gambit fail, he would suffer a devastating blow and face utter defeat. The downward strike was merely a feint. The true target was Zank's throat. As Zank accurately predicted Tazmi's intended trajectory once more, the lethal thrust ultimately failed to pierce his opponent's throat. With a swift and merciless motion, Zank's long blade sliced through Tazmi's unguarded abdomen, sending forth a cascade of crimson droplets. Zank gazed at Tazmi, whose pupils had dilated in shock, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Is this how you envisioned it, little one?" Tazmi collapsed to the ground, hands pressed against the gushing wound, despair flooding his heart. This fiend, so formidable that he stands incomparable to any adversary encountered thus far. Hebehe, how delightful. Zank's maniacal laughter resonates. The expression on your face when you were decapitated must be utterly captivating. Previously, the heads displayed a surprising array of blank astonishment, as if oblivious to the calamity that befell them. What kind of expression will you exhibit? Nearly pondering this brings me immense joy. Upon hearing Zank's grotesquely twisted words, Tazmi could not help but tremble, a seething hatred boiling within his gaze. This wretch, cruelly beheading innocent passers-by, does so solely to indulge his perverse desires. Chapter 27. The Master of Rescue, Uchiha Itachi. Not long ago, the best companion of Tazumi had perished at the hands of a depraved wealthy man in the imperial city. For Tazumi, Zank's words sliced through his heart like a series of sharp knives, relentlessly scraping against his most vulnerable wounds. "A scoundrel like you. I shall never let you escape." Tazumi, as if revived from despair, suddenly radiated an immensely powerful aura, even more potent than before. Yet to Zank, this was merely fodder for his merciless mockery. "Ah, it seems you intend to fight to the death." But in the face of such overwhelming strength, all struggles are in vain. As the final syllable fell, Zank swiftly closed the distance to Tazumi, launching a tempestuous onslaught before Tazumi's trembling gaze. The two decapitating blades, wildly wielded by Zank, moved with blinding speed, conjuring dozens of afterimages in an instant. With each piercing sound of blade meeting flesh, Tazumi's body erupted with gushing wounds, and his frail form was sent flying several meters by Zank's overwhelming final strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Ugh! Tazumi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body riddled with numerous external injuries, and his insides racked with excruciating pain. Yet, compared to the agony and despair within his heart, these physical torments seemed trivial. Tazumi could not comprehend why, despite pouring every ounce of his being into the fight, he remained utterly powerless against Zank. Even a mere serious strike from his opponent could leave him incapacitated. Did his years of arduous training amount to nothing in the face of an adversary wielding imperial artifacts? At this moment, Akito was still darting and leaping across the endless rooftops, her ruby-like eyes devoid of their usual vivacity, now filled with boundless worry and anxiety. Just as she searched desperately for Tazumi's whereabouts, a man resembling her, possessing the same black hair and crimson eyes, stealthily approached the plaza where Tazumi battled Zank. "After playing with you for so long, it's time to send you on your way," Zank declared, triumphantly raising his bloodied blade at the now defenseless Tazumi. "I shall relish the moment your head meets the ground." Despair flickered in Tazumi's eyes as he realized that, due to a moment's negligence, he might meet his demise here. Shayu, Ayanasu, I have come to find you. Tazumi silently mourned in his heart, reluctantly closing his eyes, bracing himself for the embrace of death. However, as seconds ticked by, the anticipated excruciating pain of decapitation did not arrive, prompting him to cautiously open his tightly shut eyelids. What he witnessed would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Before him, the man's crimson eyes glimmered with three mysterious black tomo, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. A chilling aura of lethality emanated from him, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The blade that was meant to sever his head now hung rigidly in midair, trembling ever so slightly. Who are you? Zhang's gaze was fixed on Itachi, who had firmly grasped his wrist, his eyes betraying a profound sense of apprehension. Few in the imperial city could stealthily approach him and effortlessly subdue his strikes. To Zhang, Itachi's face was unfamiliar. Yet it was this very aura of the unknown that intensified his unease. It seems you are the infamous Zhang, whose beheading has recently thrown the imperial city into chaos. Itachi remarked coolly, then shook his head slightly, tinged with disappointment. However, your prowess does not appear to be as formidable as the rumors suggest. At these words, Zhang felt the veins on his forehead throb, his overwhelming rage sweeping away any lingering trepidation. Though I may be talkative, your words are truly irksome, Zhang growled menacingly, his presence growing increasingly ominous. The massive sword he had raised without his own awareness now descended swiftly towards Itachi's head. Brother, be careful, Tazumi cried, his heart racing as he watched the blade plunge towards Itachi's neck. In a thunderous crash, Itachi narrowly evaded the strike that could have cleaved him in two. Yet, the ground beneath him shattered like a spider's web under the force of Zhang's blow. Was the notorious beheader Zhang merely a brute reliant on sheer strength? Itachi scoffed, brushing the dust off his coat with a casual flick of his hand, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Although Zhang's attack appeared powerful and unstoppable, to Itachi, the motion seemed sluggish and devoid of threat. Moreover, Itachi's taunting words were intended to provoke Zhang into revealing his hidden capabilities. According to the information he had gathered, Zhang possessed a remarkable observational artifact, and today would serve as an opportunity to validate the accuracy of the records he had studied. This individual's speed is astonishingly beyond the realm of human perception, Tazumi murmured, unable to contain his astonishment as he witnessed Itachi emerge unscathed from Zhang's assault. What luck for that boy! Zhang feigned indifference, cursing under his breath, yet internally, a tempest was brewing, despite having anticipated Zhang's intentions. Why had he failed to land it? Could there truly exist a creature with such extraordinary reflexes? Fire release, great fireball technique. At the moment Zhang hesitated, Itachi launched a fierce counterattack. Pure chakra coalesced into a colossal, searing fireball that scorched a deep trench into the ground, hurtling menacingly towards Zhang. What? Zhang exclaimed, caught off guard, unable to fathom how a fleeting moment of distraction had brought such calamity upon him. From the instant Itachi had appeared, Zhang's emotions had oscillated between fury and astonishment, and this inner turmoil had directly hindered the effective manifestation of his formidable powers. Now, having momentarily lost focus, he missed the ideal moment to evade, forced to endure the impact of the powerful fireball. The searing flames completely engulfed Zhang, followed swiftly by the secondary devastation wrought by the explosive fireball. How formidable! Tazumi stared in awe at Itachi's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting both fear and admiration. The adversary who had so mercilessly toyed with him was effortlessly dispatched in just a few swift maneuvers. Staggering to his feet, Tazumi expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Itachi, proclaiming that were it not for his brother's timely intervention, his life would surely have been forfeited. Saved at last. After offering his thanks, Tazumi closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, only to be jolted by the low, somber voice that suddenly pierced the air, causing his heart to tremble violently. Chapter 28. The Fall of Zhang. Tazumi? You are one of the Night Raid, aren't you? Upon hearing these words, Tazumi's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing to an unprecedented level as he involuntarily took 2 steps back. How could this person possibly know my identity, which has never been exposed? I was far too hasty in my earlier joy. Tazumi's mind was in disarray, and he could only fervently pray that Itachi was not affiliated with the Empire. Otherwise, he would have merely escaped from the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's mouth. It seems you have tacitly acknowledged it. Itachi's tone was neither warm nor cold, his demeanor elusive. Yes, Tazumi realized that since his adversary had broached the subject, any denial on his part would be futile, so he chose to admit it outright. I should have anticipated this, In such tumultuous times, the only individuals daring enough to wander alone at night, apart from us in the night raid, are the Empire's elite. So, your intention in saving me was to capture me and bring me back for your so-called fair trial? Tasmi adopted a resigned attitude. For if his interlocutor truly was an enemy, he possessed no means to resist in his current state. You are partially correct, but not entirely so. Itachi regarded the straightforward youth before him with a calm gaze. Not long ago, the Empire had conferred upon me the title of Baron and appointed me as the captain of the Eastern District's garrison. Thus I am indeed acting on behalf of the Empire. However, my rescue of you was not aimed at capturing you for judgment. I harbor no intention of opposing you. Tasmi was taken aback and momentarily speechless, for Itachi's stance was exceedingly contradictory. The Empire, both high and low, harbored a profound hatred for the night raid. Even the incorruptible Shao was no exception. Shao yearned to witness the Empire's resurgence rather than its demise. Just as the conversation between the two reached an impasse, an unexpected voice emerged from the pit scorched by the fireball. I never imagined that the current leadership of the Empire could be so blind as to promote someone like you. A rugged man, his clothes tattered and his face smeared with soot, leaped from the pit. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zank. You haven't perished yet, Tasmi exclaimed, astonished by Zank's tenacity for life. Humph. Zank remained silent, merely offering a sardonic laugh. Enduring a fireball was no small feat, yet having miraculously survived, he would not allow himself to be careless any longer. Itachi had long sensed that Zank's presence remained intact, so he displayed no surprise, quietly remarking, "The power of the Imperial artifact is indeed formidable, but it is unfortunate that its wielder is a fool." As their gazes locked, Zank found himself inexplicably unsettled by Itachi's unnerving crimson eyes, a sensation that drained his final reserves of patience. "Spare me the idle chatter. This time, I will not grant you an opportunity for a sneak attack. I shall claim both of your heads." Zank opened his mouth to unleash a furious roar, then leaped into action with all his might, charging at Itachi with unrestrained ferocity. Confronted with such a formidable opponent, Zank felt a heavy burden and dared not to flaunt the capabilities of his imperial tool as he had done when toying with Tatsumi earlier. In this moment, he intended to employ the omnipotent illusionary powers of the five senses to catch Itachi off guard and eliminate him. As the emerald light flickered in Zank's forehead, the illusionary force was instantaneously unleashed, and the previously serene Itachi's expression shifted at that very moment. In Itachi's line of sight, Zank's figure had vanished, replaced instead by a cold youth clad in white battle attire, a Kusanagi sword sheathed at his waist, bearing a striking resemblance to him. "Nisan, I have come to understand everything you have done. You are the true hero that Konoha should revere." "Sasuke," Itachi murmured, trembling as he whispered the name he held dear, his entire demeanor seemingly relaxing. On the other side, Zank, witnessing Itachi completely ensnared, could not help but curl his lips into a cruel smile. No matter how powerful one may be, they cannot bring themselves to harm their beloved. But as a reward for allowing you to witness such a beautiful scene, your life shall be forfeited. With a piercing sound of flesh being severed, warm blood gushed forth. Zank's smile froze in place, while Itachi, who should have been ensnared in the illusion, stood resolutely before him, having plunged a kunai into his vital point. Tatsumi stood by, utterly dumbfounded, as in his view, Zank had become completely immobilized after his menacing declaration. Itachi, unhurried, stepped forward and effortlessly drove his weapon into Zank's chest. "How? Is this possible?" Zank's eyes quivered in disbelief as he looked down at the man before him, who was significantly shorter. "How could you possibly break the omnipotent illusionary powers of the five senses? Even the strongest cannot harm their beloved." Just moments ago, Zank had vividly envisioned Itachi's head being severed, blood gushing like a torrential waterfall. Yet why was it he who emerged the loser in the end? That is because from the very beginning, what you beheld was merely what I allowed you to see. Possessing such an imperial tool, you indeed present a challenging adversary to the people of this world. Itachi withdrew the kunai still stained with hot blood, a captivating gleam in his eyes as he continued coldly. "However, from the instant you chose to engage me in battle, your defeat was sealed." Through the genjutsu of his Sharingan, Itachi not only eliminated Zank but also acquired complete knowledge regarding the five senses' omnipotent powers. Fully aware of the tactics Zank had aimed to employ against him, unfortunately, Zank remained oblivious to the true identity of his opponent, unaware that such a potent ocular technique as the Sharingan existed in this world. From the moment he emerged from the pit and locked eyes with Itachi, he had already been ensnared in the illusion. With a thud, Zank's bloody body collapsed to the ground. Yet, in the final moments of his life, this executioner, who had taken countless lives, displayed neither resentment nor bitterness on his countenance. Instead, a hint of relief graced his lips. Perhaps, once upon a time, he was a tender youth filled with hopes and dreams, only to become ensnared in the decay of the empire and the tyranny of Minister Onest. Countless innocents were imprisoned. And with each act of defiance against his own conscience, with every searing head he severed with his own hand, Zhang's conscience and true self gradually became lost, distorted, and ultimately corroded. Chapter 29. Crimson Eyes. That fellow, before his demise, actually smiled. What an unfathomable oddity. Tazumi, clutching his wound, gazed at the fallen Zhang, enduring the pain as he spoke. Having long existed in an environment rife with deformity and bloodshed, death, to him, could very well be a form of liberation. Itachi slowly began to speak, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. Having personally encountered death, he possessed a deeper understanding of this concept. Liberation? Tazumi nodded, though somewhat bewildered. In his simplistic view of life, both existence and ideals held equal importance, each an inseparable aspect of his being. Life bestowed the corporeal form with the ability to act, while ideals provided it with direction. At that moment, the long-sought Crimson Eyes finally spotted Tazumi standing in the center of the square, leaping towards him with urgency. Crimson Eyes. Upon seeing his trusted companion arrive, Tazumi's eyes sparkled with joy. You're finally here. What a relief. Tazumi, you're injured. The sight of her bloodied comrade instantly chilled Crimson Eyes' expression. With a swift motion, she drew her blade, pointing it accusatorily at Itachi, her voice icy. You are the one who harmed Tazumi, aren't you? I shall use your life to avenge my companion's suffering. If it were I who had struck, do you truly believe he would be merely wounded? Itachi remained unfazed by Crimson Eyes' provocation, casually gesturing towards Tazumi. Tazumi felt a flush of embarrassment. Itachi's words left no room for dignity, yet the truth was indisputable, rendering him speechless. Itachi, capable of effortlessly dispatching Zhang, was a formidable presence capable of annihilating Zhang in an instant. The disparity in their strengths was evident, revealing that they did not inhabit the same realm of power. Crimson Eyes, he is not our enemy. Tazumi gently pressed down the blade that Crimson Eyes had raised. Had he not arrived in time, I would likely have perished beneath Zhang's blade. What? You encountered Zhang? Crimson Eyes' expression shifted dramatically. Where is he? He's an exceedingly dangerous individual. There, Tazumi pointed to the corpse nearby. The notorious Zhang, renowned for his brutality, lay lifeless. Crimson Eyes, taken aback by the sight of Zhang's gruesome end, turned her head cautiously towards Itachi, her demeanor wary. Who exactly are you? To dispose of Zhang without sustaining a scratch. Your prowess rivals even that of the elite members of the Night Raid. Until I ascertain your true allegiance, I shall not sheathe my blade. Zhang had wreaked havoc in the imperial capital, indiscriminately slaughtering innocent civilians. As the captain of the capital's guard, was it not my duty to eliminate such threats? Itachi calmly stated as he sheathed his kunai. You are from the Empire. Upon hearing this, Crimson Eyes' wariness intensified. She was poised to strike should Itachi make even the slightest move. I recall now, the previous captain of the Capital Guard was none other than the Oka I eliminated. At this moment, Tazumi suddenly gasped in astonishment and turned to Itachi, inquiring if he had indeed taken the place of that scoundrel, Okana. Itachi did not deny it. Instead, he slowly turned his back to them and stated, Yet, this is inconsequential, for my pursuits diverge greatly from those of Okana. My existence poses no threat to your night raid. What could this man possibly be contemplating? A flicker of surprise crossed Akatsuki's mind. She had not anticipated Itachi would so readily expose his back to her. Did he possess absolute confidence in his own abilities? Or was he genuinely devoid of hostility towards Night Raid as he claimed? As she pondered, Akatsuki's wariness gradually subsided, ultimately leading her to sheath her Muramasa. You saved Tazumi just now, so I choose to trust your words. Upon witnessing his actions successfully dispel their apprehension, a slight smile crept across Itachi's lips. It appears we can finally engage in a calm and earnest conversation. This is not an appropriate place for discourse. Shall we find a more discreet location? Upon hearing this, both of their expressions shifted as they found themselves perplexed by Itachi's intentions. Logically, even if an imperial official were reluctant to oppose Night Raid, they would certainly not desire to associate too closely with them. The official's power and interests stem from the imperial regime, while Night Raid exists to upend that very dominance. The inherent discord between their positions rendered peaceful coexistence implausible. Do you not fear that, as an imperial official, you might draw it too near to us so-called rebels, risking exposure and leaving you without a grave? Tasmi could no longer suppress his confusion and stepped forward, scrutinizing Itachi's back. In Akatsuki's gem-like black eyes, a glimmer of contemplation flickered. Though she often appeared somewhat naive, she consistently maintained a calm demeanor regarding matters related to their organization. From the first moment she laid eyes on Itachi, she sensed an aura about him that starkly contrasted with that of the other imperial officials. This aura was refreshingly cold, akin to a bamboo washed clean by rain, untouched by worldly desires, making it difficult to harbor genuine animosity towards him. This was why she refrained from attacking immediately upon her arrival. Itachi's subsequent words and actions only solidified this impression, compounded by his formidable strength and previous display of goodwill. Akatsuki felt compelled to take a gamble. Should her instincts prove correct, the path ahead for Night Raid would become considerably smoother. Very well, let us change locations. But I shall choose the spot. Akatsuki's tone remained as aloof as ever, rendering her intentions impenetrable. What a cautious individual you are. I have no objections. A glimmer of admiration passed through Itachi's eyes as he acquiesced. In a short while, the trio arrived at one of Night Raid's underground bases in the imperial capital. After attending to Tasmi's wounds, Akatsuki directly broached the subject, stating, "This place is quite concealed. Feel free to speak your mind without reservation." Collaboration. It was with a faint voice that you spoke, subsequently adding, "It is a collaboration for a night raid between us. Since you have allied with the Empire, why then have you chosen to cooperate with us?" Tasmi interjected before Kaitami could respond. "My allegiance to the Empire was merely the result of an unforeseen circumstance." You began to reminisce about that fateful night when he rescued Lady Vera. That evening, I inadvertently stumbled upon the 5 Poisons Guard under one's command, as they were abducting the wife of the Minister of Internal Affairs, Lady Vera. Thus, I intervened to save her. It is precisely for this reason that, during the recent court assembly, Minister Shao advocated fervently for my rise to prominence. Chapter 30 Cooperation. So, does that mean you have only recently joined the Empire's ranks? Tasmi exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as if he had discovered a new continent. At that time, Lord Shao was exceedingly gracious. And given that the other party was indeed a good official devoted to the nation and its people, I had no reason to decline. A fleeting glimmer of admiration crossed Itachi's deep-set eyes. I believe that if we can assist Lord Shao in eradicating the treacherous factions and defeating Wonister to seize control of the Empire, this nation will undoubtedly be revitalized. This is one of the reasons I am willing to serve under his banner. What? The 5 Poisons Guard. At this revelation, the usually aloof Akatsuki suddenly gasped in disbelief, casting a look of incredulity towards Itachi. You managed to rescue someone from their clutches. How on earth did you accomplish that alone? The 5 Poisons Guard? Who are they? Tasmi asked, bewildered, as he had only recently joined the organization and had limited knowledge of the various factions in the imperial capital. He had not heard of this mysterious and terrifying assassin squad under Wonister's command. The 5 Poisons Guard is the elite assassin organization under the Prime Minister and the foremost traitor, Wonister. Akatsuki replied, her eyes flashing with wariness. Their methods are insidious, and their strength is formidable. They are far more daunting foes than even the decapitation of Zank. They operate in secrecy, never exposing themselves to the public eye, and eliminate political adversaries for Wonister through assassination. It is said that no official who has been placed on their hit list has survived for more than 3 days. I never imagined that even that long-dormant mysterious squad would resurface. Tasmi exclaimed, wide-eyed. He then sighed in relief, patting his chest. Fortunately, they won't target the night raid. Otherwise, our situation would be even more precarious. Navi. Akatsuki cast a disdainful glance at Tasmi. Their current restraint against the night raid is merely temporary. Once Wonister has eliminated all internal political adversaries and fully consolidated power, there will be no reason for this mysterious assassin squad to remain hidden. Do you truly believe that Wonister will refrain from deploying them to hunt down the night raid at that time? Well, that does seem plausible. Upon hearing Akatsuki's words, Tasmi sheepishly scratched the back of his head, internally chiding himself for his overly simplistic way of thinking. Last time at the night raid headquarters, he had naively proclaimed that they were righteous assassins acting on behalf of justice. After a period of missions, reflecting on that statement now, he realized how foolishly naive he had been. Itachi observed the greenhorn Tasmi, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. His thoughts drifted back to the encounter at the Daemon residence with Leona and Rabuk. The green-haired Rabuk, both in personality and strength, seemed to align well with the assassin's role. While Leona's temperament left much to be desired, Rabik's regard for her suggested that her prowess was not to be underestimated. As for Tazumi, Itachi had yet to discern any remarkable qualities in him beyond his fervent passion and relatively steadfast convictions. Perhaps every organization shrouded in a heavy atmosphere requires such an individual to enliven its spirit. Tazumi, from now on, you should refrain from acting alone on missions, Akatsuki stated after a moment of silence, catching him off guard. Why? Tazumi exclaimed, waving his hand with a face full of indignation and confusion. Although I may not be strong enough now, I shall strive diligently in my training. If I constantly hide behind others' protection, when will I become a formidable force capable of standing on my own? Tazumi. Upon seeing Akatsuki's grim expression, Tazumi's demeanor faltered, and apprehension began to creep into his heart. It was the first time since joining Night Raid that he had been addressed so sternly. Given that we are aware the 5 poison guards have resumed their activities in the imperial capital, it is likely they will not hesitate to break their previous patterns and strike against us. At this juncture, Akatsuki's expression softened, her concern for Tazumi evident. None of us, including myself and Brand, wish for any of our comrades to encounter unforeseen misfortunes. The strength of the 5 poison guards is such that, even you, let alone myself or Brand, cannot guarantee victory in a one-on-one encounter. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Sensing the deep concern in Akatsuki's words, Tazumi relinquished his stubbornness and replied earnestly. These individuals, showing such loyalty to a newly joined comrade, truly embody a sense of camaraderie. A flicker of barely perceptible admiration crossed Itachi's eyes as he turned to the two. In truth, you need not feel such trepidation, for the 5 poison guards can no longer pose a threat to anyone. What? Upon hearing this, both Akatsuki and Tazumi turned to Itachi in unison. Perhaps I did not articulate my point clearly, Itachi continued, moving to stand beside them. To elaborate, that night, I first eliminated the 5 poison guards before rescuing Lady Vale. All members of the 5 poison guards have been vanquished, and they shall no longer have the opportunity to commit further malevolence. Akatsuki gazed at Itachi, whose demeanor was calm and composed, her exquisite features frozen in astonishment, with only the occasional flicker of shock illuminating her ruby-like eyes. The man before her had single-handedly dispatched the 5 poison guards, his overall strength undoubtedly comparable to hers and Brand's, when had such a formidable presence emerged in the imperial capital. Yet, fortunate for them, this individual bore no intentions of targeting Night Raid. Rather, he sought collaboration. It appeared that her gamble had paid off, yielding rewards far greater than she had anticipated, bringing her unbidden joy. Now, please share your thoughts. I cannot act unilaterally in this matter, but I shall convey your words to the leader of Night Raid upon my return, and she will decide the course of action. Itachi gazed intently into the crimson eyes, expressing his willingness to provide valuable intelligence and offer assistance should they encounter insurmountable challenges. Tazumi, standing nearby, paused in contemplation, his fingers brushing against his chin as he inquired, "Doesn't that imply a one-sided aid from you, thus negating the essence of collaboration?" Itachi nodded, acknowledging Tazumi's valid point, and added, "Therefore, I implore you to articulate your own conditions." Upon learning that Itachi had vanquished the 5 poisons guards under one's command, Akatsuki's trust in him had significantly deepened. Collaborating with such a resolute and formidable ally would undoubtedly prove to be a lucrative venture for Night Raid. Regardless of the motives at play, she found herself devoid of reasons to decline. Chapter 31. A new mission. Upon hearing Akatsuki's urgent inquiry, Itachi Uchiha's lips curled into a subtle smile, suggesting that his connection with the Night Raid organization was nearly secured. In the future, for matters where direct intervention was inconvenient, he could rely on the Night Raid members to handle them. Furthermore, beyond this alliance, he could appropriately request intelligence from the Night Raid that the Empire lacked, which, at crucial moments, would prove far more beneficial than merely augmenting their combat strength. Before long, Itachi departed from the Night Raid's stronghold in the city with a light step, his figure swiftly vanishing into the night. Outside the capital, within a dense forest, a gray fortress, overrun with vines and weeds, was discreetly nestled beneath a cliff. Even when within the nearby woods, its presence was difficult to discern, rendering it exceptionally concealed. Inside the fortress's conference hall, Najita fell into deep contemplation after listening to Akatsuki's report. Although Itachi Uchiha's conditions were not unreasonable, and considering his formidable personal strength and official background, this collaboration held immense potential benefits for the Night Raid. However, as a veteran of the Revolutionary Army and the supreme decision-maker of the Night Raid, she had to act with utmost caution. If Akatsuki's encounter tonight was orchestrated by their adversary, it could pose a significant threat to the night raid and the revolutionary army it represented. The choice before her was akin to a gamble that would determine the night raid's future. Beside the red carpet at the bottom of the three-tiered steps, Leon, observing the pensive expression on their leader's face, couldn't help but step forward to advise. I say, Chief, when faced with such an extraordinary opportunity, what is there to hesitate about? A talent like Itachi, willing to collaborate with us, is not something we should refuse. If we can gradually instill in him the righteous ideals of the revolutionary army, given his character, he will surely abandon the darkness and become our ally. At that point, wouldn't our hopes of overthrowing the imperial tyranny and realizing our revolutionary dreams be significantly amplified? Upon hearing Leon's words, a flicker of emotion crossed Nagita's eyes. She turned to Labuk, who had also interacted with Itachi Uchiha, and inquired with a tone tinged with anticipation, Labuk, do you believe Itachi Uchiha is trustworthy? Labuk scratched his greenish head, his expression slightly displeased as he replied, though he may be a bit irksome, in my view, given his character. It is highly unlikely that he would genuinely ally himself with those corrupt imperial bureaucrats. As soon as he spoke, Nagita's expression brightened. Labuk, despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, possessed a keen sensitivity and was remarkably reliable in his endeavors. With his endorsement, the prospect of collaborating with Itachi Uchiha seemed feasible. Excellent, Nagita exclaimed. Suddenly rising to her feet, her modified mechanical arm clenched into a fist, her expression radiating fervor as she addressed her comrades, I hereby announce, in my capacity as the leader of the night raid, that our cooperative relationship with Itachi Uchiha is now officially in effect. This is wonderful. Upon witnessing the scene, Leona could not restrain her exclamation, with Itachi's assistance, our future endeavors will undoubtedly become far more convenient. Labuk, also setting aside his earlier displeasure, gently stroked his chin. His expression grave as he replied, with Uchiha Itachi as our ally, even when confronted with formidable adversaries, we shall possess a concealed trump card to utilize. In crucial moments, this could serve as a decisive weight to tip the scales in our favor. At that moment, Mine, standing beside Tasmi, suddenly stomped her foot. Her cheeks puffed with indignation as she directed a challenging gaze at Labuk. Hey, Labuk, is Uchiha Itachi truly as formidable as you describe? Are you suggesting that a threat so overwhelming that the entire night raid could not vanquish it would simply falter before Itachi's prowess? Surely, you are not exaggerating to excuse your previous defeat at his hands? Labuk, unfazed by Mine's words, understood her nature, unyielding in her principles, fiercely just, and imbued with a hint of playful arrogance. Indeed, before Labuk could respond, Mine crossed her arms defiantly, asserting, my pumpkin cannon grows stronger in the face of greater threats. Should we encounter an enemy of such caliber, a single blast from my pumpkin cannon would obliterate them. Why should we place our hopes of a turnaround upon the shoulders of an outsider? Bran, the elder brother of the team, could not help but let out a hearty laugh upon hearing her words. He gently patted Labuk on the shoulder, saying, Labuk, Mine has a point. As the saying goes, one must forge themselves to be strong. The reason Night Raid has become the sharpest blade within the revolutionary army, accomplishing perilous missions time and again, lies in our own formidable abilities, not in reliance upon external aid. While it is true that Uchiha Itachi has pledged to assist us against insurmountable foes, we must also consider that he may choose to preserve himself or harbor other unspeakable reasons for inaction when the time comes. Thus, I believe we should temper our expectations. At this juncture, a shadow of sadness flickered in Bran's eyes, as if haunted by a troubling memory. He then addressed the group with a tone of encouragement. Only through rigorous training and self-improvement can we ensure our survival in the face of future dangers. On the stairs, Nagita wore a look of reassurance, acknowledging Bran's wisdom. Indeed, while we have formed an alliance with Uchiha Itachi, we must not relax our efforts in cultivating our internal strength. Just then, she received a new commission from a victim near the imperial capital. As she spoke, Nagita resumed her seat and thrust a dagger forcefully into an image upon the coffee table, coldly declaring, our target is Minister One's distant relative, Ayako. This individual, under the guise of a minister, has abducted women and subjected them to unspeakable atrocities until their demise. The 5 mercenaries who have aided him and reaped the benefits share equal guilt. This mission is of utmost importance. We must mobilize all forces to ensure that both the target and his minions are eradicated. Simultaneously, to assess the sincerity of Uchiha Itachi's collaboration with the Night Raid, let him gather the intelligence required for this operation on our behalf. Akatsuki, I entrust you with the task of contacting Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing this, Akatsuki nodded gently, indicating her understanding. Chapter 32. Summoning his death the following day, in the royal palace's garden, Uchiha Itachi proved to be a truly formidable individual, having swiftly eliminated Zank, the beheaded one. Within the pristine white corridors, Onest listened to the report from his trusted aide, a look of unexpected surprise crossing his face. Indeed, it was presumed that Zank's prowess would at least pose some challenge to Uchiha Itachi. However, it was astonishing how ineffective he turned out to be. Unable to withstand even a single night before being dealt with by Itachi. Beside Onest, his confidant, Mark, could not help but express his thoughts. Well, what has transpired cannot be altered. Discussing it now serves little purpose. Onest waved his hand dismissively and continued, Uchiha Itachi has dealt with Zank, who is causing chaos in the imperial capital. Given Shaw's character, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to claim credit for this. Last time, I was momentarily careless, almost allowing Shaw to gain a portion of military power in the capital for Itachi. This time, I must prepare thoroughly to ensure such an unfavorable situation does not arise again. Mark nodded in agreement and then bowed respectfully, saying, Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. Do you believe it prudent to meet with His Majesty now? Upon hearing this, Onest's murky gaze sharpened suddenly. Indeed, Shaw is merely a deluded scholar. He is far from being able to outmaneuver me, Onest. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, the Night Raid members, utilizing the intelligence provided by Uchiha Itachi, successfully dealt with the notorious Ayakar. Simultaneously, the Interior Minister Shaw, as Onest anticipated, fervently advocated for Itachi in the court, attempting to secure him greater authority. However, the young emperor had been preemptively influenced by Onest, and thus Shaw's schemes ultimately fell flat. Uchiha Itachi was awarded only a trivial sum of gold as a reward for vanquishing Zank. Your Majesty, Generals Nagakid and Hermi have rebelled. Moreover, they now seem to have joined forces with the Revolutionary Army. In the solemn atmosphere of the Royal Hall, as the soldier concluded the latest updates from the front lines, the gathered nobles and ministers erupted into chaos. The valiant General Nagakid has betrayed the Empire? At this juncture, the rebel forces had grown into a formidable threat. If no measures were taken, the Empire's millennia-old legacy could face annihilation. While the high-ranking officials were gripped by panic, the young emperor, standing before the throne, suddenly waved his hand and declared, Gentlemen, do not panic. After all, this is merely a southern faction of the Empire, one that we can certainly manage at any time. The more the rebels concentrate, the more efficient we shall be in quelling them. Upon hearing the words of the young emperor, he noticed the ministers below exchanging glances, hesitating to speak. This sight caused a pang of unease in his heart, leaving him momentarily bereft of confidence. He quickly turned to his side, glancing at Onest, his expression betraying his apprehension. Is it acceptable to say so, my ministers? Observing the situation, Onest, holding a slice of meat, couldn't he help but chuckle. Truly, Your Majesty, you remain remarkably composed in the face of adversity. However, the matter at hand that demands our utmost attention is not the distant rebel forces, but rather the petty thieves lurking in our midst. The former captain of the imperial capital's guard, Oka, along with my distant relative Ayakal, and numerous loyal subjects who toil day and night for the Empire's stability, have all been assassinated. This ruthless organization of nocturnal assassins operates with impunity. As he spoke, the smile faded from Onest's face, replaced by a somber expression as heavy as a grave. After forcefully tearing apart and swallowing a large piece of raw meat, he turned once again to the young emperor and continued in a grave tone. Thus, I earnestly beseech Your Majesty to summon Generalist Death back. Only in this way can we eradicate the threats that have taken root in the vicinity of the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi, standing below, suddenly focused intently. The name Miss Death had reached his ears frequently of late. She was reputed to be the youngest general of the Empire, renowned alongside the formidable General Bud, together heralded as the dual pillars of the Empire. During the northern campaigns against foreign tribes, she had ordered the live burial of 400,000 prisoners of war. A truly brutal tactic. Was the recent string of murders involving that relative Ayakal and his close associates causing her to lose her composure? Itachi pondered silently. During this period, he had not only reorganized his own forces, but had also paid special attention to the movements of the nocturnal assassins in the imperial capital. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he deduced the reason behind Onest's sudden proposal to recall his death. It appeared that Hans had not deceived him. Onest had indeed intended to cast aspersions upon him to incite discord between him and the nocturnal assassins, thereby achieving his ulterior motives through deceit. Now, seeing that he had not yet clashed with the assassins, Onest likely realized that his scheme had already unraveled. The recall of his death to the imperial capital was probably driven by motives that extended beyond merely confronting the nocturnal assassins. A glimmer of contemplation shone in Itachi's eyes. Should his earlier deductions prove accurate, the tranquility of the entire imperial capital would soon be disrupted. His death, a paragon of valor on par with Bud, would certainly bring a measure of reassurance. The young emperor, stroking his chin in thought, murmured for a while before acquiescing to Onest's proposal. Upon hearing this, several officials within the hall, who initially opposed the matter, ceased their protests, choosing to refrain from further counsel to avoid incurring Onest's displeasure. After the court session concluded, Shawl walked slowly along the path leading out of the palace with his hands clasped behind his back, a cloud of worry etched upon his face. Lord Shawl, are you concerned about the impending return of Generalist Death? Upon hearing the calm voice of Itachi beside him, Shawl could not help but sigh. Alas, Itachi, you are unaware of the fact that during her time in the imperial capital, Isdeth was embroiled with Onest, both of them being cut from the same cloth, conspiring together to harm numerous loyal ministers. The cunning and deceit of Onest, coupled with the absolute might of Isdeth, ensures that once anyone falls under their gaze, escape from death becomes nearly impossible. The imperial capital is likely to be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed once more. In response, Itachi Uchiha nodded lightly, concurring with Shawl's assessment. Isdeth's return undoubtedly signals not only a confrontation with the Night Raid, but also a collaboration with Onest to eliminate political adversaries. Given that Shawl is a sworn enemy of Onest within the court, it is entirely understandable for him to feel a sense of foreboding under such circumstances. However, Itachi remained relatively untroubled by the situation, recognizing that it merely required additional time and effort to navigate. The power of the Mangeki Sharingan is not something that a mere handful of Imperial weapons users can contend with. Chapter 33, Syra vs. Night Raid as night descended. The vibrant lights of the bustling commercial streets in the imperial capital cast a dazzling glow, with throngs of people traversing the wide avenues, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, beneath this facade of prosperity, numerous sordid and illicit transactions quietly unfolded. Within an opulent building, dozens of scantily clad young women clutched smoking pipes, greedily inhaling. In the center of the room, a bronze furnace exuded wisps of pale purple smoke, permeating the air with an intoxicating essence that could ensnare anyone with just a single whiff. Suddenly, the front door swung open with force, and two men clad in suits strode in with purpose. One of them, a one-eyed man wearing an eye patch, surveyed the scene and grinned at the young women, declaring, "Listen well, as long as you diligently earn money, I shall provide you with more drugs." Upon hearing this, the girls holding the smoking pipes ceased their actions, nodding in unison, utterly oblivious to the extent of their manipulation. Just then, the man in white, who had entered alongside the one-eyed man, fixed his gaze upon a girl convulsing on the floor. "Boss, look at this one," he remarked. The one-eyed man cast a glance at the girl and nonchalantly replied, "Looks like she's beyond saving. The stench is already emanating. She has likely been used up. Dispose of her as waste and bring in a replacement." Nodding in agreement, the man in white disregarded the girl's pleas and swiftly knocked her unconscious with a punch. After this act, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his fist, his expression dripping with disdain. "Let the underlings go flirt with some foolish women from the slums. Those simpletons will do anything for a few coins." In the dark attic, Tasmi peered through a pried-open crevice, witnessing the disturbing scene below. These vile underground organizations, controlling so many innocent girls through drugs, deserve nothing less than utter annihilation, he exclaimed in anger. Hearing this, Leona's eyes glinted with cold fury as she responded, "What is this? The atrocities these scoundrels can commit are beyond imagination. That girl who was just struck down is an acquaintance of mine from the slums. It infuriates me. We must swiftly eliminate our targets." Tasmi nodded resolutely, understood. At that very moment, as Tasmi and Leona prepared to confront the underground trade organization, the pink-haired lowly, Maine, along with her partner, Hill, arrived at the periphery of the target's villa. A searing laser burst forth from the muzzle of a pumpkin cannon, and as the target emerged, surrounded by a throng of attendants, he was instantly obliterated by the terrifying strike. With the target eliminated, the mission was accomplished. "Hill, let us withdraw," Maine declared, shifting her gaze from the scope and swiftly departing along the pre-planned escape route with her partner. Thanks to their thorough preparations beforehand, the duo quickly evaded their pursuers. Unexpectedly, the target this time was remarkably cautious. I almost thought he would not venture out tonight. Nevertheless, successfully resolving the mission objective is indeed splendid. On the deserted streets, Maine and Hill hurriedly advanced while reflecting on the day's actions, blissfully unaware that two pairs of eyes concealed in the shadows had them firmly in their sights. Suddenly, as if sensing the murderous intent behind them, the two women exchanged a glance and swiftly leaped in opposite directions. A thunderous crash erupted as the ground beneath them shattered, sending dust swirling into the air. As the haze dissipated, two figures, one tall and one short, came into sharp focus before Maine and Hill. It was none other than the former Imperial Capital's Guard member, Sai Lu, accompanied by her biological Imperial artifact, the Beast Transformation, 100-armed giant. What astonishing speed! When did she lock onto us? Stabilizing herself, Maine gazed incredulously at the girl before her. Had it not been for the sudden leak of murderous intent, giving her a moment to prepare, she would likely have been too late to evade the abrupt assault. How perilously close! Revealing one's presence only at the last moment certainly sets her apart from the ordinary guards. Hill maintained a calm demeanor but subtly tightened her grip on the hilt of her soul-devouring blade, clearly feeling significant pressure emanating from this unexpected foe. Meanwhile, Sai Lu retrieved a wanted poster from her pocket and, upon confirming the target's identity, spoke with barely concealed excitement. Indeed, the face matches the wanted notice. Confirmed as the Night Raid's Hill. Given her Imperial artifact, it is evident that the woman accompanying her is also a member of Night Raid. After hiding and waiting patiently in the dead of night, it has finally borne fruit. At last, I've finally encountered you, Night Raid. In the face of Sai Lu's increasingly frenzied expression, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Maine's temple. It appeared that a fierce battle was imminent. Since our identities have been revealed, you must either accompany us or meet your end here. Upon hearing Maine's words, Sai Lu's expression darkened. Do not concern yourself with the lives of thieves. I shall personally execute the judgment. Her father had perished in battle against such thieves, and they had murdered her mentor. Captain Oka, you wicked criminals shall never be forgiven. Maine scoffed. It seems we have no choice but to engage. With that, she wasted no time, raising her weapon and unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets toward Sai Lu. Unfazed by the sudden assault, Sai Lu's demeanor remained icy, as if she had everything under control. In the next moment, the small white dog crouching at Sai Lu's feet swiftly stood upright, extending its limbs to shield her from harm. As the relentless bullets erupted upon the target, a thick cloud of dust and smoke enveloped the scene. Bang, bang, bang. Maine's firing continued unabated, only ceasing when her magazine was completely expended, at which point she slowly lowered the barrel of her weapon. Had she neutralized the threat? With a hint of uncertainty in her whispered query, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a sight that left both women utterly astonished. The once adorable puppy had now transformed into a towering 5-meter beast, its mouth brimming with sharp fangs. All the bullets aimed at Seiryu had been entirely deflected by its imposing form. Chapter 34. The madness of Imperial artifacts. The bullets that were fired left a dense array of punctures on the colossal beast, creating a grotesque and repugnant sight. However, these wounds swiftly healed under the creature's terrifying self-regeneration, as if they had never existed. Maine, that thing is an Imperial artifact, Hiro exclaimed in warning. It appears so. And it is of the biological type, Maine replied, feeling a sense of pressure. Each Imperial artifact harbors an extraordinary power, and the biological type is particularly rare, making it exceedingly challenging to contend with. As the two pondered their strategy, Seiryu, standing not far away, seized the opportunity and swiftly drew her twin pistols, unleashing a barrage towards them. The rapid-fire bullets rained down, yet both managed to evade the assault, leaving only dark marks on the ground. Witnessing this, Seiryu's expression turned to one of astonishment. Such a close-range ambush had failed to hit its mark. The members of the Night Raid were indeed formidable. Realizing this, Seiryu gradually abandoned the notion of winning through conventional means and called out to the beast beside her, Shaoku, hunt. Upon her command, the monstrous creature, with its blood-red eyes, opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Hiro with a twisting motion. Faced with the creature's lethal fangs, Hiro remained composed, the transparent lenses reflecting a chilling glint under the moonlight. She raised her Imperial artifact, Soul Reaver, and charged towards the beast. In a flash of blinding silver light, a torrent of blood sprayed into the air, and the injured beast staggered away like a deflated balloon, crashing against a nearby lamppost. Hiru swung her weapon, flicking away the foul blood that stained it, but just as she prepared to pursue and continue her assault on Seiryu, an overwhelming and palpable aura of murderous intent suddenly enveloped her from behind. The beast, which she had previously slashed across the throat and should have perished, stood behind her, its menacing jaws wide open and utterly unscathed. Fortunately, Main intervened at that moment, unleashing a fully charged laser cannon that struck the beast's abdomen, sending it sprawling back 10 meters. Do not underestimate it, Hiru. Biological Imperial artifacts will continue to regenerate unless a core within them is destroyed. Without a heart, I doubt even the crimson-eyed Muramasa could be effective, Main cautioned as she positioned herself beside Hiru. Indeed, it is a formidable adversary, Hiru nodded gravely in agreement. Meanwhile, Seiryu, witnessing the ineffectiveness of the Night Raid duo against her Imperial artifact, could not help but smirk with delight. She then commanded Shauko to strengthen its arms and press the attack against Main and Hiru as the long-range artillery of the team. Main's close combat abilities were already lacking, leaving her to awkwardly hide behind Hiru in such a dire situation. Though Hiru wielded the sharp and resilient Soul Reaver, the overwhelming disparity in strength rendered her unable to retaliate effectively, forcing her to hold her weapon horizontally and struggle to defend herself. Not far away, Sailu observed the duo of night attackers, who had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and her expression grew increasingly smug. Soon after, she sounded the call for reinforcements, determined to extinguish any hope of escape for her target. In the face of such a crisis, the energy within Main's pumpkin cannon surged dramatically. After firing once more, she astonishingly sent the beastly form of Shauko hurtling through the air. Seizing the moment, Hill swiftly closed in on Sailu, launching a fierce counterattack. The tides of battle shifted abruptly. On the desolate and chilly streets, Uchiha Itachi, leading a patrol, noticed the signal from the front, and his gaze flickered with intrigue. The night attackers had only just received the intelligence he provided to execute their assassination plan, and now a call for a security assembly had been sounded. It seemed likely that one of the night attackers had completed their mission only to be pursued by enemies. "Captain, is that a call for a security assembly? Should we go assist?" inquired Hans, the deputy leader, following closely behind Itachi. Since the last time he was manipulated by Oneist, Hans had come to terms with reality, now fully adhering to Itachi's lead. After all, the higher-ups were duplicitous hypocrites. Serving them often yielded nothing, making it far more reliable to serve one's direct superior diligently. "It's unnecessary," Uchiha Itachi replied, shaking his head. "Everyone has worked hard during this patrol. We need not engage in such perilous endeavors. You are well aware of the atmosphere in the imperial capital. Even if we risk our lives to capture the criminals, we would not be the ones rewarded." Hans nodded in agreement, acknowledging the captain's words. "You are correct. Last time, despite your significant achievement in capturing the notorious Zank, you received no promotion at all. That old rogue Oneist truly takes advantage of us." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi feigned displeasure and said, "The ministers are harsh in their treatment. We need not sacrifice ourselves for their gain. We shall not participate in this incident. Everyone, return. Today's patrol duty ends here." "Understood." After dispatching the accompanying subordinates, Uchiha Itachi retrieved a white fox mask from his robe, donned it, and leapt onto a rooftop, heading towards the source of the signal. Meanwhile, beneath the clock tower, the battle between Main and the multi-armed giant had reached a fever pitch. As time passed, she felt increasingly close to locating the core of her target. Once she found it, destroying the monstrous being would require little effort. On the other side, Hill relentlessly pursued, blood dripping continuously from the chilling glow of her weapon. The Soul Devourer. Damn it! She even managed to block my final shot. Sailu, filled with terror, collapsed onto the grass, her hands severed by the Soul Devourer, devoid of any power to resist against Hill's relentless advance. In this life-or-death moment, a sinister glint suddenly crossed Sailu's eyes. Although using the technique would send Shauko into shock from overheating, she could no longer afford to hesitate. "Shauko, go berserk!" As a desperate roar reverberated through the forest, it reached the ears of the colossal beast, which began to undergo a profound transformation. Its once white form rapidly morphed into a deep crimson, as if drenched in blood, with massive muscles bulging forth. The collar around its neck strained to the point of rupture, and a terrifying aura surged forth like relentless waves, spreading ominously in all directions. "This is dire. What is happening?" A sense of foreboding gripped Main's heart as she sensed the peril, and she prepared to distance herself from the target. However, to her dismay, The creature's speed had increased manifold after its mutation. In an instant, the frenzied beast lunged towards her, seizing her in its grasp. Chapter 35. Encountering the Night Raid again. Crusher. With the frenzied cries of Sarita echoing, the power within the giant beast's grasp intensified. Under this immense pressure, the frail body of Maine struggled to withstand, gritting her teeth in a desperate effort, yet ultimately succumbing to the excruciating pain of her bones being crushed, emitting a series of mournful wails. Suddenly, in this dire moment, a dazzling silver light cleaved through the air, decisively severing the giant beast's arm that clutched Maine. The freed Maine collapsed onto the ground, her pink gown stained with blood oozing from her wounds. However, as she laboriously lifted her gaze and beheld the dependable silhouette of her companion ahead, a faint smile involuntarily graced her lips. At last, she had caught up. Hill turned back to glance at Maine, and upon seeing that she could still move, she released a sigh of relief. In the choice between confronting Saryu and rescuing her comrade, she had unhesitatingly chosen the latter. Yet, in that brief moment of relaxed vigilance, the specter of death quietly reemerged. Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire pierced the air, and a bullet tore through Hill's body, searing blood gushing forth from the wound, forming a cascade of crimson droplets in the air. Witnessing this, Maine's expression froze, her pink pupils trembling violently as she fell into a state of shock. The orchestrator of this calamity was none other than the now mutilated Saryu, standing not far behind Hill, a blackened gun barrel exhaling wisps of white steam from his mouth. This fiend had resorted to unimaginable levels of human augmentation to combat the Night Raid. My body is immobile. Struck by surprise, Hill felt her mind go blank, her body beginning to uncontrollably lurch forward. Yet, the crisis she faced was far from over, for the colossal beast, whose arm she had just severed, was now baring its gaping maw, lunging at her once more. As the rows of sharp fangs threatened to rend Hill's body to shreds, Maine's heart plunged into an abyss of despair, an agonizing helplessness as she could only watch her companion meet a gruesome fate. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Just as Maine prepared to shut her eyes in utter despair, a deep voice resonated behind her. At that moment, a fierce dragon head, entirely composed of blazing flames, plummeted from the sky, crashing solidly onto the beast intent on devouring Hill. Boom! The beast was instantly enveloped by the flaming dragoness head, the terrifying shockwave causing the ground to sink deeply, with explosive flames shooting skyward. Even from a distance, one could feel a searing heat that scorched the skin. Hill. Though Maine was also thrown back by the horrifying aftermath, she scrambled to her feet and immediately called out her companion's name toward the heart of the flames. Would Hill, already gravely injured, truly survive such a terrifying inferno? She is unharmed. A chilling and somber voice resonated once more from behind. Maine abruptly turned, only to behold a tall man, adorned with a white fox mask, cradling the injured Hill. Hill, seeing that Hill had not been consumed by the flames, ignited a surge of exhilaration within Maine, prompting her to shout, but she quickly tempered her excitement with a wary, slightly fearful gaze directed at Uchiha Itachi. Who are you? Why do you wish to aid us? Uchiha Itachi glanced at the semi-conscious Hill before gently setting her down on the ground. I mentioned in the terms of our collaboration that I would intervene when you encounter insurmountable difficulties during your night raid. Rescuing you is merely fulfilling my obligation as a partner. Maine paused momentarily at his words, then tentatively inquired. Are you the one who defeated Rabuk and rescued Tasmi from the beheading of Zank? Indeed, Itachi replied coolly, then gestured towards Hill lying on the ground. The battle is not yet over. Tend to her first, and once we vanquish our foes, I shall devise a way to escort you to safety. Very well. Understanding her current state rendered her incapable of carrying the severely injured Hill away, Maine readily acquiesced to his proposal. She then supported Hill and took refuge behind Uchiha Itachi. A breeze, laced with a hint of chill, gently swept through as a charred behemoth emerged slowly from the encroaching flames. Sayu regarded the newly appeared Uchiha Itachi with utmost vigilance, a sense of unease gnawing at her regarding this suspicious figure. Nevertheless, driven by her desire for vengeance for her deceased father and mentor, Oka, she resolved not to falter in the face of a formidable adversary. Little could sustain its rampaging state for another 5 minutes, and the reinforcements nearby would soon arrive. It seemed quite feasible to subdue these 3 foes tonight. With this thought in mind, Sayu cast aside her hesitation and boldly commanded the behemoth at her side. Little, do not grant these 3 any respite. Charge forth. Annihilate them. Upon her command, the behemoth let out a thunderous roar, its grievous burns visibly healing at an astonishing rate before it lunged towards Uchiha Itachi. Is this the remarkable recovery ability of a biological-type imperial tool? Itachi mused inwardly while swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. To Main and Hill's astonishment, Uchiha Itachi unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, the searing fire coalescing into a fireball larger than the behemoth itself, hurtling forward with ferocity. Was the flame that had descended from the heavens also akin to this? What kind of imperial tool could bestow such formidable control over fire? Main pondered with profound astonishment. Much like Rabuk and his comrades before her, she perceived Itachi as an exceptionally powerful wielder of an imperial tool. The behemoth, intent on a frontal assault, soon collided with the great fireball, and as anticipated, its colossal form was once again engulfed in flames. The charred body was flung several meters away by the force of the explosion, crashing heavily onto the ground and leaving behind a vast web of cracks. Impressive. Upon witnessing this, Sailu's heart sank. To so effortlessly repel Shauka's assault, this man, who seemingly possessed the ability to control fire, was indeed a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, she remained confident in her ability to prevail, for with Shauka's extraordinary regenerative powers, as long as the opponent could not locate her core, she would remain invincible. In no more than 5 minutes, reinforcements would arrive, and by that time, regardless of the mysterious man's immense capabilities, the three of them would be unable to escape unscathed. Chapter 36. Amaterasu in a state of frenzy. The 100-armed giant's recovery and resilience were exponentially more formidable than in its usual form. After being struck by Uchiha Itachi's great fireball, this creature barely paused for breath before rising once more under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. A series of ghastly wounds began to heal rapidly, vanishing entirely within mere moments. Futile. With your meager abilities, you cannot hope to slay the little one. The Imperial City's guards will soon arrive, and you have nowhere left to flee. Surrender, and I might still consider granting you a swift end. Sierra regarded the three individuals opposite her, a triumphant expression etched upon her face. Meanwhile, she secretly contemplated the exquisite torture she would inflict upon these members of the night raid should they indeed submit, believing such actions would appease the spirits of her father and mentor. How infuriating! If only I had a bit more time. I could surely locate the core within this fiend. Without the assistance of the perverse imperial artifacts, this madwoman would not dare to speak so boldly. Main glared at Sierra's arrogant and loathsome visage, then glanced at the gravely injured Hill in her arms, her frustration manifesting as she stomped her feet in agitation. Itachi observed the 100-armed giant, and upon confirming that he could not discern its core through the Sharingan, he muttered softly, "If I cannot find the core, does that mean I cannot defeat this creature entirely?" As his words hung in the air, Main immediately interjected, "While it may sound disheartening, the reality is indeed as you say. When faced with a biological-type imperial artifact, unless its core is destroyed, no matter how powerful our attacks may be, they will be in vain." Seeing Itachi remain unperturbed by her words, Main anxiously grasped his sleeve, her tone urgent, "That Uchiha Itachi, I know of your prowess. But the enemy reinforcements are nearly upon us. We simply do not have the time to ascertain the location of that creature's core. Perhaps we should retreat? Moreover, Hill's condition is dire, and if this drags on, I fear for her well-being." Before Main could finish, Uchiha Itachi pointed assertively at the menacing 100-armed giant. "Given your current predicament, do you believe you can outpace that creature? The reinforcements trailing behind are merely a horde of insignificant pests. Without a strong leader, they cannot hope to hinder us. Once we vanquish this giant, all our troubles will be resolved." Upon hearing this, Main's expression fell, realizing that Hill had been ambushed by that madwoman solely to save her. "Uchiha Itachi, please take Hill and ensure her safe passage to our comrades in the night raid. I shall remain here to delay the adversary." Itachi noted that this pink-haired little girl seemed to misunderstand his intent, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, beneath Main's delicate exterior lay a wellspring of courage and determination, earning her a modicum of respect from him. The members of the Night Raid are truly a group of individuals possessing the tenacity of ninjas and extraordinary courage. It seems there may have been a misunderstanding. Uchiha Itachi cast a fleeting glance at Main before continuing. "My previous statement merely expressed a curiosity regarding the characteristics of this biological imperial tool. It does not imply that I lack the means to neutralize it." "What?" Main's face immediately reflected astonishment. "But you haven't even located the core on the opponent. How can you defeat it?" This time, Uchiha Itachi refrained from responding to her inquiry and gently closed his eyes. When those dark orbs opened again, the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan had transformed into a kaleidoscope of three-bladed shurikens. "Since the core's location cannot be found, then I shall incinerate your entire torso, core included, into ashes." Amaterasu. As Itachi's deep voice resonated, his kaleidoscope Sharingan directed a strange red glimmer toward the 100-armed giant. Under the cloak of night, the owner of those eyes appeared as a legendary blood-eyed Asura. Simultaneously, clusters of black flames erupted from the 100-armed giant. The form of these flames was exceedingly bizarre, spreading rapidly across the target's body like serpents constricting their prey. In mere moments, the flames, initially no larger than a human hand, enveloped every inch of the giant's form. Flames again. Sayla scoffed, dismissing this futile struggle, having witnessed its ineffectiveness twice before. It seemed that this suddenly appearing suspicious individual was not as formidable as she had anticipated. Xiao Ku, extinguish these flames, and then tear those three apart. At this moment, Sayla was evidently oblivious to the gravity of the situation, viewing Itachi's Amaterasu black flames merely as a slightly more powerful form of attack. However, reality soon delivered a crushing blow, revealing the horrifying potency concealed within these seemingly inconspicuous black flames. The black flames raged fiercely upon the 100-armed giant, who, in agony, began to howl while frantically swatting at the flames in an attempt to extinguish them. Yet Amaterasu is renowned for its unquenchable nature, burning its target to ashes without ever extinguishing. With each desperate strike of the 100-armed giant, the dancing black flames not only refused to die down but instead blazed ever more intensely. The scorching heat surged like waves, distorting even the air around them. What? These black flames cannot be extinguished? How can this be? What kind of bizarre fire exists in this world? Saylu's expression shifted dramatically as she beheld this unbelievable scene, her dark pupils trembling with intense anxiety and fear. Meanwhile, Mane and Hill were equally astonished, their eyes wide in shock at the terrifying destructive power exhibited by Amaterasu. Despite the astonishing resilience of the creature before them, it could not withstand the relentless damage inflicted by the unquenchable black flames. If this continued, its ultimate fate would be reduced to mere ashes. Gulping, Mane observed the stern expression on Uchiha Itachi's face and involuntarily swallowed hard. Fortunately, he was not their adversary in this night raid. Otherwise, the sheer potency of this everlasting black flame would be sufficient to annihilate the majority of their ranks in an instant. Chapter 37. Escape before long. The colossal figure of the 100-armed giant succumbed entirely to the relentless searing of the black flames. With a thunderous crash, its immense body collapsed, rapidly diminishing like a desiccated sponge. In just a few breaths, it reverted to its original diminutive puppy form. Xiao Ku. Observing the charred and motionless Xiao Ku on the ground, Saylu was immediately overwhelmed with despair, collapsing to the earth in utter defeat. Meanwhile, a flicker of confusion crossed Uchiha Itachi's eyes. That creature had managed to extinguish the Amaterasu flames before they could consume their target, employing some unknown characteristic of its own. The enigmatic power inherent in biological imperial tools was indeed more surprising than one might expect. Uchiha Itachi murmured softly, not particularly concerned. Although the creature had narrowly evaded the lethal strike of the Amaterasu, it had consequently lost both consciousness and mobility, rendering it incapable of posing any threat to them. Fantastic. Mane, her expression tinged with excitement, turned to Uchiha Itachi. The troublesome adversary has been neutralized. Let us retreat swiftly. Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement. Calculating the time, enemy reinforcements would likely arrive momentarily, and the injured member of Night Raid was in dire straits. Thus, retreating now was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Follow me, Uchiha Itachi said in a calm tone, then lifted the injured Hill and quickly departed with Mane. By the time the inept members of the security department arrived, the three had long vanished, leaving only Saylu to guard the lifeless 100-armed giant, sitting there with a face ashen as death. Baron's mansion. Uchiha Itachi placed the used medical supplies back onto the tray and spoke. This should suffice for the time being. Given the limitations of my current resources, any further treatment will have to await your return to the base. Upon hearing this, Mane glanced at Hill, who lay deeply asleep on the bed, and then, her tone slightly embarrassed, addressed Itachi. Thank you for saving me and Hill tonight. Itachi continued to gather his tools, responding without turning. It was nothing, after all. This collaboration was initiated by me. Taken aback by the unusually cold reply, Mane hesitated, clutching her bandaged arm, and softly asked, Mr. Itachi, I have a question I wish to pose to you. Uchiha Itachi turned his head, inviting her to speak. Although I had previously heard about you from Akame and Tasmi, I still wish to hear it directly from you. As an official of the Empire, you possess wealth, status, and power beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Why would you risk the guillotine by choosing to collaborate with Night Raid? Here, Main paused momentarily, then continued without awaiting Uchiha Itachi's response. Moreover, after experiencing tonight's events, I increasingly perceive your so-called collaboration as a mere one-sided assistance to us in Night Raid. After all, not every collaborator is willing to take risks to rescue a wanted criminal without any personal gain. After listening to Main's remarks, Uchiha Itachi stood in silence for a moment before softly responding, I serve not for the sake of wealth or status. As for why I chose to collaborate with you, the answer to that question is of little consequence. You need only to understand that this arrangement is beneficial and harmless to you. Upon hearing such a dismissive reply, Main's prideful heart stirred once more. She slightly pouted and retorted, Humph, if you don't want to say, then fine. It's rare for someone to take the initiative to ask, yet you're such a miser. As her words fell, Uchiha Itachi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, but the sight of her feigned indifference, despite her evident curiosity, struck him as rather amusing. It is getting late. As an injured person, you should rest, he remarked lightly, choosing not to dwell on the previous topic before turning to leave the room. With the gentle closing of the wooden door, silence reclaimed the space. Bathed in moonlight, Main gazed at the blood-stained bandages on her companion's chest, silently clenching her teeth. Those who harmed Hill, just wait. One day, I will make you pay for your actions. The following afternoon, Uchiha Itachi was invited to the Shawl residence. After exchanging pleasantries, Shawl, with a grave tone, addressed Itachi, Do you know why I urgently summoned you here? Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition arose within Uchiha Itachi. Shawl was known for his calm demeanor, and if he was this anxious to discuss something, it surely indicated a significant matter at hand. Lord Shawl, what has transpired? He inquired. With a heavy sigh, Shawl lamented, Alas, I must admit my poor judgment in choosing acquaintances has led to this calamity. Kevin, the director of finance, has betrayed us out of fear of retribution from Wonistu upon Estes' return. Under Wonister's instigation, he has falsely accused me of accepting bribes and has allowed his subordinates to collude with rebels. This is nothing short of slander, utterly shameless. I, Shawl, have lived my life with integrity. When have I ever engaged in such corruption? As for the claim that I tolerate my subordinates' collusion with rebels, it is preposterous. My family has long been favored by the emperor, and against those who seek to undermine the empire's millennia-long foundation and usurp the throne. I would gladly eradicate them without hesitation. How could I ever condone collusion with such traitors? Observing Shawl's righteous indignation, Uchiha Itachi could not help but sigh inwardly. Lord Shawl, with your unwavering integrity and dedication to the nation and its people, it is unfortunate that your loyalty borders on foolishness. Such a man, if in the presence of a wise ruler, could become a pillar of the state. Yet in this decayed court, facing the cunning and ruthless Wonister, even with assistance, his fate is likely to be dire. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi inquired, Lord Shawl, what is His Majesty's perspective on this matter? With a sigh, Shawl responded, his expression one of melancholy, I cannot fathom what intoxicating words Wonist has been whispering to His Majesty lately. To my dismay, the Emperor has taken some of the slander directed at me to heart. Although he has yet to launch an investigation against me, the seeds of doubt have already been sown in his mind. If this continues, my position in the court will only become increasingly precarious. I shudder to think that if I were to fall from grace, who among us would have the courage to stand against this treacherous villain wreaking havoc upon the realm? Chapter 38. Secret Investigation. The living room of the mansion was spacious and bright. However, the atmosphere at this moment mirrored the oppressive and somber mood of its master. Lord Shaw, my lord, do you have any thoughts on what comes next? Upon hearing this, Shaw promptly responded, That is precisely why I summoned you here. Kevin's betrayal has wreaked havoc, and with him setting the example, it is difficult to ensure others will not follow suit. Should such a situation arise, the Emperor will undoubtedly receive further slanders and accusations against me. Therefore, during this critical period, I must cast aside my former leniency and initiate the most severe reckoning against the traitors to secure the loyalty of my subordinates. In response, Uchiha Itachi proactively offered, The Minister of Finance, Kevin, has shamelessly betrayed you despite your past support and mentorship. He deserves to be punished. Allow me to carry out this task on your behalf. My lord. Shaw gazed at the youthful face of Itachi, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, young hero. However, you must ensure your identity remains concealed during this undertaking. Otherwise, it could yield the opposite effect, leading to a series of even graver consequences. It is as you say. My lord, Itachi replied calmly. Once Kevin meets his end, there will assuredly be a reasonable explanation provided to the public. In the palace dining hall, Ernest and the young emperor sat at opposite ends of the table, savoring the exquisite dishes before them. Suddenly, Ernest noticed the young emperor had set down his chopsticks. He quickly chewed and swallowed his morsel, feigning concern as he inquired, "Your Majesty, what troubles you today? You seem to lack your usual appetite. Is it due to the reports regarding Lord Xiao?" The young emperor nodded, a look of melancholy in his eyes, and sighed. "Both you and Xiao have been my father's loyal ministers. Since my ascension, I have placed my utmost trust in you both. I never anticipated that even Xiao would be implicated in accusations of colluding with rebels. Have I not done enough? Why is it that after the rebellion of the foreign tribes and the generals, even my most trusted ministers are no longer wholly loyal to me?" Seeing the young emperor in such a state, Ernest's heart swelled with delight. All his efforts to coerce and entice the finance minister Kevin, who had been nurtured by Xiao, had not been in vain. It was indeed the betrayal from those closest that proved most lethal. However, despite his inner glee, Ernest maintained his composure in front of the young emperor. He slightly adjusted his demeanor and cleared his throat, saying, "Your Majesty, you need not dwell on such thoughts. As a ruler, you have performed admirably. The subjects of the empire sing praises of your wisdom and benevolence. The rebellion of the foreign tribes and the generals is merely a consequence of their own greed, and it has nothing to do with you. As for the reports concerning Lord Xiao, you need not concern yourself overly. Perhaps those treasonous acts were committed by his subordinates without his knowledge. I believe that, given Lord Xiao's unwavering loyalty to the empire and his majesty, he would not feign ignorance if he were aware of these matters." After listening to Ernest's words, the young emperor's expression softened slightly, realizing the wisdom in the minister's counsel. Therefore, it seems unnecessary to conduct a covert investigation against Lord Xiao. Upon hearing this, a cunning glint flashed in Ernest's eyes as he began to speak. "Your Majesty, I must respectfully disagree. While we all trust in Lord Xiao's loyalty to the empire, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he may be deceived by treacherous individuals. The so-called secret investigation, ostensibly directed at Lord Xiao, is, in truth, aimed at identifying the dubious characters lurking around him to restore his reputation as soon as possible. Hence, Your Majesty, the secret investigation concerning Lord Xiao remains quite essential." As his words hung in the air, the young emperor wore a somewhat perplexed expression, coming to understand the situation. However, as Lord Xiao is a vital minister of the state, it is imperative that I appoint someone absolutely trustworthy to oversee this investigation. The young emperor pondered for a few seconds, stroking his chin, then suddenly turned his gaze toward Ernest, who sat across from him, and said earnestly, "Since I need to entrust this matter to someone I absolutely trust, let us assign this task to you, Minister." Although this conclusion was anticipated, hearing the young emperor decree it made Ernest unable to suppress a chuckle. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will promptly arrange this matter and strive to unveil the truth at the earliest opportunity." As night fell, several indistinct figures stealthily infiltrated Baron Uchiha Itachi's residence. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, engrossed in his studies within his study, paused momentarily, then slowly closed the book before rising and making his way outside. "Is this truly where Brother Itachi resides? It is remarkably lavish," murmured Tasmi, gently caressing the intricately carved mahogany handrail in the garden's corridor, his tone laced with surprise. "After all, this is a residence bestowed by the emperor, and it is certainly not comparable to the abodes of ordinary wealthy individuals. If you are envious, Tasmi, you still have time to join the empire while your identity remains concealed," teased Leona, observing Tasmi, who appeared somewhat naive. Tasmi halted at her words. Turning to her with a resigned expression, "I am merely expressing my admiration. I have no ulterior motives. As a human being, I, Tasmi, would not betray my ideals and vows for such trivial temptations." Upon hearing this, Leona playfully draped her arm around Tasmi's shoulder, laughing. I know. I was merely jesting. Why do you look so serious?" Feeling the unexpectedly soft sensation on his shoulder, Tasmi's face flushed slightly, and he quickly extricated himself from her embrace. Hastening forward, "Enough of this. Let us find Brother Itachi. Mane and Hill are likely waiting for us as well." As soon as Tasmi finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi appeared at the end of the corridor like a spectral apparition. "Indeed, it is you two," he remarked. "I sense two familiar presences suddenly manifesting within the estate." The unexpected voice startled Tasmi, but he exhaled in relief upon seeing Uchiha Itachi emerging slowly from the shadows. "Ah, it's you, Brother Itachi. Your sudden words truly took me by surprise." Riona, encountering Uchiha Itachi once more, approached with a smile, saying, "It has been a while. The changes in your circumstances are quite remarkable. You've risen to a prominent position in the imperial capital and now reside in a villa. Chapter 39. His death. Upon hearing the words, Uchiha Itachi did not respond immediately. Instead, he offered a subtle smile and remarked, "You have come tonight to escort those two young ladies, have you not?" As soon as he finished speaking, Leona retracted her smile, nodding earnestly. "Main and Hill are invaluable allies to us. Upon receiving their message, we hastily made our way here. I must say, this night raid has placed me in your debt. Should you ever require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." "Indeed," Uchiha Itachi replied softly before continuing. "There happens to be a matter I need you to assist me with." "Oh, what is it?" "Assassinate the Empire's Minister of Finance, Kevin. He has recently betrayed us to align with Onist, and has slandered Lord Shao before the Emperor, causing considerable distress. Given the current delicate situation, I am unable to take action myself, thus I hope that Unite Raid can carry out the retribution against Kevin on my behalf." "Very well." Without a moment's hesitation, Leona agreed. "Leave the Minister of Finance Kevin to us. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, news of his demise will grace the Imperial Daily." Shortly thereafter, Leona and Tasmi departed the residence with Main and Hill. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the direction they left before returning to his study to continue perusing documents. Night Raid had accepted the commission to eliminate Kevin. Now, he merely needed to remain at home and await favorable news. 2 days swiftly passed, during which several significant events unfolded in the capital. First, the second-rank Minister of Finance, Kevin, was assassinated by Night Raid, meeting a gruesome end within his estate. Subsequently, a scholar from the Academy dared to publicly criticize the Empire's governance, inciting the Emperor's wrath and resulting in the execution of hundreds of implicated literati. Even the renowned undefeated General Estath, celebrated as one of the Empire's twin pillars, returned to the capital during this tumultuous time. In the Imperial Palace. In the Council Hall, "General Estath, your suppression of the rebellious foreign tribes in the north has been commendable. As a reward, I present to you 10,000 taels of gold. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. I shall ensure these gold coins reach the soldiers stationed in the north. They will surely be delighted." Kneeling on one knee upon the opulent gold-trimmed red carpet, Estath responded softly to the Emperor's praises and rewards. Beneath her cascading blue hair lay a visage of stunning beauty, exuding an air of cold aloofness, akin to a rose adorned with icy thorns, inviting yet perilous. Standing beside the young Emperor, Onist could not help but feel a sly pleasure at Estath's utter lack of political acumen. She possessed no interest in politics or power. Her sole ambition was to win battles and crush her foes. "With my control over this nation, she can act with impunity, aligning our interests perfectly, truly. She is my most formidable and loyal trump card." Within the depths of his thoughts, Onist contemplated the wisdom of his decision to summon Estath back to the imperial capital. With this trump card in hand, both the obstinate Shawl and the lurking Night Raid would inevitably meet their demise. At that moment, Estath raised her gaze towards the Emperor and declared, "Now that I have returned to the imperial capital, I shall annihilate the Night Raid, which disturbs your Majesty's slumber." Upon hearing this, the young Emperor could not help but chuckle. "Then I shall trouble you, General. Furthermore, as a token of appreciation for your illustrious military achievements over the years, in addition to gold, I wish to bestow upon you some other rewards. Do you have any requests?" At this, Estath paused momentarily, then replied, "Well, if I must say, I wish to experience romance." The moment those words escaped her lips, both the young Emperor on the throne and the nearby ministers were taken aback. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the notoriously cold-blooded, ruthless, and formidable Estath would publicly express such a seemingly frivolous desire. "Ah, I see," the young Emperor remarked after a brief moment of astonishment, as realization dawned upon him. After all, the general is in the prime of her youth yet remains solitary. "Very well, I shall assist you in finding a partner. How about this minister? What do you think?" As the young Emperor pointed to him, Onist's countenance turned awkward. This audacious little sovereign dared to say anything. The thought of courting Estath was utterly absurd. "Wait, Your Majesty." Before Onist could finish his sentence, Estath interjected, "With all due respect, Your Excellency suffers from severe hypertension and is not long for this world. The partner I seek must be a healthy, robust man." On hearing this, a bead of perspiration trickled down Onist's forehead. What an impolite individual. "However, despite appearances, I am indeed quite healthy." Onist feebly defended himself before inquiring further, "So, General, what type do you prefer?" As soon as he spoke, a faint glimmer of longing appeared on Estath's exquisitely pale face. She smiled and replied, when it comes to preferences, I am rather discerning. It seems unlikely that anyone would catch my eye. In a few days, I shall prepare a formal document to present to your majesty. It is rather strange, indeed. I never imagined I would develop an interest in matters beyond conflict and slaughter. As she walked through the palace corridors, Esteth suddenly expressed her musings. Oh, are you referring to romance? One has stammered in response. Yes, Esteth nodded gently. I, too, find myself perplexed. Yet I cannot help but feel such emotions uncontrollably. As a living being, desiring the opposite sex is quite natural, is it not? Ernest spoke those words. Yet inwardly he harbored a silent disdain, reflecting that the notion of love was entirely at odds with her essence. Unaware of his true thoughts, Esther displayed an expression of sudden enlightenment, realizing that this too was an instinct of the beast. Nevertheless, she resolved to first indulge in the thrill of repelling the nocturnal assault. The mere thought of trampling upon and mercilessly ravaging that pretentious group filled her with an exhilarating anticipation. Ha ha ha. As the words fell from her lips, Ernest couldn't help but grin widely, remarking on this matter, I happen to have a splendid idea. Chapter 40. The assassination of the civil officials 3 days later. A nighttime raid commenced. Everyone had gathered, and I now bear some unfortunate news to share with you. Esteth has quelled the northern tribes and returned to the imperial capital. As the weighty words of Najida echoed in the council chamber, the expressions of the members of the night raid shifted markedly. Najida retrieved a cigarette from her pack, her gaze settling on Leon within the crowd. Leon, I need you to venture to the capital and gather intelligence on Esteth's movements. Leon responded with enthusiasm. Understood. I am quite curious about the kind of person she truly is. Noticing Leon's nonchalant demeanor, Najida felt compelled to caution her. Esteth is a perilous individual, one who revels in slaughter. You must exercise utmost caution on this mission. Of course, I understand, Leon replied cheerfully, yet inwardly mused. It seems that this Esteth is someone who can be dispatched given the right opportunity. A renowned general of the empire, she is certainly a worthy target. Najida ignited her cigarette, inhaling deeply before continuing. Moreover, during the same period of Esteth's return, a series of civil officials have been murdered within the capital. The victims include 4 civil officials and their 61 guards. At this juncture, Najida produced a document from her bosom and addressed the assembly. The crux of the matter is that the scenes of the murders bore a note detailing the execution orders of the night raid. Brett analyzed. Is someone attempting to frame us? Immediately, Tatsumi interjected, but such a blatant act would surely raise suspicions. Indeed, this declaration of guilt appears to be a deliberate act. Najida acknowledged, lowering the document. Initially, people did believe that, but it has now been confirmed that it was orchestrated by us. Why is that? Because all of the murdered civil officials were protected by elite guards. Any ordinary assailant would have been swiftly neutralized by them. Upon hearing Najida's explanation, Mind chimed in. So, these perpetrators intentionally targeted stronger individuals? Those capable of executing such a plan must possess comparable strength. In other words, they are likely Imperial arms users. Precisely. Najida nodded slightly. Thus, it is safe to deduce that they are likely subordinates of his death. Tatsumi appeared puzzled. But why would they engage in such actions? Brett replied coolly. They likely aim to draw out our true leader, then proceed with an ambush. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Najida regarded the murmuring assembly below. Given that we are aware this is a trap, I wish to impart a few words to all of you. The civil officials who have been slain were all distinguished individuals, fiercely opposed to onist and deeply concerned for the welfare of the nation. Such officials are indispensable talents for our revolutionary army as we endeavor to overthrow the empire and establish a new nation. We can no longer allow the subordinates of Esteth to harm these invaluable talents who could contribute to the new nation in the future. Now, let us discuss your opinions. After this remark, Tasmi stepped forward, visibly agitated, and declared, although I am not well versed in politics, simply using the name of Night Raid for nefarious deeds is enough to infuriate anyone. Let cast an appreciative glance at him, exclaiming, well said, Tasmi. The other members, though silent, shared the same sentiments in their hearts. Witnessing this scene, Najida resolutely made a decision, stating, all right, it is settled. Let those impostors learn the consequences of misusing our name. The civil officials likely to be targeted would be divided into 2 groups, Akame and Lubbock, Tasmi and Bled, who would serve as the guards for the respective officials. While delivering a profound lesson to the enemy, it was imperative to ensure the safety of the target individuals. Understood. In the imperial capital, within the Ministry of Internal Affairs residence, the matter unfolded as follows. Do you have any thoughts on this? In the study, Itachi Uchiha pondered after hearing Shaw's account and responded, based on what you just said, the murdered officials were equipped with commendable security forces, and there were signs of Night Raid's criminal notoriety at the scene. However, I believe that such a brazen act of murder, deliberately leaving evidence, does not align with Night Raid's modus operandi. The true culprit must be someone else. Upon hearing this, Shaw replied calmly, initially, I shared your belief. However, after thorough investigations by various factions, the consensus is that, aside from Night Raid, no one possesses such capabilities in the Imperial capital. Nevertheless, the identity of the true murderer is not our primary concern. What is urgent is to protect the other officials who may be at risk. They are the hope for the future resurgence of the Empire. After this statement, Itachi quickly deduced the purpose of Shaw's summons and, without waiting for him to speak, proactively offered, Lord Shaw, allow me to handle this matter. Once we bring the true mastermind to justice, we need not worry about further assaults on officials. Excellent. Shaw acknowledged with a glimmer of approval in his eyes, then instructed Itachi, you should head to the dragon boat docked in the outskirts of the capital. Director Rawls of the Trade Department will be meeting with affluent merchants from across the Empire there, and the assailants are likely to seize this opportunity to strike. Your mission, Itachi, is to ensure Rawls' safety while also seeking to uncover the perpetrators behind the recent attacks on officials. Capturing them would yield the best outcome. Itachi nodded lightly, responding softly. I understand. As he made his way toward the outskirts to the dragon boat, his gaze suddenly fell upon the sign of a shop ahead, causing him to slow his pace. The colorful ice cream shop. It has indeed been quite some time since I indulged in sweets. Uchiha Itachi's gaze flickered momentarily before he quickened his pace toward the shop. Beneath the wooden awning at the entrance is Death, sensing the sudden disappearance of a suspicious presence nearby. Couldn't help but murmur in slight regret. Did they manage to escape upon realizing something was amiss? I had intended to experiment with a new method of interrogation. Just then, Uchiha Itachi arrived at the window of the shop. Upon noticing a strikingly beautiful woman with blue hair clad in Imperial General's attire seated there, Itachi's eyes widened in surprise. The General, could it possibly be her? Chapter 41. Aboard the dragon ship before long. Uchiha Itachi arrived at the dragon ship, docked on the outskirts of the Imperial capital. After presenting his identification to the guards, he stepped aboard the enormous vessel, resembling a mobile fortress. Lord Rolls, I am Uchiha Itachi, captain of the Imperial capital garrison, sent by Lord Shaw to ensure your safety. It appeared that he was indeed a young prodigy under Lord Shaw's command, exuding an impressive demeanor. Within the ship's hull, Uchiha Itachi found the individual he was assigned to protect, Lord Rolls. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to Rolls and said, Lord Rolls, the recent assassination attempts against officials have become alarmingly rampant. If there are no other matters at hand, I shall proceed to investigate any suspicious individuals aboard the ship. Very well, Rolls nodded in response. You may go ahead. On the deck, after completing his patrol, Uchiha Itachi stood quietly by the railing, his piercing gaze fixed upon the distant azure waters. If I am not mistaken, the woman I encountered earlier must be Esteth. Quite unexpectedly formidable, indeed. He recalled the powerful aura she had exuded, and a ripple of intrigue stirred within him. Nevertheless, I should not dwell too much on that. It is imperative to focus on my current task. With that thought, Uchiha Itachi turned to continue his inspection elsewhere. Just then, a man in a white suit caught his attention from a short distance away. After observing for a few seconds, a subtle smile graced his lips as he mused. How intriguing. I did not anticipate encountering someone from the Night Raid on this dragon ship. Their infiltration must be for the same purpose as mine, to protect Lord Rolls while also addressing the true culprits behind the scenes. But why would they send only a rookie like Tasmi for such a challenging task? Or perhaps there are other Night Raid members aboard besides Tasmi. Uchiha Itachi pondered for a few moments before ultimately deciding against an encounter with Tasmi, and he turned away from the scene. Meanwhile, by the railing, Tasmi surveyed the harmonious surroundings and quietly lamented, It seems we are surrounded by ordinary guests. Our target does not appear to be in this vicinity. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a punch land on his head from a distance, delivered by his partner for this mission, Brat. At that moment, Brat, utilizing the capabilities of his imperial tool, was in a state of invisibility, rendering him nearly undetectable to the naked eye. With his arms crossed, Brat gazed at Tasmi with a serious expression and cautioned, Do not jump to conclusions, Tasmi. With my ability to become invisible, we cannot predict what special tactics our enemies may employ, can we? In response, Tasmi rubbed his head apologetically, admitting, You're right. I apologize, brother. It must be said, this armor is indeed a remarkable piece. Thanks to it, my brother has successfully infiltrated this vessel. Upon hearing this, Bright proudly patted the armor adorning him, exclaiming, I owe much to it as well. It enabled me to fight until the very end on the southern front against the foreign tribes. It feels like my partner in battle. Bright then proceeded to recount numerous tales from his military days to Tarsmi, until the armor suddenly emitted a series of faint electric pulses, prompting him to cease his storytelling. Albeit reluctantly. Maintaining this invisibility is nearing its limit. I must find a concealed spot to remove the armor, Bright remarked. Tarsmi quickly responded, your appearance has already been compromised. Leave the task of drawing attention to me. With a nod, Bright agreed, very well, I shall check the unoccupied areas of the cabin shortly. Having exchanged their plans, the two parted ways, with Bright searching for hidden spots aboard the ship, while Tarsmi made his way to the hull to secretly ensure the safety of rolls. Approximately 2 hours later, the dragon ship had completely distanced itself from the shore, steadily navigating the Grand Canal. Within a windowed chamber on board, two men clad in imperial officer uniforms sat facing each other. One, a golden-haired youth, leisurely played his flute. Your flute playing remains as exquisite as ever, remarked Leva. Once the ship departed the dock, the prying eyes from the land had vanished. Now seemed the opportune moment to act. As Leva's words faded, the golden-haired youth set aside his flute and replied, I have been playing for quite some time. Even if I stop now, those aboard should remain incapacitated for a while. In response, Leva replied with a neutral tone, however, there may still be a few unsophisticated country folk aboard who do not appreciate the beauty of this melody. Do not let your guard down. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, within the hall, a number of illustrious figures from the Empire, including Rolls, had already succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving only a sweat-drenched Tarsmi struggling to remain upright. What is happening? Could it be related to the flute? Regardless, I must get outside. Tarsmi was at a loss for the precise cause, but sensed that the seemingly melodious flute might harbor a sinister secret. To prevent the worst from occurring, he resolved to leave the confined hall immediately. In no time, Tarsmi sprinted onto the open deck, only to find that the strange flute melody still lingered in his ears, causing him to panic. Curse it, the melody even pervades the outside. Surely, this is the power of the imperial artifact? Just as Tarsmi clutched his throbbing head, bewildered and at a loss, a raspy voice suddenly emerged from behind him. There are still those stubbornly holding on. Wouldn't it be better to simply succumb to sleep? That way, I might show you some mercy and grant you a chance at life. Turning around at the sound, Tarsmi confronted a man in imperial officer garb with a disdainful expression and immediately questioned, so you are the imposter masquerading as the night raid? Haha. Upon hearing these words, Daedala could not help but burst into laughter. With such a tone, could it be that you are the genuine article? If so, that would be truly splendid. After speaking, Daedala hurled the weapon left behind by Tazimi back at him. Now, unleash your full power and let me witness the true prowess of this so-called genuine night raid. Tazimi, upon witnessing this, instantly felt a surge of determination. He drew his exquisite sword and leapt forward, launching a powerful downward strike towards his opponent. Then allow me to grant you a remarkable experience as I send you on a journey to the depths of hell. Chapter 42. Confronting the three beast warriors in the face of Tazmi's full-force strike, Daedara scoffed disdainfully, wielding his colossal axe as he boldly met the attack head-on. The clash resounded with a violent metallic crash, and Tazmi felt as though his weapon had struck an indomitable iron tower, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Subsequently, he was sent hurtling backward by a powerful swing, landing clumsily on the deck. The disparity in their strength was glaringly apparent. This seemingly inconspicuous adversary possessed such formidable power. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Tazmi rose from the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded his opponent. A hint of pride crept onto Daedara's face. Is this all the prowess you possess, so-called legitimate warrior? Now, it is time for you to receive my next blow. With that, Daedara charged toward Tazmi, his massive axe imbued with an unstoppable force, descending menacingly toward his opponent's head. Tazmi's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly leaped back to evade the strike. With a thunderous crash, the axe cleaved through the deck, splintering wood that scattered in every direction, and the resulting shockwave sent Tazmi hurtling once more. Impressive. It's remarkable that you managed to evade this blow, even in your weakened state, Daedara taunted. But how will you fare against my next attack? Without granting Tazmi a moment's respite, Daedara swiftly split his axe in two and hurled one half toward him. The sharp blade spun rapidly through the air, closing in on its target in an instant. Sensing a grave danger, Tazmi narrowly dodged the flying axe once more. only to be caught off guard as it returned like a boomerang. With a swift cut, the axe grazed Tasmi's abdomen, leaving a shallow wound from which droplets of blood began to seep. That was close. Had it veered just a little more to the left, I would have been disemboweled. Clutching his wound, Tasmi felt a surge of dread. However, the pain from his injury strangely invigorated him, and he sensed that his body, once weakened by the flute's influence, was regaining its former vigor. Fixing his gaze on Daidara's axe, Tasmi murmured, "Is that your imperial artifact?" At this, Daidara proudly replied, "Indeed. My imperial artifact consists of 2 great axes, Belvic. Ordinary warriors cannot wield such power." He then repeated his tactic, launching another flying axe at Tasmi. In a moment of inspiration, Tasmi deliberately led the returning axe toward the direction where Daidara stood. Let us see if you can experience the sensation of being struck by an axe yourself. As Tasmi harbored such naive thoughts, a smirk of amusement graced Daidara's lips. As the wielder of an imperial artifact, he was far from oblivious to such tactics. After all, many opponents had attempted similar maneuvers, and they had all met their demise beneath his mighty axe. At a critical moment, the long-absent Bright suddenly emerged from nowhere, seizing the eager Tasmi, who was about to charge recklessly toward danger. With a swift punch to Tasmi's head, Bright barked, "Are you an idiot? Can't you see your opponent standing there, brimming with confidence, waiting for you to walk into your doom? What are you rushing over for?" Witnessing this, Daidara's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "You seem particularly spirited. That incapacitating melody should have resonated throughout the ship. How are you unaffected?" With a dismissive smirk, Bright replied, "So, that was the nature of the performance. It clearly holds no sway over me. The fervent blood coursing through my veins is not something that can be easily subdued." Daidara's gaze fell upon Bright's bandaged thigh, and a look of realization crossed his face. "Ah. So the pain from your self-inflicted wounds has countered the effects of the flute song. It's impressive that you devised such a strategy." Choosing not to linger on the topic of the flute, Bright fixed his cold stare on Daidara and declared, "I am Bride of the Night Raid, and I am here to usher you into the realm of the dead." Upon hearing this, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Daidara's forehead. Unlike the Navi Tasmi, this imposing figure exuded a palpable sense of danger, a formidable opponent who could easily dispatch him with a moment's lapse in vigilance. "I am Daidara, one of the 3 beasts under the command of Esteth. If you wish to kill me, you must first prove your worth." Though Daidara's heart began to quail, he maintained an outward facade of fearlessness. "Tasmi, remember my fighting stance well. It will be an indispensable lesson on your path to strength," Bright said indifferently to Tasmi before summoning his imperial weapon, the malevolent demon. With a roar reminiscent of a fierce dragon, a torrent of energy coalesced into silver armor, enveloping Bright completely. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him, Daidara's expression changed drastically, yet he summoned every ounce of strength to launch an attack. Understanding that against such a formidable adversary, seizing the initiative was paramount for survival. As Daidara charged at Bright with his axe, the hidden Levi and the golden-haired youth, Nyo, suddenly revealed themselves, joining Daidara in a 3-pronged assault on Bright. "Allow me to deliver a fatal blow." Nyo aimed for Bright's back, ready to strike. But in the blink of an eye, Bright's figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, Nyo felt as though a meteor had struck his abdomen, propelling him backward and crashing him violently into the wooden wall of the ship's cabin. Observing this, Levi's heart sank as he followed in Nyo's wake, only to be swept off his feet by Bright's sweeping kick, plummeting from the air. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Daidara regained his composure, Bright had already materialized before him, raising his long spear high to deliver a devastating strike. "This is bad." Daidara's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Faced with the thunderous onslaught of Bright, one of the 3 beast warriors, he found himself utterly incapable of perceiving his opponent's movements. In the next moment, Daidara's head was cleaved open by a long spear, and his entire body was severed in 2 like fragile tofu. Crimson blood and shattered flesh scattering across the ground. At the railing on the 2nd deck of the ship, Uchiha Itachi observed how effortlessly Bright neutralized the assault of the 3 beast warriors, even seizing the opportunity to eliminate one of them in an instant. He couldn't help but greatly acknowledge Bright's strength. At such a level, even if he were to engage, it would likely require considerable effort to subdue him. In the context of this world, he already ranks among the elite of the top-tier powerhouses. Chapter 43, The Imperial Artifact, Water Dragon Manifestation. Watching Black's formidable performance, Tasmi swallowed hard, utterly astonished, though he had long suspected his elder brother's strength to be considerable. Witnessing it firsthand made him acutely aware that he had gravely underestimated his opponent's full combat prowess. Brett plunged his spear heavily into the ground and turned to Tasmi, saying, "Tasmi, this is what I previously mentioned. During battle, one must always observe the surroundings. Only in doing so can you respond calmly to various unexpected situations and even achieve victory." Upon hearing this, Tasmi nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. At that moment, the previously defeated Leva had risen and approached the two, stating nonchalantly, "Such formidable skills, coupled with that unique armored imperial artifact, truly belong to Brett." As Brett turned to the source of the voice and recognized Leva's face concealed beneath a mask, his expression momentarily stiffened. "You are General Leva?" Hearing himself still referred to as general by his former subordinate, Leva replied with indifference, "I am no longer a general. Since being rescued by Lady Esteth, I have become her servant." Brett hesitated for a moment, then raised his spear once more, pointing it at Leva. "If we were still allies, we would be celebrating our reunion over drinks. However, due to our differing positions, we are now sworn enemies. Thus, we must meet on the battlefield. The mission must be accomplished." Leva responded as he slowly removed his gloves, his expression devoid of emotion. "You are correct. The mission must be fulfilled. With the Imperial artifact bestowed upon me, the Water Dragon manifestation, Heimerin, I shall ensure that you remain here today." As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon head ring on Leva's middle finger emanated a burst of purple, ethereal light. Suddenly, all the water barrels on the deck exploded, and dozens of thick water columns surged skyward, encircling Leva. His ability to manipulate water aligns perfectly with the icy demeanor of an underling of Esteth. Brett, with a hint of mockery in his tone, remarked, "Indeed, it is a fitting artifact for one of her ilk." Unfazed by Brett's derision, Leva maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "Lady Esteth can conjure ice from thin air. Please do not compare me to her. I am unworthy of such a comparison." With that, Leva clenched his fists, commanding the surrounding water columns to assault Brett. In response, Brett did not flinch. He met the attack head-on with his spear. The rapidly twirling spear continuously disrupted the incoming water columns, yet it could not entirely obliterate them, leading to a stalemate in their battle. Amidst the scattered debris of broken wood, Neo slowly rose, clutching his injured abdomen. His physical resilience was far inferior to Leva's, having endured a kick from Brett. He was only just beginning to recover. This fellow's strength seems to rival only that of Lady Esteth. However, given that the fight was taking place on water, he surely could not contend with Leva. Neo analyzed the battlefield and then produced his flute-shaped imperial tool, Dream of Military Music, preparing for another ambush on Blight. At a crucial moment, Tasmi suddenly launched a surprise attack with his sword, and the two immediately engaged in combat. In no time, the fighting on both sides escalated to a fever pitch. Levi stood atop the head of a colossal serpent formed by the converging waters, gazing down at the breathless Blight below. Without hesitation, he activated his imperial tool and shouted, "Be crushed under the water pressure, Blight." Accompanied by the activation of the Water Dragon's bestowed power, the serpent beneath Levi opened its massive jaws and lunged ferociously at Blight. Faced with a strike that could potentially breach the ship's hull, Blight leaped into the air, brandishing his spear to confront the menacing water serpent. With a fierce roar, he charged forward, relentlessly piercing through the serpent's form until, ultimately, he cleaved it in two, utterly vanquishing it. However, upon witnessing this, a calculating smile slowly crept across Levi's face. "I knew it. Given your character, you would choose to confront the serpent head-on, considering the lives of those worthless individuals aboard the ship. But let us not dwell on the ship. If this were in the immobile air, you would be unable to evade this maneuver." Blight's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, for in his current airborne state, it was indeed difficult to dodge the swiftly moving currents. In the next moment, Levi activated his imperial tool, summoning several robust water columns from the surrounding rivers to assault Blight simultaneously. Caught off guard, Blight took the full brunt of the attack, the tremendous impact shattering his internal organs, even causing the mask possessed by the malevolent spirit to crack and collapse. Yet, Levi's offensive did not conclude there. Seizing the opportunity while Blight had yet to touch the ground, he unleashed his long-practiced supreme technique, Heavenly Water Dragon Ascend. Instantly, 8 ferocious, roaring water dragons surged from the river's surface, lunging toward Blight in the air, intent on obliterating him completely. At the critical moment, several fiery dragon projectiles, infused with intense heat, suddenly struck the airborne water dragons, instantly vaporizing 6 of them. The remaining 2 water dragons, now severely weakened by the heat, had their might diminished by at least half. Nevertheless, after enduring this significantly weakened Heavenly Water Dragon Ascend, Blight reached his physical limit, and upon landing, he could no longer maintain the malevolent spirit's possession, resulting in the automatic termination of his armor's summon state. Meanwhile, Levi was left in stunned silence, as his meticulously cultivated supreme technique had been so easily countered. Even worse, the exertion required to execute this move had left his body overburdened, rendering him incapable of utilizing his Imperial Tool's abilities any further. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly contend with a formidable opponent of unknown strength? Nyo, too, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, momentarily speechless, but quickly regained his composure, preparing to seize Tasmi as a priority. Otherwise, today he and Liwa would likely be unable to leave this vessel alive. Tasmi, in a state of utter disarray, lay prostrate on the ground, struggling to raise his head. At this moment, he had begun to faintly deduce the identity of the assailant. However, regrettably, it seemed he was destined to become a burden to his companions once more. It mattered not, regardless of the assailant's formidable prowess, as long as I can seize their comrade, both Liwa and I still have a chance to escape. Nyo contemplated thus. But just as he was about to press his weapon against Tasmi's throat, a sudden, chilling presence emanated from behind, causing his movements to freeze involuntarily. Chapter 44. Do I advise you to contemplate the consequences before taking action? After all, that fellow is, in a sense, a friend of mine. Uchiha Itachi appeared behind Nyo like a specter, his Sharingan eyes gleaming with a chilling crimson light. Sensing the formidable killing intent emanating from him, rivaling even that of his death, Nyo dared not turn back and fled with all her might towards her companion, Liva. Observing this, Uchiha Itachi refrained from intervening, deeming them mere fish in a barrel. Allowing them a few more moments of life was inconsequential. Brother Itachi, I am embarrassed to face you once more. I remain as weak as ever. Tazumi struggled to rise, his expression filled with shame as he addressed Itachi. It is of no consequence. You have done remarkably well, Uchiha Itachi casually reassured him. Then turned his gaze to the battered Brait. Brait, is it? Upon hearing his name, Brait nodded in slight surprise. Having deduced from Tazumi's earlier address that the man before him was indeed the one who had saved their comrades on numerous occasions. With a response in hand, Uchiha Itachi continued, You possess great strength, but your current condition renders you unfit for further battle. Allow me to handle what comes next. At these words, a relieved smile graced Brait's face, as he thought to himself, It seems I shall experience the sensation of a victorious surrender. Meanwhile, upon hearing the exchange between Uchiha Itachi and Brait, Liva clenched his teeth in frustration. Given the present circumstances, he and Nyo had nearly no chance of escaping alive. Yet, as a devoted subordinate to the esteemedest death, he resolved that even in death, he would strive to diminish the forces of Night Raid one last time. With this determination, Liva shouted towards Brait. Brait, are you, once the fiercest warrior, now resorting to hiding behind others to evade battle? If you still consider yourself a man, let us engage in a final duel. These words caused Tazumi and Brait to change their expressions, while Uchiha Itachi replied with an air of indifference, realizing your impending defeat. Do you wish to drag Brait down with you before your demise? I must say, your thoughts are naive and rather romantic. But do you truly believe anyone here would fall for such a ploy? Having spoken, Uchiha Itachi prepared to weave hand signs for a fire technique to eliminate the two before him. Unexpectedly, Brait stepped forward with a grave demeanor and declared, Mr. Itachi, I am deeply grateful for your assistance today. However, Liva speaks the truth. As a man, one should not evade battle by hiding behind comrades. Allow me, Brait, to personally see my former commander on his way in this duel. Sensing the fierce combat spirit and unwavering resolve in Brait's voice, Uchiha Itachi chose not to impede him, simply stating, In that case, let it be you who slays the man named Liva. I shall deal with the other. As the words fell, Liwa could not help but feel a surge of delight within. Brait had indeed fallen for his baiting tactic. He resolved to bring this fellow along on the journey, thus reducing a potential adversary for Lord's death. In stark contrast, Nyo's face turned ashen, his eyes reflecting a profound despair. The thought of facing a fearsome powerhouse, whose aura of murderous intent rivaled that of Lord's death, made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Soon, the fierce duel between Liwa and Brait commenced. To ensure his victory over Brait, Liwa had even injected himself with a performance-enhancing biological agent before the duel began. However, despite this, Brait, with his formidable prowess, maintained a dominant position throughout the confrontation, causing Liwa to retreat in disarray. Meanwhile, Nyo's predicament was even more dire, despite employing secret techniques to elevate his status to its zenith. He found himself relentlessly overpowered by Uchiha Itachi. In a matter of moments, he was left battered and scarred by Itachi's shuriken. and subsequently suffered a devastating blow from a fireball technique, leaving him charred and nearly lifeless. Is this the level of the so-called beast warriors? It was utterly disappointing. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Nyo, sprawled on the scorched deck, in a state akin to a lifeless dog, and shook his head slightly. Standing nearby, Tasmi, who had witnessed the entire battle unfold, was rendered speechless in astonishment. If Brett's combat style could be described as bold and forceful, characterized by overwhelming speed and strength to crush his adversaries, then Itachi's approach to battle was nothing short of artistry. His movements were so agile and techniques so exquisite that they left one in awe. Boredom crept in. Since you have exhausted your trump cards, it is time to depart. With a calm voice, Uchiha Itachi spoke, then swiftly hurled a shuriken that accurately pierced Nyo's forehead, thus concluding his life of malevolence. Simultaneously, the battle between Brett and Liwa approached its climax. As Brett seized an opening, he struck Liwa in the abdomen with his sword, instantly staining the latter's garments with blood, causing him to stagger backward in a pitiful retreat. However, just as Brett believed he had secured victory, the severely wounded Liwa suddenly rallied, squeezing out the last remnants of his strength to activate his imperial weapon, manipulating the blood suspended in the air to shoot towards him. Faced with this desperate counterattack from Liwa, Brett's pupils constricted sharply, and he hurriedly swung his sword to defend himself. Yet, the sheer number of blood arrows proved overwhelming. Despite his best efforts to create afterimages with his sword, he still suffered injuries from several of the arrows. Brother. Witnessing this, Tasmi gasped in alarm, fearing for Brett's safety. Do not worry, I am unharmed, Brett replied, kneeling on one knee with his sword planted in the ground, panting heavily. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, upon seeing the splattered blood. I recalled that blood is, after all, a liquid. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly fallen victim to that attack. Truly, General Leva is formidable, even in his final moments. He nearly claimed my life with a single strike. Tasmi assisted the weak and bright, his gaze sweeping over the gruesome fates of the three beast warriors. And he could not help but feel a profound sense of reflection. The Imperial Arms users under the command of Isdeath possess strength akin to that of monsters, far surpassing the likes of Oka. Thankfully, with the support of Brother Bright and Brother Itachi, otherwise, had it been solely upon his shoulders today, he would likely have already become a soul claimed by the enemy's axe. Chapter 45. Nagieta's decision. Everything has come to an end, brother. Indeed, everything has concluded. As Brett's words fell, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, akin to countless ants gnawing at his marrow and bones. He violently expelled a large spout of blood and collapsed, kneeling on the ground. Brother. What on earth is happening? Tasmi exclaimed in alarm, witnessing the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. How could it have changed so drastically? Could it be an internal injury sustained during battle? I also. Brett's pupils constricted sharply, the intense agony tormenting him to the point where he could scarcely utter a complete sentence. He had been poisoned. The agent injected by his opponent prior to their duel must have contained a lethal toxin, which had now infiltrated Brett's system through his blood. At this critical juncture, it was Uchiha Itachi who discerned the cause of Brett's dire condition. Itachi, since you can identify the problem, you must possess a means to rescue my brother, correct? Tasmi implored, his gaze filled with fervent hope directed toward Uchiha Itachi. Let us try our utmost. I hope the toxin has not yet reached an irreversible stage, Itachi replied. He then proceeded to channel a surge of chakra into Brett's body, manipulating it to expel the poison coursing within. As night fell, they mounted a surprise attack on the mountain stronghold. Tasmi, you and your team have executed your mission admirably. Not only did you ensure the safety of the target, but you also eliminated a significant combat force, the three beasts, under Isdeath's command. Thanks to your actions, the pressure faced by the Revolutionary Army in future confrontations with the Empire will be considerably alleviated. In response to Nagieta's praise, Tasmi's expression remained devoid of joy, instead revealing a tone of dejection. Boss, although we accomplished our mission, the cost has been profoundly heavy. My brother was poisoned during the battle with the enemy. Although Itachi's timely intervention saved his life, he has lost much of his bodily functions. From now on, not only will he struggle to engage in combat, but even ordinary daily training may prove impossible. As he spoke, Tasmi's sorrow deepened. It is all because of my own inadequacy. At such a crucial moment, I was unable to offer any assistance. Seeing Tasmi's self-reproach, Akim gently placed a hand on his shoulder, offering comfort. Weakness is not your fault. After all, your opponent was a seasoned Imperial Arms user. Achieving this level of performance without even possessing an imperial arm yourself is commendable. At this moment, Nejieda interjected, Tasmi. Do not be overly concerned about Brett's condition. While Uchiha Itachi is indeed formidable, there are many skilled healers in the world who can surpass him in the realm of medicine. Fortunately, the Revolutionary Army headquarters currently houses such a renowned physician. If we can enlist his aid, it is possible that Brett may recover his lost bodily functions and once again become a formidable warrior. As the word settled, Tazimi promptly interjected, However, boss, you mentioned that the renowned physician is stationed at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, where numerous injured soldiers require urgent care daily. Therefore, it seems improbable that he could leave. In response, Nejieda calmly exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, While it is true that the physician cannot easily depart from the Revolutionary Army headquarters, it is not an absolute necessity for him to come in person to treat Brait. I have already made up my mind. Tomorrow I shall embark on a journey to the headquarters with Brait. Upon hearing this, Tazimi's expression brightened momentarily. But soon a shadow of concern crossed his face as he voiced, But given the current tense situation, boss, will the high-ranking officials there not hold you accountable for your journey to the distant headquarters? With a gentle smile, Nejieda reassured him, Tazimi, you need not worry about that. My visit to the headquarters serves not only to bring Brait for treatment, but also to deliver the 3 imperial artifacts you seized in battle to the organization. After all, they are at the forefront of the fight against the imperial army, facing immense pressure and urgently requiring these artifacts to enhance their overall combat capabilities. Tazimi felt relieved upon hearing this. It indeed necessitated the boss's personal presence. Nejieda nodded lightly, and then turned her gaze to Akatsuki, stating, As the night raid is a crucial asset embedded around the imperial capital, it holds significant importance. In my absence, I entrust you, Akatsuki, to temporarily assume my responsibilities. Our core principle is to ensure stable development while striving to enhance everyone's strength. Understood, boss, Akatsuki replied. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the minister's residence, Lord Onest, as per your request, we have fabricated evidence of Shale's treasonous dealings. Additionally, there has been new progress regarding the continued persuasion of Shale's faction of bureaucrats. Figures such as Minister of Agriculture Lonboa and Deputy Minister of Justice Icarus have expressed their willingness to abandon the darkness and join your ranks. Upon hearing the series of good news brought by his confidant Mark, a broad smile spread across Onest's face. Excellent. With these turncoats, we can deliver the final blow to that fool Shale when the time comes, leaving him with no chance of resurgence. Mark, you have done exceptionally well in this matter. Once Shale collapses, I shall appoint you to his position as the Minister of Internal Affairs. Mark's eyes gleamed with unrestrained joy, indeed. Only by following a cunning figure like Lord Onest could he hope for a promising future. Thank you, my lord. I am willing to serve you unto death. Just then, Mark's eyes shifted as he added, My lord, aside from what I just mentioned, there is another matter I have yet to report, concerning the newly allied Uchiha Itachi under Shale. Onest expressed his curiosity and turned to hear more. Mark quickly continued, Recently, I received news that a tax officer in the western border of the empire was reportedly assassinated by rebels and unfortunately lost his life. Thus, a trusted subordinate was appointed to fill the vacancy and continue the tax collection efforts in the region. After his appointment, he received reports from soldiers who had escaped the clutches of the villainous local populace, indicating that the perpetrator responsible for the murder of the previous tax collector was a youth named Itachi Uchiha. Following a series of validations, including image comparisons, it was ultimately confirmed that the individual responsible for the deaths of numerous imperial soldiers and tax officials in the area was indeed the same Itachi Uchiha, who had recently risen to prominence in the imperial capital. Chapter 46, The Hunter-O? Is it truly so? Ernest pondered, casting a thoughtful glance at Mark. So, you mean to say that Uchiha Itachi, prior to his arrival in the imperial capital, was merely a criminal skilled in the assassination of court officials? Indeed, my lord. According to my subordinate, had it not been for the local villagers, who, in their timorousness, chose to release the captured imperial soldiers rather than execute them, this matter might never have come to light. Upon hearing this, Ernest had likely surmised the sequence of events, a mocking expression emerging upon his countenance. How laughable! That Uchiha Itachi, despite his formidable prowess, remained oblivious to the principle of uprooting the source of trouble. Were I in his position, I would assuredly have eliminated the captured soldiers before departing, rather than leaving them to be handled by a bunch of brainless provincial simpletons. The youth, after all, seems to lack the resolute decisiveness that is essential in such matters. After a brief contemplation, Ernest continued, at this pivotal moment, this situation could be utilized to our advantage. To recommend a heinous criminal, one who is likely entangled with domestic traitors, to serve in the court, even if His Majesty is reluctant to deal with Shawl. Upon learning of such deeds, he will undoubtedly be compelled to act decisively. As his words fell, Mark hastily concurred with a fawning expression, your words ring true, my lord. Previously, no matter how we attempted to besmirch Shawl's reputation, His Majesty refrained from punishing him, considering his status as a trusted minister. However, now, after our prolonged subtle influence, coupled with the incident involving Uchiha Itachi, His Majesty will surely follow your lead and impose severe punishment upon that rascal Shawl. Indeed, Ernest nodded slightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Having contended with Shawl in court for so long, it was time to bring this matter to a resolution. This time, we must be thoroughly prepared, determined to cast that scoundrel Shawl into the abyss from which he shall never emerge. The following day, at the Imperial Martyrs Cemetery, Esther knelt before 3 recently erected gravestones, laying flowers for their former masters, then gradually rose, her voice devoid of warmth as she murmured, Riva, Nyo, Daidara. You have lost. This merely signifies your frailty, and it is only natural for the weak to be eliminated. Truly, a lamentable cadre of subordinates. As she spoke, an unsettling aura of murderous intent suddenly emanated from her icy blue eyes. Alas, your vengeance shall have to be avenged by me. With that, Esther turned and strode towards the cemetery's exit. It seemed that the new Imperial armed subordinates had arrived today. She heard they were a seasoned bunch. Perhaps it would suffice to entertain them for a while. In the palace, within a room marked by peculiar directives, Will surveyed his eccentric companions. Inwardly sighing in exasperation, a muscle-bound man, wearing what resembled a torturer's hood, remained silent throughout the proceedings. A pure and adorable girl with black hair, fiercely protective of her food like a 3-year-old child, entered the room, declaring her intention to properly train a rather effeminate bespectacled man. Among the group, only the blonde youth named Lon and the girl named Sai Lu appeared somewhat normal. Alas, what kind of individuals had he encountered? Was it truly reliable to team up with such a motley crew for their mission? Just as Will was silently lamenting the prospects of his future, the door to the room was abruptly pushed open, and a tall woman wearing a white mask strode in. The expressions of the assembled group turned to confusion. For according to the information they had received, all summoned personnel should have already arrived. Who was this masked woman? Before anyone could ponder her origins, the masked Esters took the initiative, pointing at the seated individuals and demanding, "What are you all doing here?" In response, Will, visibly displeased, stood up and retorted, "Hey, we were summoned here to gather. Who are you?" Instead of an explanation or answer, he received a ruthless kick that sent him flying, his head colliding heavily against the wall, leaving a web-like crack in its wake. Esters, glancing at the others who appeared somewhat taken aback, remarked coolly, even among thieves, "There are formidable assassins. You must remain vigilant at all times." With that, she swiftly moved in front of the blonde youth Lon and launched a rapid series of attacks, only to have them effortlessly deflected. Impressed by the youth's quick reflexes, Esters mused inwardly that he was indeed a person of potential. Seizing the opportunity while Esters remained momentarily stationary, Sai Lu and the petite girl, Xiao Ku, attempted a surprise attack from behind, determined to teach this brash intruder a lesson for her audacity. Without turning, Esters precisely seized Sai Lu's wrist and effortlessly tossed her to the ground, while Xiao Ku was pinned in place by a solid wall of ice conjured by Esters' other hand. When launching a surprise attack from behind, your murderous intent is too evident. Even a slightly stronger opponent can discern your intentions without sight, she remarked. At that moment, Peitong lunged forward, drawing her blade to strike at Esters. Even in jest, I do not lack precision, she declared. With that, a series of fierce slashes landed on Esters' face. Though they did not injure her, they completely destroyed the mask she wore. As Esters savored the sensation of the near misses grazing her skin, a slight smile crept upon her lips. So this is the legendary imperial tool of the 8 houses? Its sharpness is indeed as renowned as the tales suggest. At that moment, the others finally caught a clear glimpse of Esters' features and rose to greet her with respect. Will, cradling his slightly aching head, gazed at the smiling Esters and mused inwardly, indeed, it seems that not only colleagues but even superiors possess a rather peculiar disposition. Shortly thereafter, clad in elegant black attire, Will and his companions, under Esther's guidance, prepared to meet the Emperor. beneath the twilight of the palace. Esther's and the group engaged in casual conversation as they walked. At that moment, the fashionable scholar among them suddenly posed a question to her with a smile. "By the way, Lady Esther's, have we decided on a name for our team yet?" Upon hearing this, Esther's lips curled into a hint of a wicked smile as she replied, "We possess unique mobility and are an organization that mercilessly hunts down vile criminals. Thus, we shall be named the Hunters." Chapter 47. The martial arts tournament of the commoners the following day, amidst the bustling streets of the imperial capital, Tarsmi, under the guidance of Rabek, entered an unassuming shop. Activating a mechanism on the bookshelf, a concealed passage leading underground immediately revealed itself before the two. Inside the subterranean chamber, Leona, who had been awaiting their arrival, greeted Tarsmi with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, "Welcome to our #1 secret base for night operations in the imperial capital." Noticing the bottle of liquor on the coffee table before her, a hint of exasperation crossed Tarsmi's face as she remarked, "Sister, you seem to be rather relaxed." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Rabek retrieved a wanted poster of Maine from a drawer, stating, "The wanted notice for Maine is now spreading throughout the city. From now on, only the three of us can walk openly in the imperial capital." Tarsmi nodded in acknowledgement and then commented, "By the way, the talk of the town is about that special police known as the Hunter." Rabek displayed an expression of anticipated understanding. For the captain was none other than the renowned Death, acclaimed as the strongest in the empire, naturally becoming a topic of conversation. That individual is an exceedingly dangerous person. Intrigued, Tarsmi inquired, "Just how dangerous are we talking about?" "Well, how should I put it?" Rabek pondered before continuing, "It's hard to articulate precisely. But let me share a story with you. Several years ago, the southwestern tribes revolted against the empire's tyranny, prompting the empire to dispatch a vast army for suppression, 120,000 imperial soldiers against 10,000 tribal warriors. Everyone believed that the outcome was evident given such a stark disparity in forces. However, the harsh environment at the border forced the imperial soldiers into a grueling struggle. The soldiers, trained in the comforts of the imperial capital, were utterly defeated by the ferocity of nature, while the local tribes seized the opportunity to conduct frequent night raids, much to their chagrin. In their impatience, the empire sent the young yet formidable generals Death and Najida to reinforce them. At that time, a river over 100 meters wide obstructed the army's advance. General Najida intended to organize the construction of a floating bridge, but in the blink of an eye, that river, which was said to be a natural barrier fraught with peril, had already been frozen by his death. According to our boss, her astonishment at that moment was beyond description. And thus she concluded that the imperial gear wielder with the power to manipulate ice was indeed the strongest in the world. Subsequently, Death led the army on a rampage, rendering the so-called dangers of nature trivial in the face of her terrifying ice powers. The southwestern tribes were soon decimated to the brink of extinction. However, at that moment, Death deliberately allowed a batch of rebellious tribesmen to escape, inciting them to grow stronger with their hatred in return for vengeance against her. Upon hearing this tale, Tarsmi remarked, "From the Empire's perspective, isn't Death's behavior merely sowing the seeds for a new rebellion?" Laburka languidly reclined on the sofa, responding, "This is precisely Death's objective. It could be said that she thrives on chaos, orchestrating all these events merely to revel in the enjoyment that warfare and slaughter provide her." As his words lingered in the air, Tarsmi couldn't help but express his astonishment, remarking, "What an utterly incomprehensible individual." At that moment, Leona recalled the previous attempt on Death's life and, feeling a shiver of trepidation, remarked, "Indeed, she is a perilous adversary. It was truly wise of me not to confront her alone. I wonder how many lives must be taken to cultivate such a terrifying aura." Observing even the defiant Leona speak thus, Tarsmi's curiosity about his death intensified. What manner of creature could elicit such a sentiment from the leader of their group? Noticing Tarsmi's intrigue, Laburka produced a flyer and handed it to him, suggesting, "If you are so concerned, why not witness it for yourself? Death is organizing a martial arts competition, where the victor is said to receive a substantial prize. This could potentially increase the remittance you send back home." Tarsmi glanced at the flyer, his gaze igniting with excitement. In the palace's dining hall, the young emperor posed a question to the minister. Why did General Death state her desire for romance? Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, Wanister swallowed the morsel he was chewing and replied with a smile, "Regardless of who one is, upon reaching a certain age, the yearning for companionship emerges. General Death, who seems born for battle, has previously prioritized conflict over matters of the heart. However, she now reveals her desires in that regard. The young emperor, contemplating, mused, I too wish to find her a suitable partner. One still continued, his death is, after all, a woman of considerable pride. If her suitor does not meet her standards, she is unlikely to accept him. With that, the young emperor retrieved the document his death had submitted to him, sighing in exasperation. Yet, such men are indeed hard to come by. Wonister examined the paper, noting the 5 stipulations his death had outlined for her future partner. First, she desired someone who could cultivate a general's caliber solely through their own abilities. Second, they must possess sufficient courage to hunt dangerous beasts alone. Third, like her, they should hail from the borders rather than the imperial capital. Fourth, she wished to assert dominance, hence preferring someone younger than herself. Fifth, ideally, he should possess a pure and radiant smile. Once Wonister had perused the document, the young emperor set it down, sighing helplessly. Alas, the first criterion alone disqualifies the majority. Wonister replied, indeed, the general's caliber is quite a demanding requirement. Soon after, Wonister, having dined with the young emperor, summoned his death in a secluded chamber of the palace. Minister, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons at this hour? As Esther's entered the hall, she inquired directly and without preamble. Indeed, there is a matter of great significance that I must inform you of in advance. Wonister articulated, deliberately maintaining an air of suspense. Preparations for the elimination of Shaul are nearly complete. I intend to launch a decisive strike against him at the court assembly 3 days hence. Your task will be to apprehend Uchiha Itachi, who serves under Shaul, once His Majesty pronounces judgment upon him. This individual possesses extraordinary prowess. Even my elite 5 Poison's Guard have fallen victim to his skills. Should he manage to escape, the repercussions could be dire. It is only by entrusting this task to you that I can feel assured. Chapter 48. The Reward of Victory. Upon hearing this, Isteth's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of intrigue. I had wondered why I had heard no word of those 5 individuals upon my return. It turns out they have been eliminated. This individual named Uchiha Itachi possesses quite a degree of skill. Yet I am curious how he will fare against my newly formed special police unit, the Hunters. In response, Wonister looked at her and remarked, it seems that General Isteth is quite confident in this newly established special police squad. However, I feel it is necessary to remind you that Uchiha Itachi's strength is not as simplistic as you might presume. Should the Hunters fail in their confrontation and allow him to escape the imperial capital, we could find ourselves in considerable trouble. As these words fell, a subtle smile crept upon Isteth's lips. If the situation unfolds as you suggest, and the Hunters cannot subdue Uchiha Itachi, then I shall personally intervene to engage him. Upon hearing this, Wonister finally nodded in satisfaction. The world may refer to Isteth and General Bud as the dual pillars of the empire, yet, when one sets aside reputation and status, it is Isteth who undoubtedly stands as the empire's strongest. Although Uchiha Itachi had triumphed over her 5 poison guards, his prowess pales in comparison to that of Isteth, a woman of monstrous capability. As long as Isteth is willing to take the field herself, Uchiha Itachi cannot possibly leave the imperial capital alive. The following day, the highly publicized Citizens Martial Arts Tournament commenced as scheduled in the imperial capital's dueling arena. From the highest observation deck, Isteth surveyed the battles below, resembling a mere child's play, utterly devoid of interest, as she lounged on the sofa, on the verge of slumber. Lady Isteth, what are your thoughts on these contestants? They embody the essence of boredom, she replied, merely a series of tedious contests. Exceptional talent is indeed a rarity. Upon hearing her superior's remarks, Lon offered an awkward smile and deftly shifted the subject. The victors have been determined in this round, and it seems we are approaching the final match. Isteth remained silent, her gaze fixed blankly below. Perhaps at this moment, she regretted hosting this utterly uninspiring tournament that failed to ignite even the slightest flicker of interest within her. Meanwhile, the final group of contestants ascended the platform. As the referee and host, we'll quickly introduce the participants to the audience. Now entering the arena are the butcher Carlby and the blacksmith Tasmi. As these words echoed, the minotaur Carlby glanced down at the diminutive Tasmi, who barely reached his waist, and couldn't help but mock. What a short stature. The prize money is surely mine now. Although I have been expelled from my master, I once held the rank of a 9th-degree fighter at the Imperial Fist Temple. Unfazed by Carlby's taunts, Tasmi remained resolute. Despite the imposing presence of his opponent, he had endured numerous life and death trials and would not be intimidated. Begin. As Will's voice fell, Calby rushed forward, raising his fist and bellowing, "Savor my explosive iron fist combo." Having undergone rigorous training during this period, Tarzimi's strength had surged remarkably. To him, Calby's wide and exaggerated movements appeared as slow as a snail, revealing numerous openings. Against such an opponent, he felt more than capable, even without relying on the demonic powers inherited from his elder brother. With this thought in mind, Tarzimi leaped into the air, evading Calby's heavy blow while simultaneously delivering an elbow strike to his opponent's neck. The impact left Calby reeling, disbelief flickering in his eyes. This seemingly frail boy possessed astonishing reflexes and strength. "You little brat, don't get cocky. Come at me again," Calby roared, unleashing a flurry of punches toward Tarzimi. With remarkable agility, Tarzimi deftly blocked each punch coming from various angles, and seizing the opportunity presented by Calby's openings, he landed a powerful punch to his abdomen. The blow caused Calby to gasp in pain, his eyes nearly bulging out. Just as he attempted to retaliate, Tarzimi unleashed a series of relentless strikes that sent him soaring through the air, culminating in a devastating hit to his face, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. From the moment we'll announce the start to the conclusion of the match, their entire battle lasted barely 3 minutes. In the audience, Lon, watching Tarzimi's exceptional performance, couldn't help but exclaim, "This young man is indeed a remarkable talent." Even the previously stoic Esteth showed a hint of interest, sitting up straight and slightly leaning forward to better observe the young fighter's visage. On the arena, upon hearing the cheers of the crowd celebrating his victory, Tarzimi couldn't help but display a charming smile. Esteth, who happened to witness this moment, felt a blush bloom on her cheeks. "I have found him," she declared. Lon, intrigued, asked, "Are you referring to the candidate for the Hunters team?" Esteth stood up, her excitement barely contained as she walked toward the arena, stating, "That certainly includes. But I am speaking of another aspect." As Esteth approached, Tarzimi's smile faltered, a wave of nervousness washing over him as he thought, as the organizer of this event, "She is actually coming to the arena herself." Soon, Esteth reached the center of the stage, her ice-blue gaze fixed on the young man who perfectly matched her criteria. She softly spoke, "Your name is Tarzimi, right? That is a splendid name. Thank you for your compliment." Tarzimi replied with a forced smile, internally cursing. "This woman is the superior mentioned by the three beasts, the rumored strongest general of the empire, Esteth. If it weren't for her, my brother would not have been poisoned and rendered paralyzed." Noticing Tarzimi slightly bowing his head, Esteth continued to praise him. "You fought beautifully in that duel. Allow me to present you with a reward." As her words fell, Esteth reached into the depths of her attire and gracefully approached Tazmi. "Thank you very much." Tazmi responded with a feigned reverence, while internally he mused, "Although this favor comes from an adversary, money is money, and I will reluctantly accept it." With a click, as Tazmi's hopeful gaze lingered, Esteth fastened a specially crafted dog collar around his neck. Upon witnessing this scene, Tazmi was instantly engulfed in confusion, his mind racing with exclamations. "What is happening? Where is the promised reward? Where is my money?" Chapter 49, Abduction. From this moment onward, let you be mine. As Esteth's cheeks flushed, she gently supported Tazmi's shoulder and softly spoke. Without regard for his reaction, she seized the dog leash and turned to leave. "There are too many hindrances here. Let us proceed to the palace." Wait a moment. "No, I shall not wait." Esteth firmly rejected Tazmi's plea and, with a swift tug on the leash, pulled him forward, striking him unconscious with a swift motion before cradling him in her arms, successfully capturing her beloved. Esteth's face radiated a blush reminiscent of a fiery sunset, and she whispered tenderly, "Let us converse in my room, a world for just the two of us." In the audience, Leona and Laibach were left dumbfounded by the unfolding scene, unable to restrain their exclamations. What is happening here? In the outskirts of the imperial capital at a night raid hideout. What? Tazmi has been abducted by Esteth. Could it be that his identity as a night raider has been exposed? Upon hearing the news brought back by Leona and Laibach, Akame and Maine were instantly taken aback. "I'm not entirely sure." Laibach pondered seriously. "It appears to be a 50-50 chance." At that moment, Leona turned to Akame and said, "I saw Tazmi being taken into the palace. What should we do, acting leader?" With her words, Akame clenched her fists, her expression darkening. How should she decide now? Officially, she was the acting leader of the Night Raiders and must prioritize the greater good. Yet, as a comrade who had fought side by side, she could not bear to watch Tazmi fall into the Empire's grasp. Seeing Akame silent for a while, Maine quickly interjected, "Akame, you must not act impulsively. dreaming of storming the palace to rescue him. That is unrealistic. Akame nodded in response. I understand. First, let us relocate the hideout deeper into the mountains. Indeed. Leona concurred with this suggestion, adding, after all, our current location may be exposed. While I have great faith in Tazmi's character, if his identity is indeed revealed, he must be undergoing the most brutal interrogations at this very moment. Under such immense suffering, no one could endure without speaking. This is beyond mere willpower and faith. Upon hearing this, Akame felt as if her heart had been pricked by a needle, and she resolutely declared, regardless of the circumstances, Tazmi is an invaluable ally. We must exhaust all our means to rescue him. As night fell, in a secluded CAF at the corner of the imperial capital, Itachi Uchiha gazed at Akame, who sat opposite him, and asked directly, You summoned me at this late hour. Is there something of utmost importance? In response, Akame chose not to conceal anything and recounted the entire ordeal of Tazmi being abducted by his death. Thus it is, we are currently devising a means to rescue Tazmi, however. The palace is vast and heavily guarded, and we do not even know where Tazmi is being held, leaving us utterly at a loss. After hearing Akatsuki's words, Itachi Uchiha spoke softly, I understand. I shall endeavor to gather information regarding Tazmi's situation. However, there are times when I truly struggle to comprehend the mindset of certain members within your organization. As assassins, it is one thing to fail to conceal one's identity, but to participate in such a public contest, risking exposure and endangering not only oneself but also one's comrades, all for the sake of monetary gain. Does the risk truly equate to the reward? Akatsuki, upon hearing this, lowered his head in shame. I apologize, Mr. Itachi. However, Tazmi's actions are also aimed at supporting his impoverished hometown. After all, the Revolutionary Army's finances are rather limited, and even as one of its core forces, the members receive meager compensation each month. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. I am somewhat aware of these circumstances. Moreover, I do not intend to blame Tazmi. I merely hope that you will consider the consequences of your actions more thoroughly in the future. Only then will you have a greater chance of surviving until you realize your dreams. I will investigate Tazmi's situation, wait for my news. And let us conclude our conversation here for tonight. Upon witnessing Itachi rise to depart, Akatsuki quickly bowed deeply to his retreating figure. Tazmi is an irreplaceable comrade to us. I implore you, Mr. Itachi. Upon returning to his dwelling, Itachi seated himself at a table and unfurled a pristine map. This was a depiction of the palace. Crafted from memory after his frequent visits with Shawl, though it was not entirely comprehensive, it encapsulated at least 70% of the palace's architectural layout. Tazmi, you are indeed a troublesome individual. If your identity has truly been revealed, I can only hope you can endure a little longer. Itachi harbored concerns that Tazmi might not withstand the Empire's interrogation methods, especially given that Tazmi was privy to some of the unsavory deeds he had clandestinely undertaken. The title of Baron, bestowed upon him by the Emperor, afforded him many conveniences, and he was reluctant to relinquish these illusory honors. At this moment, Itachi was solely preoccupied with thoughts of rescuing Tazmi, and was entirely unaware that Onist had already devised an execution plan targeting both him and Shawl. Regardless of what transpired in the coming days, Esters would lead the hunters to launch an assault on him on the very day Shawl was dealt with. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the imperial capital, is this the stronghold of that band of mountain thieves? Indeed, defeating them will mark our hunters' first significant operation. Along the mountain paths, the hunters had gathered, engaged in discussions pertinent to the operation plan for that very night. The fashionably attired doctor, adjusting his spectacles, spoke in a soft voice. What approach should we take to advance? Upon hearing this, Sai Lu eagerly proclaimed, Justice, of course, should boldly charge forward from the front. On a hill with an expansive view, Tazimi, sitting cautiously beside Estes, inquired, Why must I accompany you? Estes, with an air of certainty, replied, Because you are a reserve member of the hunters, it is beneficial for you to closely observe our actions. Tazimi feigned compliance with a nod, yet secretly resolved to escape at the first opportunity. Chapter 50. The temptation of Isteth. At that moment, Isteth unexpectedly placed her hand upon Tazmi's. Feeling the chilling sensation emanating from her touch and observing the faint blush on Isteth's cheeks, Tazmi's composure crumbled entirely. Given the circumstances, escape appeared utterly impossible. Simultaneously, the hunter squad commenced their assault on the bandits entrenched within the stronghold. Self-proclaimed paragons of absolute justice, Sarita led the charge, summoning the colossal being beside her, Kobai. Number 5. As her command resonated, Kobiai's form rapidly enlarged, sinking its teeth into Saryu's arm. Once the jaws released their grip, Saryu's arm had transformed into a robust diamond drill. Judgment of 100,000. Justice's Yama spear. Saryu bellowed fiercely, plunging into the throng of bandits ahead, harvesting lives with the whirling drill in her grasp. In mere moments, she had decimated the scores of bandits who had emerged from the stronghold to confront them. Next. Number 7. Having completed her task, Saryu summoned Kobiai once more, replacing the diamond drill with a massive cannon. Justice's Mount Tai cannon, accompanied by Saryu's fervent cries. Searing flames erupted from the cannon's mouth, striking the stronghold's gate with devastating precision, leaving it in ruins. Observing Saryu's impressive performance with her new weapon, the stylish doctor couldn't help but wear a smug expression. Those were weapons crafted by me, utilizing my imperial tool, God's Hand, the Perfector. It enhances the ability to manipulate with one's fingers by hundreds of times, truly the most fashionable of imperial tools. Inside the stronghold, Black Eyes, who had infiltrated early, had already slain countless foes. Gazing at the ground strewn with dismembered bodies, she muttered expressionlessly, "Once everything is cleaned up, let's piece these back together." Meanwhile, outside the walls that needed to be breached, Boris wielded his imperial tool to unleash torrents of searing flames, engulfing the areas where bandits might be lurking in a fiery inferno. Thick black smoke intertwined with the anguished wails of the bandits, ascending into the sky. As the flames spread, the entire stronghold seemed to transform into a hellish nightmare. Boris, surveying the fiery sea he had conjured, remained unfazed. For him, who wielded the flame-spewing imperial tool, Inferno's summon, Rubigand, this was merely a routine task. Hundreds of bandits soon found themselves in utter disarray under the relentless onslaught of the hunters. Aside from the majority who were slaughtered, a few stragglers were now desperately fleeing along a narrow path. However, unbeknownst to them, their movements had already been captured by a figure soaring above. As hard feathers pierced their bodies like arrows, the bandits, who had taken refuge outside the imperial city, met their demise. Lon flapped his wings, hovering in midair. His winged imperial tool, 10,000 miles of flight, Mastema, granted him the ability to soar through the skies with the freedom of an eagle, while also enabling him to control feathers to strike down foes, proving to be exceedingly practical. On the mountaintop, Tazimi gazed at the stronghold, now engulfed in flames, and could not help but exclaim, "How remarkable! A fortress, once teeming with hundreds of ruthless bandits, has been utterly annihilated in such a brief span of time." Seated on the steps, Isteth spoke gently, "There is no need for envy, Tazimi. From now on, I shall personally train you. I am confident that you will soon reach this level, perhaps even surpassing them." Tazimi turned to look at Isteth, his gaze momentarily lost in thought. Could this truly be the infamous general of the Empire, known for her mercilessness? "Miss Isteth is remarkably gentle." Upon hearing this, Isteth smiled faintly and remarked, "Is it not entirely different from the impression you had previously? This is, in fact, my first experience of such feelings, the sensation of falling for someone. However, it is rather delightful." As her words sank in, Tazimi could not help but entertain a fantasy. Could it be that if he persuaded her, she might become their ally? This woman, despite her past misdeeds, could still be embraced by justice if she was willing to turn over a new leaf and contribute to the overthrow of the empire. The more Tazimi pondered, the more hopeful he became. Thus, he resolved to muster his courage and convince Isteth to embrace the light tonight. Later that night, in the palace, Tazimi sat nervously on the bed, the sound of water trickling from the adjacent bathroom causing his heart to race. How had the situation escalated to this? In such a tense atmosphere, it was impossible to think clearly. Tazimi slapped his face firmly and whispered to himself, No, I cannot be nervous. I must persuade her to join the revolutionary army. Be bold. I am a courageous man." Just then, the sound of water ceased, and shortly after, Isteth emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a loose-fitting shirt. "I apologize for the wait." Her soft, melodious voice interrupted Tazimi's thoughts, causing his heart to race even faster. His face flushed with embarrassment. It must be said, Isteth's beauty and figure eclipsed that of the other women from the night raid, particularly in this wet shirt that clung to her form, exuding an irresistible allure. Tazimi shyly averted his gaze, repeatedly shaking his head, and no, that's not the case. Isteth casually settled beside Tazimi and gently inquired, "Would you like something to drink?" "No, it's fine." "Yes." Tazimi stammered, his words tumbling over one another. Noticing his flustered response, Isteth leaned in closer, Her curiosity piqued. Are you nervous? Tazimi hurriedly denied, and no, that's not true. Observing the other party's flustered reaction, Isteth felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. What an endearing individual. However, I too was uncertain about how to navigate this situation. I believed that as long as one followed the desires of the heart, everything would unfold naturally, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Tasmi hesitated slightly before inquiring, May I ask, Miss Isteth, you have developed feelings for me, haven't you? As the words left his lips, Isteth immediately pressed her lips against Tasmi's, pushing him onto the bed, her voice dripping with temptation as she declared, if I didn't like you, I would not engage in such actions. Chapter 51. Accusation. Upon the roof of the palace's ornate towers, a figure draped in a black cloak moved with an ethereal grace. Strangely, despite searching every conceivable location within the imperial palace where a prisoner might be confined, there was still no trace of Tasmi. Could it be that the intelligence provided by the Crimson-Eyed informant was flawed, and Tasmi had never been brought into the palace at all? Uchiha Itachi paused in a concealed corner, his mind racing with thoughts. He had hoped that if tonight's operation proceeded smoothly, he might soon locate Tasmi and liberate him from his torment. Yet, to his dismay, he had scoured the palace under the cover of night and found not a single clue regarding Tasmi's whereabouts. For a distinguished ninja who had rarely failed in his missions, this was a profound disgrace. Resigned, Itachi concluded that it would be difficult to achieve any results this evening and decided to return, contemplating alternative strategies for the following day. Just as he prepared to slip away from the palace, a faint light emanating from a nearby room caught his attention. It seemed to be the residence of some high-ranking officials within the palace. With the mindset that he had already made the effort, he might as well investigate further. Itachi swiftly leapt to the window of the targeted palace. However, as he cast a discreet glance inside, the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. What was unfolding here? Pressing his back against the wall, he suppressed his astonishment and peered into the room once more. On the grand bed lay a man and a woman. The woman had long, ice-blue hair, and though her face was obscured, Itachi instantly recognized her as Isteth. The man, cradled in her arms like a mere plaything and bearing an expression of utter desolation, was none other than the abducted Tasmi. How could Tasmi be sharing a bed with Isteth? What had transpired in the interim? Itachi's mind raced with confusion, yet upon observing that Tasmi appeared unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. At the very least, the situation was not as dire as he and the Crimson-Eyed informant had feared. Perhaps Tasmi's identity had not yet been exposed, and he had been forcibly taken by Isteth for reasons unbeknownst to others. Could it be that even a woman like Isteth harbored such desperate needs? It was almost beyond belief. Regardless, Itachi now knew that Tasmi was safe. He resolved to return and convey this news to the Crimson-Eyed informant, allowing her to rest easier. After contemplating his next steps, he departed from the palace. Cloaked by the shadows of the night, time passed swiftly, and before long, the day of the Grand Court Assembly arrived once more. In the palace, Shaul walked slowly through the verdant corridors accompanied by a few trusted officials, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding weighed heavily upon his heart as he approached the court. It felt as if some dreadful event was impending. Noticing the pallor of Shaul's face, a court official remarked, Lord Shaul, you appear rather unwell today. Has your recent workload been too taxing? In response, Shaul shook his head. I cannot ascertain the reason, but I have been feeling somewhat drained lately. Yet I find myself unable to sleep well at night. Perhaps, as you suggested, I have overexerted myself in my duties. The official nodded in agreement. Lord Shaul is deeply concerned for the nation and dedicates himself tirelessly to the empire. His Majesty would surely be touched to learn of this. With a heavy sigh at the mention of the emperor, Shaul reflected on his growing estrangement from the young sovereign, likely influenced by the recent scandal involving false accusations. Shortly thereafter, Shaul and the officials entered the grand hall for the court session. As usual, one stood beside the young emperor, whispering discreetly about matters unknown. Esteemed ministers, do you have any petitions to present? Upon the emperor's prompt, the assembled courtiers began to murmur, and soon several stood to address trivial matters of little significance to the greater agenda. Before long, the hall fell silent again. Noticing the opportune moment, one directed his gaze towards the line behind Shaul, signaling for the designated individuals to proceed. Responding to the cue, the Director of Agriculture, Lumbo, and the Deputy Minister of Justice, Icarus, stepped forward, addressing the young emperor, Your Majesty, we have a matter to present. Witnessing this unusual scene, Shaul's heart sank. Could it be that the betrayal of his subordinates would be reenacted in today's court? The young emperor spoke with a detached tone. Pray, proceed, esteemed ministers. As the words left his lips, Limbo and Icarus exchanged glances before Limbo spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, I wish to raise a matter concerning the Minister of Internal Affairs. Lord Shaw. The young emperor's expression faltered momentarily. It appeared to be yet another accusation against Shaw, and notably, the informants were typically on good terms with him. Could it be that this trusted advisor, left to him by his father, had indeed turned against the royal family and the empire? At this juncture, Limbo, disregarding Shaw's incredulous gaze, continued, "It has come to my attention that Lord Shaw has been abusing his powers frequently, accepting bribes, and engaging in the sale of offices. Moreover, he has repeatedly exhibited strong discontent towards your Majesty and the current court, instructing us to clandestinely liaise with anti-imperial factions, seeking to sell out the empire's interest for personal gain." As Limbo's words resonated through the hall, shock swept over the assembly, and the young emperor, visibly shaken, stammered, "Minister, is what you just said true? Do you possess irrefutable evidence?" At that moment, Shaw could no longer contain himself. He stood up forcefully and declared, "Your Majesty, my heart is devoted solely to you and the realm. I have committed none of the acts of which Limbo has accused me. He is being manipulated by others to slander me." As Shaw began to struggle against his predicament, Ernest promptly stepped forward, a mocking glint in his eyes. "My Lord Shaw," he taunted, "if you are truly innocent, why not allow them to continue? Or are you, perchance, fearful that they will present evidence of your transgressions? Is that why you hastily intervened, hoping to disrupt His Majesty's judgment?" Upon hearing Ernest's scathing insinuations, Shaw was nearly overwhelmed with indignation, his anger threatening to erupt. Yet, at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, standing in silence with a grim visage, awaiting the young emperor's decree. At this juncture, Lamb produced the meticulously forged evidence from his bosom, documents bearing Shaw's official seal, ledgers detailing bribes, and other incriminating items. He then addressed the young emperor, "Your Majesty, in addition to these, I have brought forth witnesses who can attest to Shaw's collusion with the rebels. They await just outside the hall." Chapter 52. The punishment of dismemberment. Upon hearing these words, Saul, consumed by rage, rebuked them fiercely. "You two fickle-minded individuals. It is one thing to fabricate non-existent correspondence and bribery ledgers against me, but now you stoop so low as to enlist others to provide false testimony. This is utterly deranged." Observing Saul's disarray, Onest, with an air of smug satisfaction, remarked, "My Lord Saul, faced with irrefutable evidence, it would be prudent for you to abandon these futile and absurd arguments. I once believed you to be a man of integrity. Yet it seems you lack even the courage to admit your transgressions. A confession might afford you leniency, perhaps, in light of your status as a veteran of 2 reigns. His Majesty might spare your life." Saul, trembling, raised a quivering arm and pointed accusingly at Onest. You are the architect of this entire conspiracy. Everything that has transpired today is undoubtedly orchestrated by you from the shadows. To think I would confess to these baseless charges, dream on." With that, Onest calmly turned to the young emperor beside him. "Your Majesty, it appears that Lord Saul is unable to bear the weight of his unveiled crimes and has succumbed to madness." The young emperor sighed softly. "In your esteemed opinion, what should I do next?" Onest replied, "I recommend we summon the witness to enter, so that in the presence of the entire court, we may lay this matter to rest. Thereafter, you may personally pronounce judgment on Saul." The young emperor nodded, casting a cold gaze at Saul before shifting his attention to Limbo and his companion. "Bring forth your witness." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shortly thereafter, a man clad in imperial officer's attire was escorted into the hall by the palace guards. "Your servant pays his respects to Your Majesty. Rise," the young emperor said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Now, speak only the truth of what you know." At this, Onest glared at the two. "Did you not hear His Majesty's command? Hurry and recount the events as they transpired." "Why, yes," the man stammered, visibly shaken by Onest's commanding presence. "It is as follows. I was originally a soldier under Lord Damon, stationed at the border of the Empire's western region. During a tax collection operation, a villain suddenly emerged from the villagers, slaying dozens of our officers, and subsequently colluded with rebel forces to assassinate Lord Damon. This villain's name is Uchiha Itachi. Based on the portrait provided by Lord Limbo, he is indeed the newly appointed captain of the capital's guard, Uchiha Itachi." The young emperor's expression shifted to one of shock. "So you are suggesting that Uchiha Itachi, prior to arriving in the capital, was merely a criminal known for slaughtering imperial officers and had ties to anti-imperial organizations?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," the man replied. "I was unfortunate enough to be captured by the local rascals, and after a harrowing escape, I reported these events to the newly appointed governor. At this moment, Shower's expression turned notably grim. Regarding Uchiha Itachi's past before arriving in the imperial capital, he had merely inquired superficially, without conducting any thorough investigation. Now, upon hearing the other party's words, he felt an overwhelming certainty that the matter was indeed true. He had unwittingly recommended a criminal colluding with traitors to serve in the court. How would His Majesty perceive him after this? And on what grounds could he trust any defense he might present? Onest, observing the young emperor's frozen demeanor, as if his mind were overloaded, spoke up, "Your Majesty, the criminal identity of Uchiha Itachi has been confirmed. Moreover, I believe that Uchiha Itachi is not merely in collusion with the night raid. He is likely a core member of it. Shower has secretly conspired with them, inserting the Empire's enemies into the court as officials, which is an absolute affront and insult to the entire court and to Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, the young emperor looked at Onest in bewilderment, asking, "What should I do with Shower?" After a brief contemplation, Onest replied, "As a senior official of the Empire, a highly esteemed minister favored by the emperor, Shower has committed countless unforgivable crimes in secret. If he is not severely punished, Your Majesty's authority will undoubtedly be undermined. I suggest that Your Majesty execute Shower by dismemberment and behead all related personnel as a deterrent." Upon hearing this, the young emperor coldly directed his gaze towards Shower below, stating, "Shower, both I and the late emperor have treated you well, yet you have committed such heinous acts behind my back. This is utterly unforgivable. I have decided to sentence you to dismemberment as a warning." As the words fell, Shower, realizing he could not escape death, succumbed to profound despair, standing motionless in a daze. Subsequently, 2 guards approached to force him to the ground, preparing to drag him out of the hall. At that moment, Onest waved his hand casually, signaling the guards to wait, then walked towards Shower with the stride of a victor, covering half his face and whispering, "Shower, before you die, let me tell you one last thing. I have long had my eye on your young and beautiful wife, and though your daughter is still quite young, she will also suffice. After your demise, I shall take good care of them, attending to every part of their bodies." Ha ha ha. Disregarding Shower's seething glare, which seemed to wish to devour him alive, Onest turned to the guards, commanding, "Drag him out and carry out the execution as per His Majesty's orders." The guards responded, "Yes." After attending to Shower's matter, the Grand Court Assembly came to an end. With the removal of a significant threat, Onest felt quite pleased, munching on a piece of beef as he walked. His confidant, Mark, followed closely beside him, wearing a sycophantic expression, stating, "Today, sir, you have dealt with Shower with a thunderous hand. Your prestige in the court will surely rise even higher, and I believe no one will dare to oppose you again." Onest, hearing this, replied with a mockingly playful expression, "That may not be certain. There might still be some unafraid of death who will step forward and throw themselves onto the blade." Outside the Grand Hall, Esteth and the hunting team had long awaited the arrival of Ernest. Upon seeing him, she approached and remarked calmly, "I observed that Shaw was taken away by the guards. The internal matters of the court should be resolved by now, correct?" Ernest nodded affirmatively, stating, "Shaw has fallen. There are virtually no opposing voices or factions left in the court." He continued, "Now, we merely need to eliminate the external threats to ensure our peace." As his words lingered in the air, a smile of anticipation graced Esteth's lips. "I hold no interest in politics. It is only the thrill of battle and the ecstasy of slaughter that I pursue. Henceforth, let me indulge in the sheer pleasure of the hunt." Chapter 53, The Encirclement Operation in the Capital, at the building of the Security Bureau. Uchiha Itachi closed the page of his book and glanced at the clock hanging in the office, softly murmuring, "Time truly flies when engaged in activities one enjoys. Perhaps I should check what delightful dishes await for lunch today." Meanwhile, Esteth had arrived at the entrance of the Security Bureau building with Tarsmi and the entire hunter team. Among the crowd, Tarsmi gazed apprehensively at the door marked with the word Security Bureau and asked, "Miss Esteth, why have you brought me here?" In response, Esteth smiled gently. "Did I not mention that you are now a provisional member of the Hunters? It is only natural that you accompany us in our endeavors. My previous invitation for you to partake in the mission against the bandits was intended to cultivate your composure and courage. The target of our apprehension this time is said to possess exceptional strength, far surpassing that of the previous band of thieves. This presents a rare learning opportunity for you. When the hunters spring into action, stay by my side and observe their combat stances closely." Tarsmi nodded slowly, yet inwardly mourned for the unfortunate soul who would soon be targeted by the hunters. Being pursued by such formidable beings, each akin to monsters, would likely result in a most tragic demise. Inside the building, Uchiha Itachi suddenly halted, his dark eyes fixated on the direction of the door, as if perceiving something beyond the ordinary. Beside him, Hans, noticing his abrupt stop, inquired with confusion, "Captain, why have you paused?" After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi replied, "I just recalled that I seem to have dropped my keys in the office upstairs. Please retrieve them for me." Hans readily agreed. "Understood, Captain. I will fetch them for you right away." As he heard Hans's footsteps gradually receding, Uchiha Itachi murmured, "Such blatant hostility and murderous intent. Could it be that my judgment was flawed? Has Tarsmi disclosed everything she knows to Esteth?" With that thought, Uchiha Itachi resumed his walk toward the door, his footsteps light and steady, echoing through the quiet, expansive corridor. Outside the building, Esteth sensed an unusually cold aura approaching them, stirring her interest. How intriguing. Even before the presence arrived, it had already evoked such feelings within her. It seems the target of this encirclement is even more formidable than Onist had described. "They're coming. Everyone, prepare yourselves." At Esteth's warning, the hunter members, oblivious to the impending danger, immediately changed their expressions and assumed combat stances. In Saria's eyes, strands of madness flickered. A target worthy of her captain's utmost attention must be an extraordinarily dangerous supercriminal. Such an evil existence would soon face her judgment. Finally, amidst the tense atmosphere brimming with anticipation, Uchiha Itachi's figure gradually came into view before Esteth and the others. It was him. As Esteth beheld the familiar visage of Uchiha Itachi, memories of their previous encounter at the dumpling shop surged forth. Indeed, one should never judge by appearances. Who could have anticipated that such a seemingly demure and introverted youth, with a penchant for sweets, would turn out to be a criminal of S-class danger? How could this be? The target of the hunter's onslaught was none other than Brother Itachi. The moment he laid eyes on Uchiha Itachi, Tarsmi felt a jolt in his heart, not solely due to the aid the latter had previously rendered them, but also because he could fathom no conceivable motive for the hunters to strike at Uchiha Itachi. At that instant, Uchiha Itachi turned his gaze toward Esteth, who stood behind the hunters, and in a calm tone inquired, "General Esteth, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Might I ask what brings you and your entourage to my presence today?" Esteth's lips curled into a subtle smile. It was indeed rare to encounter someone so composed even when facing imminent death. "Your ally, Shal, has fallen, and your heinous crimes, including the assassination of court officials, have been substantiated. I am here to arrest you." As her words hung in the air, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered with understanding as he pieced together the unfolding events. It seemed that Lord Shal had been ensnared by Onist and thoroughly vanquished, which inevitably implicated him as well. After all, he had previously slain several of Onist's elite 5 poison guards, and it was only natural for them to seek his elimination to prevent future threats. "So it is," Uchiha Itachi remarked, casting a measured glance at the poised Seiryu and Boris. "However, I find myself perplexed. If your intent is to apprehend me, why bring along these expendable pawns to their demise?" Upon hearing this, Tarsmi felt a profound admiration for Uchiha Itachi, whose calmness in the face of such dire circumstances allowed him to audaciously deride his foes. His fortitude truly surpassed that of ordinary men. On the other hand, the impatient hunter Seiryu was incensed by Uchiha Itachi's words. Without waiting for Esteth's command, she stepped forward, her voice brimming with anger. "A criminal steeped in transgressions dares to speak so boldly before us. I, Seiryu, shall deliver justice upon you. Small by, number 5. Upon receiving the command, the 100-armed giant expanded in size and lunged at Saria's arm. As blood gushed forth, Saria forcefully withdrew her arm from the creature's maw, and in its place, a colossal diamond drill emerged. "Accept your judgment, Justice Yamaspear." Saria leapt into the air, the diamond drill spinning rapidly as it hurtled toward Uchiha Itachi. Observing this, Uchiha Itachi expressed mild surprise. "It seems that since our last battle, you have undergone some undisclosed enhancements. However, if this is all you possess, your fate shall be even more tragic than before." Fire style, great dragon fire technique. With that, Uchiha Itachi expelled a massive, dragon-shaped inferno from his mouth. Confronted by a fire dragon whose size dwarfed his own many times over, Seiryu's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness. Undeterred, he brandished the drill and pressed forward, determined to breach the fiery barrier and launch an assault on Uchiha Itachi below. With a thunderous roar, the rapidly spinning drill struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a profound indentation. Seiryu, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "Such grandiose words, yet it amounts to little more than this." However, as the smoke gradually dissipated, he realized that the area he had struck bore no trace of Uchiha Itachi. Curse it, where is he? Sarius seethed, scanning the surroundings in search of Itachi's presence. In the next moment, his gaze inadvertently locked onto a pair of eyes glimmering with an eerie crimson light.